Section 1 of Buddenbrooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bruce Pirie. Buddenbrooks, The Decline of a Family, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. Part 1, Chapter 1.
And what comes next?
Oh, yes, what the dickens does come next? C'est la question, ma très chère demoiselle. Frau Consul Buddenbrooks shot a glance at her husband and came to the rescue of her little daughter. She sat with her mother-in-law on a straight, white-enameled sofa with yellow cushions and a gilded lion's head at the top. The consul was in his easy chair beside her, and the child perched on her grandfather's knee in the window. "Tony," prompted the Frau Consul, "I believe that God—" Dainty little 8-year-old Antonia, in her light shot-silk frock, turned her head away from her grandfather and stared aimlessly about the room with her blue-grey eyes, trying hard to remember. Once more she repeated, "What comes next?" and went on slowly, "I believe that God—" and then, her face brightening, briskly finished the sentence, "created me together with all living creatures." She was in smooth waters now, and rattled away, beaming with joy, through the whole article, reproducing it word for word from the catechism just promulgated with the approval of an omniscient Senate in that very year of grace, 1835. When you were once fairly started, she thought, it was very like going down Mount Jerusalem with your brothers on the little sled. You had no time to think, and you couldn't stop even if you wanted to. "And clothes and shoes," she said, "meat and drink, hearth and home, wife and child, acre and cow." But old Johann Buddenbrook could hold in no longer. He burst out laughing, in a high, half-smothered titter, in his glee at being able to make fun of the catechism. He had probably put the child through this little examination with no other end in view. He inquired after Tony's acre and cow, asked how much she wanted for a sack of wheat, and tried to drive a bargain with her. His round, rosy, benevolent face, which never would look cross no matter how hard he tried, was set in a frame of snow-white powdered hair, and the suggestion of a pigtail fell over the broad collar of his mouse-coloured coat. His double chin rested comfortably on a white lace frill. He still, in his 70s, adhered to the fashions of his youth, only the lace frogs and the big pockets were missing, and never in all his life had he worn a pair of trousers. They had all joined in his laughter, but largely as a mark of respect for the head of the family. Madame Antoinette Buddenbrook, born Duchamp, tittered in precisely the same way as her husband. She was a stout lady, with thick white curls over her ears, dressed in a plain gown of striped black and grey stuff, which betrayed the native, quiet simplicity of her character. Her hands were still white and lovely, and she held a little velvet work-bag on her lap. It was strange to see how she had grown, in time, to look like her husband. Only her dark eyes, by their shape and their liveliness, suggested her half-Latin origin. On her grandfather's side, Madame Buddenbrook was of French-Swiss stock, though born in Hamburg. Her daughter-in-law, Frau Consul Elisabeth Buddenbrook, born Kruger, laughed the sputtering Kruger laugh, and tucked in her chin as the Krugers did. She could not be called a beauty, but like all the Krugers, she looked distinguished. She moved with graceful deliberation and had a clear, well-modulated voice. People liked her and felt confidence in her. Her reddish hair curled over her ears and was piled in a crown on top of her head, and she had the brilliant white complexion that goes with such hair, set off with a tiny freckle here and there. Her nose was rather too long, her mouth somewhat small. Her most striking facial peculiarity was the shape of her lower lip, which ran straight into the chin without a curve. She had on a short bodice with high puffed sleeves that left exposed a flawlessly modelled neck adorned with a spray of diamonds on a satin ribbon. The consul was leaning forward in his easy-chair, rather fidgety. He wore a cinnamon-coloured coat with wide lapels and leg-of-mutton sleeves close fitting at the wrists, and white linen trousers with black stripes up the outside seams. His chin nestled in a stiff choker collar, around which was folded a silk cravat that flowed down amply over his flowered waistcoat. He had his father's deep-set blue observant eyes, though their expression was perhaps more dreamy, but his features were clearer cut and more serious. His nose was prominent and aquiline, and his cheeks, half covered with a fair curling beard, were not so plump as the old man's. Madame Buddenbrook put her hand on her daughter-in-law's arm, and looked down at her lap with a giggle. "Oh, mon vieux, he's always the same, isn't he, Betsy?" The consul's wife only made a motion with her delicate hand, so that her gold bangles tinkled slightly. Then, with a gesture habitual to her, she drew her finger across her face from the corner of her mouth to her forehead, as if she were smoothing back a stray hair. But the consul said, half smiling, yet with mild reproach, "There you go again, father, making fun of sacred things." They were sitting in the landscape room on the first floor of the rambling old house in Meng Street, which the firm of Johann Buddenbrook had acquired some time since, though the family had not lived in it long. The room was hung with heavy resilient tapestries put up in such a way that they stood well out from the walls. They were woven in soft tones to harmonize with the carpet, and they depicted idyllic landscapes in the style of the 18th century, with merry vine-dressers, busy husbandmen, and gaily beribboned shepherdesses, who sat beside crystal streams with spotless lambs in their laps, or exchanged kisses with amorous shepherds. These scenes were usually lighted by a pale yellow sunset to match the yellow coverings on the white enameled furniture and the yellow silk curtains at the two windows. For the size of the room, the furniture was rather scant. A round table, its slender legs decorated with fine lines of gilding, stood not in front of the sofa, but by the wall opposite the little harmonium, on which lay a flute case. Some stiff armchairs were ranged in a row round the walls. There was a sewing table by the window, and a flimsy ornamental writing desk laden with knick-knacks. On the other side of the room from the windows was a glass door, through which one looked into the semi-darkness of a pillared hall, and on the left were the lofty white folding doors that led to the dining-room. A semicircular niche in the remaining wall was occupied by the stove, which crackled away behind a polished wrought-iron screen. For cold weather had set in early. The leaves of the little lime trees around the churchyard of St. Mary's across the way had turned yellow, though it was but mid-October. The wind whistled around the corners of the massive Gothic pile, and a cold, thin rain was falling. On Madame Buddenbrook's account, the double windows had already been put in. It was Thursday, the day on which all the members of the family living in town assembled every second week by established custom. Today, however, a few intimate friends as well had been bidden to a family dinner. And now, towards 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Buddenbrooks sat in the gathering twilight and awaited their guests. Little Antonia had not let her grandfather interfere with her toboggan ride. She merely pouted, sticking out her already prominent upper lip still further over the lower one. She was at the bottom of her Mount Jerusalem, but not knowing how to stop herself, she shot over the mark.
Amen,
she said.
I know something, grandfather.
Tiens, cried the old gentleman, she knows something. He made as if he were itching all over with curiosity. Did you hear, mamma? She knows something. Can anyone tell me?
If the lightning, uttered Tony, nodding her head with every word, sets something on fire, then it's the lightning that strikes. If it doesn't, why then it's the thunder.
She folded her arms and looked around her like one sure of applause. But old Buddenbrooks was annoyed by this display of wisdom. He demanded to know who had taught her such nonsense. It turned out that the culprit was the nursery governess, Ida Mann, who had lately been engaged from Marienwerder. The consul had to come to her defense. You are too strict, papa. Why shouldn't the child have her own little ideas about such things at her age? Excusez, mon cher, mais c'est une folie. You know I don't like the children's heads muddled with such things. The thunder strikes, does it? Oh, very well, let it strike, and get along with your Prussian woman. The truth was, the old gentleman hadn't a good word to say for Ida Mann. Not that he was narrow-minded. He had seen something of the world, having travelled by coach to southern Germany in 1813 to buy up wheat for the Prussian army. He had been to Amsterdam and Paris, and was too enlightened to condemn everything that lay beyond the gabled roofs of his native town. But in social intercourse he was more apt than his son to draw the line rigidly and give the cold shoulder to strangers. So when this young girl, she was then only 20, had come back with his children from a visit to Western Prussia, as a sort of charity child, the old man had made his son a scene for the act of piety, in which he spoke hardly anything but French and Low German. Ida was the daughter of an innkeeper who had died just before the Buddenbrooks' arrival in Marienwerder. She had proved to be capable in the household and with the children, and her rigid honesty and Prussian notions of caste made her perfectly suited to her position in the family. She was a person of aristocratic principles, drawing hair-line distinctions between class, and very proud of her position as servant of the higher orders. She objected to Tony's making friends with any schoolmate whom she reckoned as belonging only to the respectable middle class. And now the Prussian woman herself came from the pillared hall through the glass door, a fairly tall, big-boned girl in a black frock, with smooth hair and an honest face. She held by the hand an extraordinarily thin, small child, dressed in a flowered print frock, with lustreless ash-coloured hair, and the manner of a little old maid. This was Clotilde, the daughter of a nephew of old Buddenbrooks, who belonged to a penniless branch of the family, and was in business at Rostock as an estates agent. Clotilde was being brought up with Antonia, being about the same age, and a docile little creature. "Everything is ready," Mamselle Jungmann said. She had had a hard time learning to pronounce her R's, so now she rolled them tremendously in her throat. "Clotilde helped very well in the kitchen, so there was not much for cook to do." Monsieur Buddenbrooks sneered behind his lace frill at Ida's accent. The consul patted his little niece's cheek and said, "That's right, Tilda. Work and pray. Tony ought to take a pattern from you. She's far too likely to be saucy and idle." Tony dropped her head and looked at her grandfather from under her eyebrows. She knew he would defend her. He always did. "No, no," he said. "Hold your head up, Tony. Don't let them frighten you. We can't all be alike. Each according to his lights. Tilda is a good girl, but we're not so bad either, eh, Betsy?" He turned to his daughter-in-law, who generally deferred to his views. Madame Antoinette, probably more from shrewdness than conviction, sided with the consul, and thus the older and the younger generation crossed hands in the dance of life. "You are very kind, papa," the consul's wife said. "Tony will try her best to grow up a clever and industrious woman. Have the boys come home from school?" she asked Ida. Tony, who from her perch on her grandfather's knee was looking out the window, called out in the same breath, "Tom and Christian are coming up Johannes Street, and Herr Hofstede, and Uncle Doctor." The bells of St. Mary's began to chime, ding dong, rather out of time, so that one could hardly tell what they were playing. Still, it was very impressive. The big and the little bell announced, the one in lively, the other in dignified tones, that it was 4:00. And at the same time a shrill peal from the bell over the vestibule door went ringing through the entry, and Tom and Christian entered, together with the first guests, Jean-Jacques Hofstede, the poet, and Dr. Grabeau, the family physician. End of section 1. Section 2 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 1, Chapter 2. Herr Jean-Jacques Hofstede was the town poet. He undoubtedly had a few verses in his pocket for the present occasion. He was nearly as old as Johann Buddenbrook, and dressed in much the same style, except that his coat was green instead of mouse-coloured. But he was thinner and more active than his old friend, with bright little greenish eyes and a long pointed nose. "Many thanks," he said, shaking hands with the gentlemen and bowing before the ladies, especially the Frau Consul, for whom he entertained a deep regard. Such bows as his it was not given to the younger generation to perform, and he accompanied them with his pleasant, quiet smile. "Many thanks for your kind invitation, my dear good people. We met, these two young ones, the doctor and I." He pointed to Tom and Christian in their blue tunics and leather belts. "In King Street, coming home from school. Fine lads, eh, Frau Consul? Tom is a very solid chap. He'll have to go into the business, no doubt of that. But Christian is a devil of a fellow, a young incroyable, eh? I will not conceal my engouement. He must study, I think. He is witty and brilliant." Old Buddenbrook used his gold snuff-box. "He's a young monkey, that's what he is. Why not say at once that he is to be a poet, Hofstede?" Mamselle Jungmann drew the curtains, and soon the room was bathed in mellow, flickering light from the candles in the crystal chandelier and the sconces on the writing-desk. It lighted up golden gleams in the Frau Consul's hair. "Well, Christian," she said, "what did you learn today?" It appeared that Christian had had writing, arithmetic, and singing lessons. He was a boy of 7, who already resembled his father to an almost comic extent. He had the same rather small, round, deep-set eyes, and the same prominent aquiline nose. The lines of his face below the cheekbones showed that it would not always retain its present childlike fullness. "We've been laughing dreadfully," he began to prattle, his eyes darting from one to another of the circle. "What do you think Herr Stengel said to Sigmund Kostermann?" He bent his back, shook his head, and declaimed impressively, "Outwardly, outwardly, my dear child, you are sleek and smooth, but inwardly, my dear child, you are black and foul." He mimicked with indescribably funny effect not only the master's odd pronunciation, but the look of disgust on his face at the outward sleekness he described. The whole company burst out laughing. "Young monkey," repeated old Buddenbrook. But Herr Hofstede was in ecstasies. "Charmant!" he cried. "If you know Marcellus Stengel, that's he, to the life. Oh, that's too good!" Thomas, to whom the gift of mimicry had been denied, stood near his younger brother and laughed heartily, without a trace of envy. His teeth were not very good, being small and yellowish. His nose was finely chiseled, and he strikingly resembled his grandfather in the eyes and the shape of the face. The company had for the most part seated themselves on the chairs and the sofa. They talked with the children or discussed the unseasonable cold and the new house. Herr Hofstede admired a beautiful Sèvres inkstand in the shape of a black and white hunting dog which stood on the secretary. Dr. Grabeau, a man of about the consul's age, with a long, mild face between thin whiskers, was looking at the table, set out with cakes and currant bread and salt cellars in different shapes. This was the bread and salt that had been sent by friends for the house-warming, but the bread consisted of rich, heavy pastries, and the salt came in dishes of massive gold, that the senders might not seem to be mean in their gifts. "There will be work for me here," said the doctor, pointing to the sweetmeats and threatening the children with his glance. Shaking his head, he picked up a heavy salt and pepper stand from the table. "From Lebrecht Kruger," said old Buddenbrook, with a grimace. "Our dear kinsman is always open-handed. I did not spend as much on him when he built his summer house outside the castle gate. But he has always been like that, very lordly, very free with his money, a real cavalier à la mode." The bell had rung several times. Pastor Wunderlich was announced, a stout old gentleman in a long black coat and powdered hair. He had twinkling grey eyes set in the face that was jovial, if rather pale. He had been a widower for many years, and considered himself a bachelor of the old school, like Herr Gratians, the broker, who entered with him. Herr Gratians was a tall man who went about with one of his thin hands up to his eye like a telescope, as if he were examining a painting. He was a well-known art connoisseur. Among the other guests were Senator Dr. Langhals and his wife, both friends of many years' standing, and Cuppen, the wine merchant, with his great crimson face between enormous padded sleeves. His wife, who came with him, was nearly as stout as he. It was after 4:30 when the Krugers put in an appearance, the elders together with their children. The consul Krugers, with their sons, Jacob and Jürgen, who were about the age of Tom and Christian. On their heels came the parents of Frau Consul Kruger, the lumber dealer Uverdick and his wife, a fond old pair who still addressed each other in public with nicknames from the days of their early love. "Fine people come late," said Consul Buddenbrook, and kissed his mother-in-law's hand. "But look at them when they do come," and Johann Buddenbrook included the whole Kruger connection with a sweeping gesture, and shook the elder Kruger by the hand. Lebrecht Kruger, the cavalier à la mode, was a tall, distinguished figure. He wore his hair slightly powdered, but dressed in the height of fashion, with a double row of jewelled buttons on his velvet waistcoat. His son, Justus, with his turned-up moustache and small beard, was very like the father in figure and manner, even to the graceful, easy motions of the hands. The guests did not sit down, but stood about, awaiting the principal event of the evening and passing the time in casual talk. At length Johann Buddenbrook, the older, offered his arm to Madame Cuppen, and said in an elevated voice, "Well, mesdames et messieurs, if you are hungry—" Mamselle Jungmann and the servant had opened the folding doors into the dining room, and the company made its way with studied ease to table. One could be sure of a good square meal at the Buddenbrooks. End of section 2. Section 3 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 1, Chapter 3. As the party began to move toward the dining room, Consul Buddenbrook's hand went to his left breast pocket and fingered a paper that was inside. The polite smile had left his face, giving place to a strained and careworn look, and the muscles stood out on his temples as he clenched his teeth. For appearance's sake he made a few steps toward the dining room, but stopped and sought his mother's eye as she was leaving the room on Pastor Wunderlich's arm, among the last of her guests. "Pardon me, dear Herr Pastor, just a word with you, mamma." The pastor nodded gaily, and the consul drew his mother over to the window of the landscape room. "Here is a letter from Gotthold," he said in low, rapid tones. He took out the sealed and folded paper and looked into her dark eyes. "That is his writing. It is the third one, and Papa answered only the first. What shall I do? It came at 2:00, and I ought to have given it to him already, but I do not like to upset him today. What do you think? I could call him out here." "No, you are right, Jean. It is better to wait," said Madame Buddenbrook. She grasped her son's arm with a quick, habitual movement. "What do you suppose is in it?" she asked uneasily. "The boy won't give in. He's taken it into his head he must be compensated for his share in the house. No, no, Jean, not now. Tonight, perhaps, before we go to bed." "What am I to do?" repeated the consul, shaking his bent head. "I have often wanted to ask Papa to give in. I don't like it to look as if I had schemed against Gotthold and worked myself into a snug place. I don't want father to look at it like that either. But, to be honest, I am a partner, after all, and Betsy and I pay a fair rent for the second story. It is all arranged with my sister in Frankfurt. Her husband gets compensation already in Papa's lifetime, a quarter of the purchase price of the house. That is good business. Papa arranged it very cleverly, and it is very satisfactory from the point of view of the firm. And if Papa acts so unfriendly to Gotthold—" "Nonsense, Jean. Your position in the matter is quite clear. But it is painful for me to have Gotthold think that his stepmother looks out after her own children and deliberately makes bad blood between him and his father." "But it is his own fault," the consul almost shouted, and then with a glance at the dining-room door lowered his voice. "It is his fault, the whole wretched thing. You can judge for yourself. Why couldn't he be reasonable? Why did he have to go and marry that Stuving girl? And the shop—" The consul gave an angry, embarrassed laugh at the last word. "It's a weakness of father's, that prejudice against the shop, but Gotthold ought to have respected it." "Oh, Jean, it would be best if Papa would give in." "But ought I to advise him to?" whispered the consul excitedly, clapping his hand to his forehead. "I am an interested party, so I ought to say pay it, but I am also a partner. And if Papa thinks he is under no obligation to a disobedient and rebellious son to draw the money out of the working capital of the firm, it is a matter of 11,000 thaler, a good bit of money. No, no, I cannot advise him either for or against. I'd rather wash my hands of the whole affair. But the scene with Papa is so désagréable." "Late this evening, Jean. Come now, they're waiting." The consul put the paper back into his breast pocket, offered his arm to his mother, and led her over the threshold into the brightly lighted dining-room, where the company had already taken their places at the long table. The tapestries in this room had a sky-blue background, against which, between slender columns, white figures of gods and goddesses stood out with plastic effect. The heavy red damask window curtains were drawn, stiff, massive sofas in red damask stood ranged against the walls, and in each corner stood a tall gilt candelabrum with 8 flaming candles, besides those in silver sconces on the table. Above the heavy sideboard on the wall opposite the landscape room hung a large painting of an Italian bay, the misty blue atmosphere of which was most effective in the candlelight. Every trace of care or disquiet had vanished from Madame Buddenbrooks' face. She sat down between Pastor Wunderlich and the elder Kruger, who presided on the window side. "Bon appétit," she said, with her short, quick, hearty nod, flashing a glance down the whole length of the table till it reached the children at the bottom. End of section 3. Section 4 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 1, Chapter 4. Our best respects to you, Buddenbrook. I repeat, our best respects. Herr Kuppen's powerful voice drowned the general conversation, as the maidservant in her heavy striped petticoat, her fat arms bare and a little white cap on the back of her head, passed the cabbage soup and toast, assisted by Mamselle Jungmann and the Frau Consul's maid from upstairs. The guests began to use their soup spoons. "Such plenty, such elegance. I must say, you know how to do things. I must say." Herr Kuppen had never visited the house in its former owner's time. He did not come of a patrician family, and had only lately become a man of means. He could never quite get rid of certain vulgar tricks of speech, like the repetition of "I must say," and he said "respects" for respects. "It didn't cost anything, either," remarked Herr Gratians dryly. He certainly ought to have known, and studied the wall painting through the hollow of his hand. As far as possible, ladies and gentlemen had been paired off, and members of the family placed between friends of the house. But the arrangement could not be carried on in every case. The 2 Uverdiks were sitting, as usual, nearly on each other's laps, nodding affectionately at one another. The elder Kruger was bolt upright, enthroned between Madame Antoinette and Frau Senator Longhals, dividing his pet jokes and his flourishes between the 2 ladies. "When was the house built?" asked Herr Hofstede, diagonally across the table, of old Buddenbrook, who was talking in a gay chaffing tone with Madame Kuppen. "No, let me see, about 1680, if I am not mistaken. My son is better at dates than I am." 82, said the consul, leaning forward. He was sitting at the foot of the table, without a partner, next to Senator Longhals. It was finished in the winter of 1682. Rottenkamp and company were just getting to the top of their form. Sad how the firm broke down in the last 20 years. A general pause in the conversation ensued, lasting for half a minute, while the company looked down at their plates and pondered on the fortunes of the brilliant family who had built and lived in the house, and then, broken and impoverished, had left it. "Yes," said Broker Gratians, "it's sad when you think of the madness that led to their ruin. If Diedrich Rottenkamp had not taken that fellow Gaelmach for a partner, I flung up my hands, I know, when he came into the management. I have it on the best authority, gentlemen, that he speculated disgracefully behind Rottenkamp's back, and gave notes and acceptances right and left in the firm's name. Finally, the game was up. The banks got suspicious. The firm couldn't give security. You haven't the least idea. Who looked after the warehouse, even? Gaelmach, perhaps? It was a perfect rat's nest there, year in, year out. But Rottenkamp never troubled himself about it. He was like a man paralyzed, the consul said. A gloomy, taciturn look came on his face. He leaned over and stirred his soup, now and then giving a quick glance with his little round, deep-set eyes at the upper end of the table. He went about like a man with a load on his mind. I think one can understand his burden. What made him take Gaelmach into the business? A man who brought painfully little capital and had not the best of reputations. He must have felt the need of sharing his heavy responsibility with someone, not much matter who, because he realized that the end was inevitable. The firm was ruined, the old family passé. Gaelmach only gave it the last push over the edge. Pastor Wunderlich filled his own and his neighbor's wine-glass. "So you think, my dear consul," he said with a discreet smile, "that even without Gaelmach things would have turned out just as they did?" "Oh, probably not," the consul said thoughtfully, not addressing anyone in particular. "But I do think that Diedrich Rottenkamp was driven by fate when he took Gaelmach into partnership. That was the way his destiny was to be fulfilled. He acted under the pressure of inexorable necessity. I think he knew more or less what his partner was doing and what the state of affairs was at the warehouse, but he was paralyzed." "Assez, Jean," interposed old Buddenbrooks, laying down his spoon. "That's one of your idées." The consul rather absently lifted his glass to his father. Lebrecht Kruger broke in. "Let's stick by the jolly present." He took up a bottle of white wine that had a little silver stag on the stopper, and with one of his fastidious, elegant motions, he held it on its side and examined the label. "C.F. Kappen," he read, and nodded to the wine merchant. "Ah, yes, where would we be without you?" Madame Antoinette kept a sharp eye on the servants while they changed the gilt-edged Meissen plates. Mamselle Jungmann called orders through the speaking-tube into the kitchen, and the fish was brought in. Pastor Wunderlich remarked, as he helped himself, "This jolly present isn't such a matter of course as it seems, either. The young folk here can hardly realize, I suppose, that things could ever have been different from what they are now. But I think I may fairly claim to have had a personal share, more than once, in the fortunes of the Buddenbrooks family. Whenever I see one of these, for instance—" He picked up one of the heavy silver spoons and turned to Madame Antoinette. "I can't help wondering whether they belong to the set that our friend the philosopher Lenoir, sergeant under His Majesty the Emperor Napoleon, had in his hands in the year 1806, and I think of our meeting in Alf Street, madame." Madame Buddenbrooks looked down at her plate with a smile, half of memory, half of embarrassment. Tom and Tony, at the bottom of the table, cried out almost with one voice, "Oh, yes, tell about it, grandmamma." They did not want the fish, and they had been listening attentively to the conversation of their elders. But the pastor knew that she would not care to speak herself of an incident that had been rather painful to her. He came to her rescue and launched out, once more, upon the old story. It was new, perhaps, to one or two of the present company. As for the children, they could have listened to it 100 times. "Well, imagine a November afternoon, cold and rainy, a wretched day, and me coming back down Alf Street from some parochial duty. I was thinking of the hard times we were having. Prince Blücher had gone, and the French were in the town. There was little outward sign of the excitement that reigned everywhere. The streets were quiet, and people stopped close in their houses. Prahl, the master butcher, had been shot through the head, just for standing at the door of his shop with his hands in his pockets, and making a menacing remark about its being hard to stand. Well, thought I to myself, I'll just have a look in at the Buddenbrooks. Herr Buddenbrook is down with erysipelas, and Madame has a great deal to do on account of the billeting. At that very moment, whom should I see coming towards me but our honoured Madame Buddenbrook herself? What a state she was in, hurrying through the rain, hatless, stumbling rather than walking, with a shawl flung over her shoulders, and her hair falling down. Yes, madame, it is quite true, it was falling down. This is a pleasant surprise, I said. She never saw me, and I made bold to lay my hand on her sleeve, for my mind misgave me about the state of things. Where are you off to in such a hurry, my dear? She realized who I was, looked at me, and burst out, "Farewell, farewell, all is over, I'm going into the river." "God forbid!" cried I. I could feel that I went white. "That is no place for you, my dear," and I held her as tightly as decorum permitted. "What has happened?" "What has happened?" she cried, all trembling. "They've got at the silver, Wunderlich. That's what has happened. And Jean lies there with erysipelas and can't do anything. He couldn't even if he were up. They are stealing my spoons, Wunderlich, and I am going into the river." Well, I kept holding her, and I said what one would in such cases. "Courage, dear lady, it will be all right. Control yourself, I beg of you. We will go and speak with them. Let us go." And I got her to go back up the street to her house. The soldiery were up in the dining-room, where Madame had left them, some 20 of them, at the great silver chest. "Gentlemen," I say politely, "with which one of you may I have the pleasure of a little conversation?" They begin to laugh, and they say, "With all of us, papa." But one of them steps out and presents himself, a fellow as tall as a tree, with a black waxed moustache, and big red hands sticking out of his braided cuffs. "Lenoir," he said, and saluted with his left hand, for he had 5 or 6 spoons in his right. "Sergeant Lenoir, what can I do for you?" "Herr Officer," I say, appealing to his sense of honour, "after your magnificent charge, how can you stoop to this sort of thing? The town has not closed its gates to the Emperor." "What do you expect?" he answered. "War is war. The people need these things." "But you ought to be careful," I interrupted him, for an idea had come into my head. "This lady," I said, one will say anything at a time like that, "the lady of the house, she isn't a German. She is almost a compatriot of yours. She is a Frenchwoman." "Oh, a Frenchwoman," he repeated. And then what do you suppose he said, this big swashbuckler? "Oh, an émigré. Then she is an enemy of philosophy." I was quite taken aback, but I managed not to laugh. "You are a man of intellect, I see," said I. "I repeat that I consider your conduct unworthy." He was silent for a moment, then he got red, tossed his half-dozen spoons back into the chest, and exclaimed, "Who told you I was going to do anything with these things but look at them? It's fine silver. If 1 or 2 of my men take a piece as a souvenir—" Well, in the end, they took plenty of souvenirs, of course. No use appealing to justice, either human or divine. I suppose they knew no other God than that terrible little Corsican. End of section 4. Section 5 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 1, Chapter 5. Did you ever see him, Herr Pastor? The plates were being changed again. An enormous brick-red boiled ham appeared, strewn with crumbs and served with a sour brown onion sauce, and so many vegetables that the company could have satisfied their appetites from that one vegetable dish. Lebrecht Kruger undertook the carving and skillfully cut the succulent slices, with his elbows slightly elevated and his two long forefingers laid out along the back of the knife and fork. With the ham went the Frau Consul's celebrated Russian jam, a pungent fruit conserve flavored with spirits. No, Pastor Wunderlich regretted to say that he had never set eyes on Bonaparte. Old Buddenbrook and Jean-Jacques Hofstede had both seen him face to face, one in Paris just before the Russian campaign, reviewing the troops at the Tuileries, the other in Danzig. I must say he wasn't a very cheerful person to look at, said the poet, raising his brows as he disposed of a forkful of ham, potato, and sprouts. But they say he was in a lively mood at Danzig. There was a story they used to tell about how he would gamble all day with the Germans, and make them pay up, too, and then spend the evening playing with his generals. Once he swept a handful of gold off the table and said, "Les Allemands aiment beaucoup ces petits Napoléons, n'est-ce pas, Rapp?" "Oui, sire, plus que le grand," Rapp answered. There was general laughter. Hofstede had told the story very prettily, even mimicking the emperor's manner. Old Buddenbrook said, "Well, joking aside, one can't help having respect for his personal greatness. What a nature!" The consul shook his head gravely. No, we of the younger generation do not see why we should revere the man who murdered the Duc d'Enghien and butchered 800 prisoners in Egypt. "All that is probably exaggerated and overdrawn," said Pastor Wunderlich. "The Duke was very likely a feather-brained and seditious person, and as for the prisoners, their execution was probably the deliberate and necessary policy of a council of war." And he went on to speak of a book at which he had been looking, by one of the emperor's secretaries, which had appeared some years before, and was well worth reading. "All the same," persisted the consul, snuffing a flickering candle in the sconce in front of him, "I cannot understand it. I cannot understand the admiration people have for this monster. As a Christian, as a religious man, I can find no room in my heart for such a feeling." He had, as he spoke, the slightly inclined head and the rapt look of a man in a vision. His father and Pastor Wunderlich could be seen to exchange the smallest of smiles. "Well, anyhow," grinned the old man, "the little Napoleons aren't so bad, eh? My son has more enthusiasm for Louis Philippe," he said to the company in general. "Enthusiasm?" repeated Jean-Jacques Hofstede rather sarcastically. "That is a curious juxtaposition, Philippe Égalité and enthusiasm." "God knows I feel we have much to learn from the July monarchy," the consul said with serious zeal. "The friendly and helpful attitude of French constitutionalism toward the new practical ideals and interests of our time is something we should be deeply thankful for." "Practical ideals, well, yes." The elder Buddenbrook gave his jaws a moment's rest and played with his gold snuff-box. "Practical ideals, well, they don't appeal to me in the least." He dropped into dialect out of sheer vexation. "We have trade schools and technical schools and commercial schools springing up on every corner. The high schools and the classical education suddenly turn out to be all foolishness, and the whole world thinks of nothing but mines and factories and making money. It's all very fine, of course, but in the long run, pretty stupid, isn't it? I don't know why, but it irritates me like the deuce. I don't mean, Jean, that the July monarchy is not an admirable regime. Senator Longhals, as well as Gratians and Cuppen, stood by the consul. They felt that high praise was due to the French government and to similar efforts that were being made in Germany. It was worthy of all respect. Herr Cuppen called it respect. He had grown more and more crimson from eating and puffed audibly as he spoke. Pastor Wunderlich had not changed color. He looked as pale, refined, and alert as ever, while drinking down glass after glass of wine. The candles burned down slowly in their sockets. Now and then they flickered in a draught and dispersed a faint smell of wax over the table. There they all sat, on heavy, high-backed chairs, consuming good, heavy food from good, heavy silver plate, drinking full-bodied wines, and expressing their views freely on all subjects. When they began to talk shop, they slipped unconsciously more and more into dialect, and used the clumsy but comfortable idioms that seemed to embody to them the business efficiency and the easy well-being of their community. Sometimes they even used an overdrawn pronunciation by way of making fun of themselves and each other, and relished their clipped phrases and exaggerated vowels with the same heartiness as they did their food. The ladies had not long followed the discussion. Madame Kruger gave them the cue by setting forth a tempting method of boiling carp in red wine. "You cut it into nice pieces, my dear, and put it in the saucepan. Add some cloves and onions and a few rusks, a little sugar and a spoonful of butter, and set it on the fire. But don't wash it on any account. All the blood must remain in it." The elder Kruger was telling the most delightful stories, and his son Justus, who sat with Dr. Grabo down at the bottom of the table, near the children, was chaffing Mamselle Jungmann. She screwed up her brown eyes and stood her knife and fork upright on the table and moved them back and forth. Even the Uverdichs were very lively. Old Frau Uverdick had a new pet name for her husband. "You good old bellwether," she said, and laughed so hard that her cap bobbed up and down. But all the various conversations around the table flowed together in one stream when Jean-Jacques Hofstede embarked upon his favorite theme and began to describe the Italian journey which he had taken 15 years before with a rich Hamburg relative. He told of Venice, Rome, and Vesuvius, of the Villa Borghese, where Goethe had written part of his Faust. He waxed enthusiastic over the beautiful Renaissance fountains that wafted coolness upon the warm Italian air, and the formal gardens through the avenues of which it was so enchanting to stroll. Someone mentioned the big wilderness of a garden outside the castle gate that belonged to the Buddenbrooks. "Upon my word," the old man said, "I still feel angry with myself that I have never put it into some kind of order. I was out there the other day, and it is really a disgrace, a perfect primeval forest. It would be a pretty bit of property if the grass were cut and the trees trimmed into formal shapes." The consul protested strenuously. "Oh, no, papa. I love to go out there in the summer and walk in the undergrowth. It would quite spoil the place to trim and prune its free natural beauty." "But, deuce take it, the free natural beauty belongs to me. Haven't I the right to put it in order if I like?" "Ah, father, when I go out there and lie in the long grass among the undergrowth, I have a feeling that I belong to nature, and not she to me." "Krishan, don't eat too much," the old man suddenly called out in dialect. "Never mind about Tilda, it doesn't hurt her. She can put it away like a dozen harvest hands, that child." And truly it was amazing, the prowess of this scraggy child with the long old maidish face. Asked if she wanted more soup, she answered in a meek drawling voice, "Yes, please." She had 2 large helpings both of fish and ham, with piles of vegetables, and she bent short-sightedly over her plate, completely absorbed in the food, which she chewed ruminantly in large mouthfuls. "Oh, uncle," she replied, with amiable simplicity, to the old man's jibe, which did not in the least disconcert her. She ate, whether it tasted good or not, whether they teased her or not. She smiled and kept on, heaping her plate with good things, with the instinctive, insensitive voracity of a poor relation, patient, persevering, hungry, and lean. End of section 5. Section 6 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 1, Chapter 6. And now came, in 2 great cut-glass dishes, the Pletten pudding. It was made of layers of macaroons, raspberries, ladyfingers, and custard. At the same time, at the other end of the table, appeared the blazing plum pudding, which was the children's favorite sweet. "Thomas, my son, come here a minute," said Johann Buddenbrook, taking his great bunch of keys from his trousers pocket. "In the second cellar to the right, the second bin, behind the red Bordeaux's, 2 bottles, you understand?" Thomas, to whom such orders were familiar, ran off, and soon came back with the 2 bottles, covered in dust and cobwebs, and the little dessert glasses were filled with sweet, golden-yellow Malmsey from these unsightly receptacles. Now the moment came when Pastor Wunderlich rose, glass in hand, to propose a toast, and the company fell silent to listen. He spoke in the pleasant conversational tone which he liked to use in the pulpit, his head a little on one side, a subtle humorous smile on his pale face, gesturing easily with his free hand. "Come, my honest friends, let us honor ourselves by drinking a glass of this excellent liquor to the health of our host and hostess in their beautiful new home. Come, then, to the health of the Buddenbrook family, present and absent. May they live long and prosper." "Absent," thought the consul to himself, bowing as the company lifted their glasses. "Is he referring to the Frankfurt Buddenbrooks, or perhaps the Duchamps in Hamburg, or did old Wunderlich really mean something by that?" He stood up and clinked glasses with his father, looking him affectionately in the eye. Brucker Gratians got up next, and his speech was rather long-winded. He ended by proposing in his high-pitched voice a health to the firm of Johann Buddenbrook, that it might continue to grow and prosper and do honor to the town. Johann Buddenbrook thanked them all for their kindness, first as head of the family, and then as senior partner of the firm, and sent Thomas for another bottle of Malmsey. It had been a mistake to suppose that 2 would be enough. Lebrecht Kruger spoke too. He took the liberty of remaining seated, because it looked less formal, and gestured with his head and hands most charmingly as he proposed a toast to the 2 ladies of the family, Madame Antoinette and the Frau Consul. As he finished, the Pletten pudding was nearly consumed, and the Malmsey nearing its end, and then, to a universal, long-drawn "Ah!" Jean-Jacques Hofstede rose up slowly, clearing his throat. The children clapped their hands with delight. "Excusez, I really couldn't help it," he began. He put his finger to his long sharp nose, and drew a paper from his coat pocket. A profound silence reigned throughout the room. His paper was gaily party-coloured. On the outside of it was written, in an oval border surrounded by red flowers and a profusion of gilt flourishes, "On the occasion of my friendly participation in a delightful house-warming party given by the Buddenbrooks family, October 1835. He read this aloud first, then, turning the paper over, he began, in a voice that was already somewhat tremulous. "Honoured friends, my modest lay hastes to greet you in these walls. May kind heaven grant to-day blessing on their spacious halls. Thee, my friend with silver hair, and thy faithful, loving spouse, and your children young and fair, I salute you and your house. Industry and beauty chaste, see we linked in marriage band, Venus Anadyomene, and cunning Vulcan's busy hand. May no future storms dismay with unkind blast the joyful hour. May each new returning day blessings on your pathway shower. Ceaselessly shall I rejoice o'er the fortune that is yours, as to-day I lift my voice, may I still while life endures. In your splendid walls live well, and cherish with affection true him who in his humble cell penned to-day these lines for you." He bowed to a unanimous outburst of applause. "Charming, Hofstede," cried old Buddenbrooks. "It was too charming for words. I drink your health." But when the Frau Consul touched glasses with the poet, a delicate blush mantled her cheek, for she had seen the courtly bow he made in her direction when he came to the part about the Venus Anadyomene. End of section 6. Section 7 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 1, Chapter 7. The general merriment had now reached its height. Herr Kappen felt a great need to unfasten a few buttons of his waistcoat, but it obviously wouldn't do, for not even the elderly gentlemen were permitting themselves the liberty. Lebrecht Kruger sat up as straight as he did at the beginning. Pastor Wunderlich's face was as pale as ever, his manner as correct. The elder Buddenbrooks had indeed sat back a little in his chair, but he maintained perfect decorum. There was only Justus Kruger. He was plainly a little overtaken. But where was Dr. Grabow? The buttered cheese and fruit had just been handed round, and the Frau Consul rose from her chair and unobtrusively followed the waitress from the room, for the doctor, Mamsell Jungmann, and Christian were no longer in their places, and a smothered wail was proceeding from the hall. There, in the dim light, little Christian was half lying, half crouching on the round settee that encircled the central pillar. He was uttering heart-breaking groans. Ida and the doctor stood beside him. Oh, dear," said she, "the poor child is very bad." "I'm ill, mamma, damned ill," whimpered Christian, his little deep-set eyes darting back and forth, and his big nose looking bigger than ever. The damned came out in a tone of utter despair, but the Frau Consul said, "If we use such words, God will punish us by making us suffer still more." Dr. Grabow felt the lad's pulse. His kindly face grew longer and gentler. "It's nothing much, Frau Consul," he reassured her, "a touch of indigestion." He prescribed in his best bedside manner, better put him to bed and give him a Dover powder, perhaps a cup of chamomile tea to bring out the perspiration, and a rigorous diet, you know, Frau Consul, a little pigeon, a little French bread. "I don't want any pigeon," bellowed Christian angrily. "I don't want to eat anything ever any more. I'm ill, I tell you, damned ill." The fervor with which he uttered the bad word seemed to bring him relief. Dr. Grabeau smiled to himself, a thoughtful, almost a melancholy smile. He would soon eat again, this young man. He would do as the rest of the world did, his father and all their relatives and friends. He would lead a sedentary life and eat 4 good, rich, satisfying meals a day. Well, God bless us all. He, Friedrich Grabeau, was not the man to upset the habits of these prosperous, comfortable tradesmen and their families. He would come when he was sent for, prescribe a few days' diet, a little pigeon, a slice of French bread, yes, and assure the family that it was nothing serious this time. Young as he was, he had held the hand of many an honest burgher who had eaten his last joint of smoked meat, his last stuffed turkey, and, whether overtaken unaware in his counting-house, or after a brief illness in his solid old four-poster, had commended his soul to God. Then it was called paralysis, a stroke, a sudden death, and he, Friedrich Grabeau, could have predicted it, on all of these occasions when it was nothing serious this time, or perhaps at the times when he had not even been summoned, when there had only been a slight giddiness after luncheon. Well, God bless us all. He, Friedrich Grabeau, was not the man to despise a roast turkey himself. That ham with onion sauce had been delicious, hang it, and the Pletten pudding, when they were already stuffed full, macaroons, raspberries, custard. A rigorous diet, Frau Consul, as I say, a little pigeon, a little French bread. End of section 7. Section 8 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 1, Chapter 8. They were rising from table. "Well, ladies and gentlemen, gesegnete Mahlzeit. Cigars and coffee in the next room, and a liqueur if Madame feels generous. Billiards for whoever chooses. Jean, you will show them the way back to the billiard room. Madame Cuppen, may I have the honor?" Full of well-being, laughing and chattering, the company trooped back through the folding doors into the landscape room. The consul remained behind, and collected about him the gentlemen who wanted to play billiards. "You won't try a game, father?" No, Lebrecht Kruger would stop with the ladies, but Justus might go if he liked. Senator Longhals, Cuppen, Gratians, and Dr. Grabeau went with the consul, and Jean-Jacques Hofstede said he would join them later. "Johann Buddenbrook is going to play the flute," he said. "I must stop for that. Au revoir, messieurs." As the gentlemen passed through the hall, they could hear from the landscape room the first notes of the flute, accompanied by the Frau Consul on the harmonium, an airy, charming little melody that floated sweetly through the lofty rooms. The consul listened as long as he could. He would have liked to stop behind in an easy chair in the landscape room and indulge the reveries that the music conjured up. But his duties as host— "Bring some coffee and cigars into the billiard room," he said to the maid whom he met in the entry. "Yes, Lena, coffee," Herr Cuppen echoed in a rich, well-fed voice, trying to pinch the girl's red arm. The C came from far back in his throat, as if he were already swallowing the coffee. "I'm sure Madame Cuppen saw you through the glass," Consul Kruger remarked. "So you live up there, Buddenbrook?" asked Senator Longhals. To the right, a broad white staircase with a carved baluster led up to the sleeping chambers of the consul's family in the second story. To the left came another row of rooms. The party descended the stairs, smoking, and the consul halted at the landing. "The entresol has 3 rooms," he explained. "The breakfast room, my parents' sleeping chamber, and a third room which is seldom used. A corridor runs along all 3. This way, please. The wagons drive through the entry. They can go all the way out to Baker's Alley at the back." The broad echoing passageway below was paved with great square flagstones. At either end of it were several offices. The odor of the onion sauce still floated out from the kitchen, which, with the entrance to the cellars, lay on the left of the steps. On the right, at the height of a story above the passageway, a scaffolding of ungainly but neatly varnished rafters thrust out from the wall, supporting the servants' quarters above. A sort of ladder which led up to them from the passage was their only means of ingress or egress. Below the scaffolding were some enormous old cupboards and a carved chest. 2 low, worn steps led through a glass door out to the courtyard and the small wash-house. From here you could look into the pretty little garden, which was well laid out, though just now brown and sodden with the autumn rains, its beds protected with straw mats against the cold. At the other end of the garden rose the portal, the rococo facade of the summer house. From the courtyard, however, the party took the path to the left, leading between 2 walls through another courtyard to the annex. They entered by slippery steps into a cellar-like vault with an earthen floor, which was used as a granary and provided with a rope for hauling up the sacks. A pair of stairs led up to the first story, where the consul opened a white door and admitted his guests to the billiard room. It was a bare, severe-looking room, with stiff chairs ranged round the sides. Herr Cuppen flung himself exhausted into one of them. "I'll look on for a while," said he, brushing the wet from his coat. "It's the devil of a Sabbath day's journey through your house, Buddenbrook." Here, too, the stove was burning merrily behind a brass lattice. Through the 3 high, narrow windows one looked out over red roofs gleaming with the wet grey gables and courtyards. The consul took the cues out of the rack. "Shall we play a carambolage, Senator?" he asked. He went around and closed the pockets on both tables. "Who is playing with us? Gratjens? The doctor? All right. Then will you take the other table, Gratjens and Justus? Cuppen, you'll have to play." The wine merchant stood up and listened with his mouth full of smoke. A violent gust of wind whistled between the houses, lashed the window panes with rain, and howled down the chimney. "Good Lord," he said, blowing out the smoke. "Do you think the Wollenwever will get into port, Buddenbrook? What abominable weather!" "Yes, and the news from Travemünde was not of the best," Consul Kruger agreed, chalking his cue. "Storms everywhere on the coast, nearly as bad as in 1824, the year of the great flood in St. Petersburg. Well, here was the coffee." They poured it out and drank a little, and began their game. The talk turned upon the Customs Union, and Consul Buddenbrook waxed enthusiastic. "An inspiration, gentlemen," he said. He finished a shot and turned to the other table where the topic had begun. "We ought to join at the earliest opportunity." Herr Cuppen disagreed. He fairly snorted in opposition. How about our independence? He asked, incensed, supporting himself belligerently on his cue. What about our self-determination? Would Hamburg consent to be a party to this Prussian scheme? We might as well be annexed at once. Heaven save us, what do we want of a customs union? Aren't we well enough as we are? Yes, you and your red wine, Cuppen, and the Russian products are all right, but there is little or nothing else imported. As for exports, well, we send a little corn to Holland and England, it is true, but I think we are far from being well enough as we are. In days gone by, a very different business went on. Now, with the customs union, the Mecklenburgs and Schleswig-Holstein would be opened up, and private business would increase beyond all reckoning. But look here, Buddenbrook, Gratians broke in, leaning far over the table and shifting his cue in his bony hand as he took careful aim. I don't get the idea. Certainly our own system is perfectly simple and practical, clearing on the security of a civic oath. A fine old institution, the consul admitted. Do you call it fine, Herr Consul? Senator Longhals spoke with some heat. I am not a merchant, but to speak frankly, well, I think this civic oath business has become little short of a farce. Everybody makes light of it, and the state pockets the loss. One hears things that are simply scandalous. I am convinced that our entry into the customs union, so far as the Senate is concerned. Herr Cuppen flung down his cue. Then there will be a conflict, he said heatedly, forgetting to be careful with his pronunciation. I know what I'm saying. God help you, but you don't know what you're talking about, begging your pardon. Well, thank goodness, thought the rest of the company as Jean-Jacques entered at this point. He and Pastor Wunderlich came together, arm in arm, two cheerful, unaffected old men from another and less troubled age. Here, my friends, he began, I have something for you, a little rhymed epigram from the French. He sat down comfortably opposite the billiard players, who leaned upon their cues across the tables. Drawing a paper from his pocket and laying his long finger with the signet ring to the side of his pointed nose, he read aloud, with a mock-heroic intonation. When the Maréchal Saxe and the proud Pompadour were driving out gaily in gilt coach and four, Frelon spied the pair. Oh, see them, he cried, the sword of our king, and his sheath side by side. Herr Cuppen looked disconcerted for a minute. Then he dropped the conflict where it was and joined in the hearty laughter that echoed to the ceiling of the billiard-room. Pastor Wunderlich withdrew to the window, but the movement of his shoulders betrayed that he was chuckling to himself. Herr Hofstede had more ammunition of the same sort in his pocket, and the gentleman remained for some time in the billiard-room. Herr Cuppen unbuttoned his waistcoat all the way down, and felt much more at ease here than in the dining-room. He gave vent to droll, Low German expressions at every turn, and at frequent intervals began reciting to himself with enormous relish, When the Maréchal Saxe. It sounded quite different in his harsh bass. End of section 8. Section 9 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 1, Chapter 9. It was rather late, nearly 11, when the party began to break up. They had reassembled in the landscape room, and they all made their adieus at the same time. The Frau Consul, as soon as her hand had been kissed in farewell, went upstairs to see how Christian was doing. To Mamselle Jungmann was left the supervision of the maids as they set things to rights and put away the silver. Madame Antoinette retired to the entresol. But the consul accompanied his guests downstairs, across the entry, and outside the house. A high wind was driving the rain slantwise through the streets as the old Krugers, wrapped in heavy fur mantles, slipped as fast as they could into their carriage. It had been waiting for hours before the door. The street was lighted by the flickering yellow rays from oil lamps hanging on posts before the houses or suspended on heavy chains across the streets. The projecting fronts of some of the houses jutted out into the roadway, others had porticos or raised benches added on. The street ran steeply down to the river Trava. It was badly paved, and sodden grass sprang up between the cracks. The church of St. Mary's was entirely shrouded in rain and darkness. "Merci," said Lebrecht Kruger, shaking the consul's hand as he stood by the carriage door. "Merci, Jean. It was too charming." The door slammed and the carriage drove off. Pastor Wunderlich and Broker Gratians expressed their thanks and went their way. Herr Kuppen, in a mantle with a five-fold cape and a broad grey hat, took his plump wife on his arm and said in his gruff bass, "Good night, Buddenbrook. Go in, don't catch cold. Best thanks for everything. Don't know when I've fed so well. So you like my red wine at 4 marks? Well, good night, again." The Kuppens went in the same direction as the Krugers, down toward the river. Senator Longhals, Dr. Grabo, and Jean-Jacques Hofstede turned the other way. Consul Buddenbrook stood with his hands in his trousers pockets and listened to their footsteps as they died away down the empty, damp, dimly lighted street. He shivered a little in his light clothes as he stood there a few paces from his own house, and turned to look up at its grey gabled facade. His eyes lingered upon the motto carved in the stone over the entrance in antique lettering. Dominus providebit, the Lord will provide. He bowed his head a little and went in, bolting the door carefully behind him. Then he locked the vestibule door and walked slowly across the echoing floor of the great entry. The cook was coming down the stairs with a tray of glasses in her hands, and he asked her, "Where's the master, Trina?" "In the dining-room, Herr Consul," said she, and her face went as red as her arms, for she came from the country and was very bashful. As he passed through the dark hall, he felt in his pocket for the letter. Then he went quickly into the dining-room, where a few small candle ends in one of the candelabra cast a dim light over the empty table. The sour smell of the onion sauce still hung on the air. Over by the windows, Johann Buddenbrook was pacing comfortably up and down, with his hands behind his back. End of section 9. Section 10 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 1, Chapter 10. "Well, Johann, my son, where are you going?" He stood still and put his hand out to his son, his white Buddenbrook hand, a little too short, though finely modelled. His active figure showed indistinctly against the dark red curtains, the only gleams of white being from his powdered hair and the lace frill at his throat. "Aren't you sleepy? I've been here listening to the wind. The weather is something fearful. Captain Clote is on his way from Riga." "Oh, father, with God's help all will be well." "Well, do you think I can depend on that? I know you are on intimate terms with the Almighty." The consul felt his courage rise at this display of good humor. "Well, to get to the point," he began, "I came in here not to bid you good night, but to— You won't be angry, will you, papa? I didn't want to disturb you with this letter on such a festive occasion. It came this afternoon." "Monsieur Gotthold, voilà." The old man affected to be quite unmoved as he took the sealed blue paper. "Herr Johann Buddenbrooks, Senior. Personal. A careful man, your step-brother, Jean. Have I answered his second letter that came the other day? And so now he writes me a third." The old man's rosy face grew sterner as he opened the seal with one finger, unfolded the thin paper, and gave it a smart rap with the back of his hand as he turned about to catch the light from the candles. The very handwriting of this letter seemed to express revolt and disloyalty. All the Buddenbrooks wrote a fine, flowing hand, but these tall, straight letters were full of heavy strokes, and many of the words were hastily underlined. The consul had drawn back a little to where the row of chairs stood against the wall. He did not sit down, as his father did not, but he grasped one of the high chair-backs nervously and watched the old man while he read, his lips moving rapidly, his brows drawn together, and his head on one side. "Father, I am probably mistaken in entertaining any further hope of your sense of justice or any appreciation of my feelings at receiving no reply from my second pressing letter concerning the matter in question. I do not comment again on the character of the reply I received to my first one. I feel compelled to say, however, that the way in which you, by your lamentable obstinacy, are widening the rift between us is a sin for which you will one day have to answer grievously before the judgment seat of God. It is sad enough that when I followed the dictates of my heart and married against your wishes, and further wounded your insensate pride by taking over a shop, you should have repulsed me so cruelly and remorselessly. But the way in which you now treat me cries out to heaven, and you are utterly mistaken if you imagine that I intend to accept your silence without a struggle. The purchase price of your newly acquired house in the Mengstrasse was 100,000 marks, and I am aware that Johann, your business partner and your son by your second marriage, is living with you as your tenant, and after your death will become the sole proprietor of both house and business. With my stepsister in Frankfurt, you have entered into agreements which are no concern of mine, but what does concern me, your eldest son, is that you carry your unchristian spirit so far as to refuse me a penny of compensation for my share in the house. When you gave me 100,000 marks on my marriage and to set me up in business, and told me that a similar sum and no more should be bequeathed me by will, I said nothing, for I was not at the time sufficiently informed as to the amount of your fortune. Now I know more, and not regarding myself as disinherited in principle, I claim as my right the sum of 33,333 marks current, or a third of the purchase price. I make no comment on the damnable influences which are responsible for the treatment I have received, but I protest against them with my whole sense of justice as a Christian and a business man. Let me tell you for the last time that if you cannot bring yourself to recognize the justice of my claims, I shall no longer be able to respect you as a Christian, a parent, or a man of business. Gotthold Buddenbrook. You will excuse me for saying that I don't get much pleasure out of reading that rigmarole all over again. Voilà. And Johann Buddenbrook tossed the letter to his son with a contemptuous gesture. The consul picked it up as it fluttered to his feet, and looked at his father with troubled eyes. while the old man took the long candle snuffers from their place by the window, and with angry strides crossed the room to the candelabrum in the corner. Assez, I say, n'en parlons plus. To bed with you, en avant. He quenched one flame after another under the little metal cap. There were only 2 candles left when the elder turned again to his son, whom he could hardly see at the far end of the room. Eh bien, what are you standing there for? Why don't you say something? What shall I say, father? I am thoroughly taken aback. You are pretty easily taken aback, then. Johann Buddenbrook rapped out irritably, though he knew that the reproach was far from being a just one. His son was in fact often his superior when it came to a quick decision upon the advantageous course. "Damnable influences," the consul quoted. "That is the first line I can make out. Do you know how it makes me feel, father? And he reproaches us with unchristian behavior." "You'll let yourself be bluffed by this miserable scribble, will you?" Johann Buddenbrook strode across to his son, dragging the extinguisher on its long stick behind him. "Unchristian behavior. Ha! He shows good taste, doesn't he, this canting money-grabber? I don't know what to make of you young people. Your heads are full of fantastic religious humbug, practical idealism, the July monarchy, and what not, and we old folk are supposed to be wretched cynics. And then you abuse your poor old father in the coarsest way rather than give up a few $1,000. So he deigns to look down upon me as a businessman, does he? Well, as a businessman, I know what faux frais are. Faux frais, he repeated, rolling the R in his throat. I shan't make this highfalutin scamp of a son any fonder of me by giving him what he asks for, it seems to me. What can I say, father? I don't care to feel that he has any justification when he talks of influences. As an interested party, I don't like to tell you to stick out, but it seems to me I'm as good a Christian as Gotthold. But still, that is exactly it, Jean. You are right to say still. What is the real state of the case? He got infatuated with his Mademoiselle Stuving, and wouldn't listen to reason. He made scene after scene, and finally he married her after I had absolutely refused to give my consent. Then I wrote to him, Mon très cher fils, you are marrying your shop. Very well, that's an end of it. We cease to be on friendly terms from now on. I won't cut you off or do anything melodramatic. I am sending you 100,000 marks as a wedding present, and I'll leave you another 100,000 in my will. But that is absolutely all you'll get, not another shilling. That shut his mouth. What have our arrangements got to do with him? Suppose you and your sister do get a bit more, and the house has been bought out of your share. Father, surely you can understand how painful my position is. I ought to advise you in the interest of family harmony, but—" The consul sighed. Johann Buddenbrook peered at him in the dim light to see what his expression was. One of the 2 candles had gone out of itself, the other was flickering. Every now and then a tall, smiling white figure seemed to step momentarily out of the tapestry and then back again. "Father," said the consul softly, "this affair with Gotthold depresses me." "What's all this sentimentality, Jean? How does it depress you?" "We were all so happy here today, father. We had a glorious celebration, and we felt proud and glad of what we have accomplished, and of having raised the family and firm to a position of honor and respect. But this bitter feud with my own brother, with your eldest son, is like a hidden crack in the building we have erected. A family should be united, father. It must keep together.
A house divided against itself will fall.
There you are with your milk and water stuff, Jean. All I say is, he's an insolent young puppy.
A pause ensued. The last candle burned lower and lower.
"What are you doing, Jean?" asked Johann Buddenbrook. "I can't see you."
The consul said shortly, "I'm calculating." He was standing erect, and the expression in his eyes had changed. They had looked dreamy all the evening, but now they stared into the candle flame with a cold, sharp gaze. "Either you give 33,333 marks to Gotthold and 15,000 to the family in Frankfurt, that makes 48,335 in all, or you give nothing to Gotthold and 25,000 to the family in Frankfurt. That makes a gain of 23,335 for the firm. But there is more to it than that. If you give Gotthold a compensation for the house, you've started the ball rolling. He's likely to demand equal shares with my sister and me after your death, which would mean a loss of hundreds of thousands to the firm. The firm could not face it, and I, as sole head, could not face it either." He made a vigorous gesture and drew himself more erect than before. "No, papa," he said, and his tone bespoke finality. "I must advise you not to give in."
"Bravo!" cried the old man. "There's an end of it. N'en parlons plus. En avant. Let's get to bed."
And he extinguished the last candle. They groped through the pitch-dark hall, and at the foot of the stairs they stopped and shook hands.
"Good night, Jean, and cheer up. These little worries aren't anything. See you at breakfast."
The consul went up to his rooms, and the old man felt his way along the baluster and down to the entresol. Soon the rambling old house lay wrapped in darkness and silence. Hopes, fears, and ambitions all slumbered, while the rain fell and the autumn wind whistled around gables and street corners. End of section 10. Section 11 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 2, Chapter 1. It was mid-April, 2.5 years later. The spring was more advanced than usual, and with the spring had come to the Buddenbrook family a joy that made old Johann sing about the house and moved his son to the depths of his heart. The consul sat at the big roll-top writing desk in the window of the breakfast-room at 9 o'clock one Sunday morning. He had before him a stout leather portfolio stuffed with papers, from among which he had drawn a gilt-edged note-book with an embossed cover, and was busily writing in it in his small, thin, flowing script. His hand hurried over the paper, never pausing except to dip his quill in the ink. Both the windows were open, and the spring breeze wafted delicate odors into the room, lifting the curtains gently. The garden was full of young buds, and bathed in tender sunshine. A pair of birds called and answered each other pertly. The sunshine was strong, too, on the white linen of the breakfast table and the gilt borders of the old china. The folding doors into the bedroom were open, and the voice of old Johann could be heard inside, singing softly to a quaint and ancient tune. "A kind papa, a worthy man, he rocks the baby in the cradle, he feeds the children sugar plums, and stirs the porridge with a ladle." He sat beside the little green-curtained cradle, close to the Frau Consul's lofty bed, and rocked it softly with one hand. Madame Antoinette, in a white lace cap and an apron over her striped frock, was busy with flannel and linen at the table.
The old couple had given up their bedroom to the Frau Consul for the time being, to make things easier for the servants, and were sleeping in the unused room in the entresol. Consul Buddenbrook gave scarcely a glance at the adjoining room, so absorbed was he in his work. His face wore an expression of earnest, almost suffering piety, his mouth slightly open, the chin a little dropped. His eyes filled from time to time. He wrote, "Today, April 14th, 1838, at 6 o'clock in the morning, my dear wife, Elisabeth Buddenbrook, born Kruger, was, by God's gracious help, happily delivered of a daughter, who will receive the name of Clara in holy baptism. Yea, the Lord hath holpen mightily, for, according to Dr. Grabo, the birth was somewhat premature, and her condition not of the best. She suffered great pain. O Lord God of Sabaoth, where is there any other God save thee, who helpest us in all our times of need and danger, and teachest us to know thy will aright, that we may fear thee and obey thy commandments. O Lord, lead us and guide us all, so long as we live upon this earth." The pen hurried glibly over the paper, with here and there a commercial flourish, talking with God in every line. 2 pages further on, "I have taken out," it said, "an insurance policy for my youngest daughter of $150 current. Lead her, O Lord, in thy ways. Give her a pure heart, O God, that she may one day enter into the mansions of eternal peace. For inasmuch as our weak human hearts are prone to forget thy priceless gift of the sweet blessed Jesus," and so on for 3 pages. Then he wrote Amen. But still the faint scratching sound of the pen went on over several more pages. It wrote of the precious spring that refreshes the tired wanderer, of the Saviour's holy wounds gushing blood, of the broad way and the narrow way, and the glory of the eternal God. It is true that after a while the consul began to feel that he had written enough, that he might let well enough alone, and go in to see his wife, or out to the counting-house. Oh, fie! Did one so soon weary of communion with his Lord and Saviour? Was it not robbing his God to scant him of this service? No, he would go on, as a chastisement for these unholy impulses. He cited whole pages of Scripture. He prayed for his parents, his wife, his children, and himself. He prayed even for his brother Gotthold. And then, with a last quotation and 3 final amens, he strewed sand on the paper and leaned back with a sigh of relief. He crossed one leg over the other and slowly turned the pages of the notebook, reading dates and entries here and there, written in his own hand, and thanking the Lord afresh as he saw how, in every time of need and danger, he had stretched out his hand to aid. Once he had lain so ill of smallpox that his life had been despaired of, yet it had been saved. And once, when he was a boy, a beer vat had fallen on him. A large quantity of beer was being brewed for a wedding, in the old days when the brewing was done at home, and a vat had fallen over, pinning the boy beneath it. It had taken 6 people to lift it up again, and his head had been crushed so that the blood ran down in streams. He was carried into a shop, and, as he still breathed, the doctor and the surgeon were sent for. They told the father to prepare for the worst and to bow to the will of God. But the Almighty had blessed the work of healing, and the boy was saved and restored to health. The consul dwelt a while upon this account, reliving the accident in his mind. Then he took his pen again and wrote after his last Amen, "Yea, O God, I will eternally praise thee." Another time his life had been saved from danger by water, when he had gone to Bergen as a young man. The account read, "At high water, when the freight boats of the Northern Line are in, we have great difficulty getting through the press to our landing. I was standing on the edge of the scow, with my feet on the thole pins, leaning my back against the sailboat, trying to get the scow nearer in, when, as luck would have it, the oak thole pins broke, and I went head over heels into the water. The first time I came up, nobody was near enough to get hold of me. The second time, the scow went over my head. There were plenty of people there anxious to save me, but they had to keep the sailboat and the scow off, so that I should not come up under them, and all their shoving would probably have been in vain if a rope had not suddenly broken on one of the sailboats belonging to the line, so that she swung further out, and this, by the grace of God, gave me room enough to come up in free water. It was only the top of my head with the hair that they saw, but it was enough, for they were all lying on their stomachs with their heads sticking out over the scow, and the man at the bow grabbed me by the hair, and I got hold of his arm. He was in an unsafe position himself, and could not hold me, but he gave a yell, and they all took hold of him around the waist and pulled. I hung on, though he bit me to make me let go, so they got me in at last. There followed a long prayer of thanksgiving, which the consul re-read with tear-wet eyes. On another page he had said, "I could write much more, were I minded to reveal the passions of my youth." The consul passed over this, and began to read here and there from the period of his marriage and the birth of his first child. The union, to be frank, could hardly be called a love match. His father had tapped him on the shoulder and pointed out to him the daughter of the wealthy Kruger, who could bring the firm a splendid marriage portion. He had accepted the situation with alacrity, and from the first moment had honored his wife as the mate entrusted to him by God. After all, his father's second marriage had been of much the same kind. A kind papa, a worthy man. He could still hear old Johann softly humming in the bedroom. What a pity he had so little taste for these old records. He stood with both feet firmly planted in the present, and concerned himself seldom with the past of his family. Yet in times gone by he too had made a few entries in the gilt-edged book. The consul turned to those pages, written in a florid hand, on rather coarse paper that was already yellowing with age. They were chiefly about his first marriage. Johann Buddenbrook must have adored his first wife, the daughter of a Bremen merchant. The one brief year it had been granted him to live with her was the happiest of his life. L'année la plus heureuse de ma vie, he had written there. The words were underlined with a wavy line for all the world, even Madame Antoinette, to see. Then Gotthold had come, and Josephine had died. And here some strange things had been written on the rough paper. Johann Buddenbrook must have openly and bitterly hated his child, even when, while still in the womb, it had caused its mother to faint and agonize under the lusty burden. It was born strong and active, while Josephine buried her bloodless face deeper in the pillows and passed away. Johann never forgave the ruthless intruder. He grew up vigorous and pushing, and Johann thought of him as his mother's murderer. This was to the consul's mind incomprehensible. She had died, he thought, fulfilling the holy duty of a woman. The love I bore to her would have passed over in all its tenderness to her child, he said to himself. It had not been so. Later, the father married again, his bride being Antoinette Duchamp, the daughter of a rich and much-esteemed Hamburg family, and the two had dwelt together with mutual respect and deference. The consul went on turning over the pages. There at the end were written the small histories of his own children, how Tom had had the measles, and Antonia jaundice, and Christian chicken-pox. There were accounts of various journeys he had taken with his wife to Paris, Switzerland, Marienbad. Then the consul turned back to the front of the book, to some pages written in bluish ink, in a hand full of flourishes, on paper that was like parchment, but tattered and spotted with age. Here his grandfather, Johann, had set down the genealogy of the main branch of the Buddenbrooks. At the end of the 16th century, the first Buddenbrook of whom they had knowledge lived in Parchim, and his son had been a senator of Grabau. Another Buddenbrook, a tailor by trade, and very well-to-do, this was underlined, had married in Rostock and begotten an extraordinary number of children who lived or died, as the case might be. And again another, this time a Johann, had lived in Rostock as a merchant, from whom the consul's grandfather had descended, who had left Rostock to settle himself in this very town, and was the founder of the present grain business. There was much about him set down in detail, when he had had the purples and when genuine smallpox, when he had fallen out of the malt kiln and been miraculously saved, when he might have fallen against the beams and been crushed, how he had had fever and been delirious. All these events were meticulously described. He had also written down wise admonitions for the benefit of his descendants, like the following, which was carefully painted and framed in a tall Gothic script set off with a border. My son, attend with zeal to thy business by day, but do none that hinders thee from thy sleep by night. He had also stated that his old Wittenberg Bible was to descend to his eldest son, and thence from firstborn to firstborn in each generation. Consul Buddenbrook reached for the old leather portfolio and took out the remaining documents. There were letters on torn and yellow paper, written by anxious mothers to their sons abroad, which the sons had docketed, received and contents duly noted. There were citizens' papers, with the seal and crest of the free Hansa town, insurance policies, letters inviting this or that Buddenbrook to become godfather for a colleague's child, congratulatory epistles, and occasional poems. Sons traveling for the firm to Stockholm or Amsterdam had written back to the parent or partner at home letters in which business was touchingly mingled with inquiries after wife and child. There was a separate diary of the consul's journey through England and Brabant. The cover had an engraving of Edinburgh Castle and the Grassmarket. Lastly, there were Gotthold's late angry letters to his father, painful documents, to offset which was the poem written by Jean-Jacques Hofstede to celebrate the housewarming. A faint rapid chime came from above the secretary, where there hung a dull-looking painting of an old market square with a church tower that possessed a real clock of its own. It was now striking the hour in authentic if tiny tones. The consul closed the portfolio and stowed it away carefully in a drawer at the back of the desk. Then he went into the bedchamber. Here the walls and the high old bed were hung with dark flowered chintz, and there was in the air a feeling of repose, of convalescence, of calm after an anxious and painful ordeal. A mingled odor of cologne and drugs hung in the mild, dim-lighted atmosphere. The old pair bent over the cradle side by side and watched the slumbering child, and the consul's wife lay pale and happy in an exquisite lace jacket, her hair carefully dressed. As she put out her hand to her husband, her gold bracelets tinkled slightly. She had a characteristic way of stretching out her hand with the palm upward, in a sweeping gesture that gave it added graciousness. "Well, Betsy, how are you?" "Splendid, splendid, my dear Jean." He still held her hand as he bent over and looked at the child, whose rapid little breaths were distinctly audible. For a moment he inhaled the tender warmth and the indescribable odor of well-being and cherishing care that came up from the cradle. Then he kissed the little creature on the brow and said softly, "God bless you." He noticed how like to a bird's claws were the tiny, yellow, crumpled fingers. "She eats splendidly," Madame Antoinette said. "See how she has gained." "I believe on my soul she looks like Netta," old Johann said, beaming with pride and pleasure. "See what coal-black eyes she has." The old lady waved him away. "How can anybody tell who she looks like yet?" she said. "Are you going to church, Jean?" "Yes, it is 10 o'clock now, and high time. I'm only waiting for the children." The children were already making an unseemly noise on the stairs, and Clotilde could be heard telling them to hush. They came in their fur tippets, for it would still be wintry in St. Mary's, trying to be soft and gentle in the sick room. They wanted to see the little sister, and then go to church. Their faces were rosy with excitement. This was a wonderful red-letter day, for the stork had brought not only the baby sister, but all sorts of presents as well. How tremendously strong the stork must be to carry all that! There was a new sealskin school bag for Tom, a big doll for Antonia that had real hair, imagine that. For Christian, a complete toy theatre, with the Sultan, Death, and the Devil, and a book with pictures for demure Clotilde, who accepted it with thanks, but was more interested in the bag of sweeties that fell to her lot as well. They kissed their mother and were allowed a peep under the green curtains of the baby's bed. Then off they went with their father, who had put on his fur coat and taken the hymn book. They were followed by the piercing cry of the new member of the family, who had just waked up. End of section 11. Section 12 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 2, Chapter 2. Early in the summer, sometimes as early as May or June, Tony Buddenbrook always went on a visit to her grandparents, who lived outside the castle gate. This was a great pleasure, for life was delightful out there in the country, in the luxurious villa, with its many outbuildings, servants' quarters and stables, and its great parterres, orchards, and kitchen gardens, which ran steeply down to the river Trava. The Krugers lived in the grand style. There was a difference between their brilliant establishment and the solid, somewhat heavy comfort of the paternal home, which was obvious at a glance, and which impressed very much the young Demoiselle Buddenbrook. Here there was no thought of duties in house or kitchen. In the Mengstrasse, though her mother and grandfather did not seem to think it important, her father and her grandmother were always telling her to remember her dusting, and holding up Clotilde as an example. The old feudal feeling of her mother's side of the family came out strongly in the little maid. One could see how she issued her orders to the footman or the abigail, and to her grandmother's servants and her grandfather's coachman as well. Say what you will, it is pleasant to awake every morning in a large, gaily tapestried bedchamber, and with one's first movements to feel the soft satin of the coverlet under one's hand, to take early breakfast in the balcony room, with the sweet fresh air coming up from the garden through the open glass door, to drink, instead of coffee, a cup of chocolate handed one on a tray. Yes, proper birthday chocolate, with a thick slice of fresh cupcake. True, she had to eat her breakfast alone, except on Sundays, for her grandparents never came down until long after she had gone to school. When she had munched her cake and drunk her chocolate, she would snatch up her satchel and trip down the terrace and through the well-kept front garden. She was very dainty, this little Tony Buddenbrook. Under her straw hat curled a wealth of blonde hair, slowly darkening with the years. Lively grey-blue eyes and a pouting upper lip gave her fresh face a roguish look, borne out by the poise of her careful little figure. Even the slender legs, in their immaculate white stockings, trotted along over the ground with an unmistakable air of ease and assurance. People knew and greeted the young daughter of Consul Buddenbrook as she came out of the garden gate and up the chestnut-bordered avenue. Perhaps an old market woman, driving her little cart in from the village, would nod her head in its big flat straw hat with its light green ribbons, and call out, "Mornin', little missy." Or Mathieson the porter, in his wide knee-breeches, white hose, and buckled shoes, would respectfully take off his hat as she passed. Tony always waited for her neighbour, little Julie Hagenstrom. The two children went to school together. Julie was a high-shouldered child with large, staring black eyes, who lived close by in a vine-covered house. Her people had not been long in the neighbourhood. The father, Herr Hagenstrom, had married a wife from Frankfurt, with thick, heavy black hair, and larger diamonds in her ears than anyone had ever seen before. Her name was Semlinger. Hagenstrom was partner in the export firm of Strunk and Hagenstrom. He showed great zeal and ambition in municipal affairs, and was always acting on boards and committees in administrative bodies, but he was not very popular. His marriage had rather affronted the rigid traditions of the older families, like the Mühlendorfs, Langhals, and Buddenbrooks. And for another thing, he seemed to enjoy thwarting their ideas at every turn. He would go to work in an underhand way to oppose their interests, in order to show his own superior foresight and energy. "Heinrich Hagenstrom makes trouble the whole time," the consul would say. "He seems to take a personal pleasure in thwarting me. Today he made a scene at the sitting of the Central Paupers' Deputation, and a few days ago in the Finance Department." "The old skunk," Johann Buddenbrook interjected. Another time father and son sat down to table angry and depressed. What was the matter? Oh, nothing. They had lost a big consignment of rye for Holland. Strunk and Hagenstrom had snapped it up under their noses. He was a fox, Heinrich Hagenstrom. Tony had often heard such remarks, and she was not too well disposed toward Julie Hagenstrom. The two children walked together because they were neighbors, but usually they quarreled. "My father owns 1,000 thalers," said Julken. She thought she was uttering the most terrible falsehood. "How much does yours?" Tony was speechless with envy and humiliation. Then she said, with a quiet, offhand manner, "My chocolate tasted delicious this morning. What do you have for breakfast, Julie?" "Before I forget it," Julie would rejoin, "would you like one of my apples?" "Well, I won't give you any." She pursed up her lips, and her black eyes watered with satisfaction. Sometimes Julie's brother Hermann went to school at the same time with the two girls. There was another brother, too, named Moritz, but he was sickly and did his lessons at home. Hermann was fair-haired and snub-nosed. He breathed through his mouth and was always smacking his lips. "Stuff and nonsense," he would say. "Papa has a lot more than 1,000 thaler." He interested Tony because of the luncheon he took to school. Not bread, but a soft sort of lemon bun with currants in it, and sausage or smoked goose between. It seemed to be his favorite luncheon. Tony had never seen anything like it before. Lemon bun with smoked goose. It must be wonderful. He let her look into his box, and she asked if she might have some. Hermann said, "Not today, Tony, because I can't spare any, but tomorrow I'll bring another piece for you, if you'll give me something." Next morning Tony came out into the avenue, but there was no Julie. She waited 5 minutes, but there was no sign. Another minute, there came Hermann, alone, swinging his lunch-box by the strap and smacking his lips. "Now," he said, "here's a bun with some goose between, all lean, there's not a bit of fat to it. What will you give me for it?" "A shilling?" suggested Tony. They were standing in the middle of the avenue. "A shilling," repeated Hermann. Then he gave a gulp and said, "No, I want something else." "What?" demanded Tony, for she was prepared to pay a good price for the dainty. "A kiss!" shouted Hermann Hagenström. He flung his arms around Tony and began kissing at random, never once touching her face, for she flung her head back with surprising agility, pushed him back with her left hand, it was holding her satchel, against his breast, while with her right hand she dealt him 3 or 4 blows in the face with all her strength. He stumbled backward, but at that moment Sister Julie appeared from behind a tree, like a little black demon, and, falling upon Tony, tore off her hat and scratched her cheeks unmercifully. After this affair, naturally, the friendship was about at an end. It was hardly out of shyness that Tony had refused the kiss. She was, on the whole, a forward damsel, and had given the consul no little disquiet with her tomboy ways. She had a good little head, and did as well in the school as one could desire, but her conduct in other ways was far from satisfactory. Things even went so far that one day the school-mistress, a certain Fräulein Agatha Vermehren, felt obliged to call upon the Frau Consul, and, flushed with embarrassment, to suggest with all due politeness that the child should receive a paternal admonition. It seemed that Tony, despite frequent correction, had been guilty, not for the first time, of creating a disturbance in the street. There was, of course, no harm in the fact that the child knew everybody in town. The consul quite approved of this, and argued that it displayed love of one's neighbour, a sense of human fellowship, and a lack of snobbishness. So Tony, on her way through the streets, chattered with all and sundry. She and Tom would clamber about in the granaries on the water-side, among the piles of oats and wheat, prattling to the labourers and the clerks in the dark little ground-floor offices. They would even help haul up the sacks of grain. She knew the butchers with their trays and aprons when she met them in Broad Street. She accosted the dairy women when they came in from the country, and made them take her a little way in their carts. She knew the grey-bearded craftsmen who sat in the narrow goldsmiths' shops built into the arcades in the market square, and she knew the fishwives, the fruit and vegetable women, and the porters that stood on the street corners chewing their tobacco. So far, this was very well. But it was not all. There was a pale, beardless man of no particular age, who was often seen wandering up and down Broad Street with a wistful smile on his face. This man was so nervous that he jumped every time he heard a sudden noise behind him, and Tony delighted in making him jump every time she set eyes on him. Then there was an odd, tiny little woman with a large head, who put up a large tattered umbrella at every sign of a storm. Tony would harass this poor soul with cries of "mushroom" whenever she had the chance. Moreover, she and 2 or 3 more of her ilk would go to the door of a tiny house in an alley off John Street, where there lived an old woman who did a tiny trade in worsted dolls. They would ring the bell, and, when the old dame appeared, inquire with deceptive courtesy if Herr and Frau Spittoon were at home, and then ran away, screaming with laughter. All these ragamuffin-ly tricks Tony Buddenbrook was guilty of. Indeed, she seemed to perform them with the best conscience in the world. If one of her victims threatened her, she would step back a pace or two, toss her pretty head, pout with her pretty lip, and say, "Pooh," in a half-mocking, half-angry tone, which meant, "Try it if you like. I am Consul Buddenbrook's daughter, if you don't know." Thus she went about in the town like a little queen, and, like a queen, she was kind or cruel to her subjects as the whim seized her. End of section 12. Section 13 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 2, Chapter 3. Jean-Jacques Hofstede's verdict on the two sons of Consul Buddenbrook undoubtedly hit the mark. Thomas had been marked from the cradle as a merchant and future member of the firm. He was on the modern side of the old school which the boys attended, an able, quick-witted, intelligent lad, always ready to laugh when his brother Christian mimicked the masters, which he did with uncanny facility. Christian, on the classical side, was not less gifted than Tom, but he was less serious. His special and particular joy in life was the imitation, in speech and manner, of a certain worthy Marcellus Stengel, who taught drawing, singing, and some other of the lighter branches. This Herr Marcellus Stengel always had a round half-dozen beautifully sharpened pencils sticking out of his pocket. He wore a red wig and a light brown coat that reached nearly down to his ankles, also a choker collar that came up almost to his temples. He was quite a wit, and loved to play with verbal distinctions, as, "You were to make a line, my child, and what have you made? You have made a dash." In singing class, his favorite lesson was "The Forest Green." When they sang this, some of the pupils would go outside in the corridor, and then, when the chorus rose inside, "We ramble so gaily through field and wood," those outside would repeat the last word very softly, as an echo. Once Christian Buddenbrook, his cousin Jürgen Kruger, and his chum Andreas Giesecke, the son of the fire commissioner, were deputed as echo. But when the moment came, they threw the coal scuttle downstairs instead, and were kept in after school by Herr Stengel in consequence. But, alas, by that time Herr Stengel had forgotten their crime. He bade his housekeeper give them each a cup of coffee, and then dismissed them. In truth, they were all admirable scholars, the masters who taught in the cloisters of the old school, once a monastic foundation, under the guidance of a kindly, snuff-taking old head. They were, to a man, well-meaning and sweet-humored, and they were one in the belief that knowledge and good cheer are not mutually exclusive. The Latin classes in the middle forms were heard by a former preacher, one Pastor Shepherd, a tall man with brown whiskers and a twinkling eye, who joyed extremely in the happy coincidence of his name and calling, and missed no chance of having the boys translate the word pastor. His favorite expression was "boundlessly limited," but it was never quite clear whether this was actually meant for a joke or not. When he wanted to dumbfound his pupils altogether, he would draw in his lips and blow them quickly out again, with a noise like the popping of a champagne cork. He would go up and down with long strides in his classroom, prophesying to one boy or another, with great vividness, the course which his life would take. He did this avowedly with the purpose of stimulating their imaginations, and then he would set to work seriously on the business in hand, which was to repeat certain verses on the rules of gender and difficult constructions. He had composed these verses himself, with no little skill, and took much pride in declaiming them, with great attention to rhyme and rhythm. Thus passed Tom's and Christian's boyhood, with no great events to mark its course. There was sunshine in the Buddenbrook family, and in the office everything went famously. Only now and again there would be a sudden storm, a trifling mishap, like the following. Herr Stutt, the tailor, had made a new suit for each of the Buddenbrook lads. Herr Stutt lived in Belfounders Street. He was a master tailor, and his wife bought and sold old clothes, and thus moved in the best circles of society. Herr Stutt himself had an enormous belly, which hung down over his legs, wrapped in a flannel shirt. The suits he made for the young masters Buddenbrook were at the combined cost of 70 marks, but at the boy's request he had consented to put them down in the bill at 80 marks, and to hand them the difference. It was just a little arrangement among themselves, not very honourable indeed, but then not very uncommon either. However, fate was unkind, and the bargain came to light. Herr Stutt was sent for to the consul's office, whither he came with a black coat over his woolen shirt, and stood there while the consul subjected Tom and Christian to a severe cross-examination. His head was bowed and his legs far apart, his manner vastly respectful. He tried to smooth things over as much as he could for the young gentleman, and said that what was done, and he would be satisfied with the 70 marks. But the consul was greatly incensed by the trick. He gave it long and serious consideration, yet finally ended by increasing the lad's pocket money, for was it not written, "Lead us not into temptation"? It seemed probable that more might be expected from Thomas Buddenbrook than from his brother Christian. He was even-tempered, and his high spirits never crossed the bounds of discretion. Christian, on the other hand, was inclined to be moody, guilty, at times, of the most extravagant silliness. At others he would be seized by a whim which could terrify the rest of them in the most astonishing way. The family are at table, eating dessert and conversing pleasantly the while. Suddenly Christian turns pale and puts back on his plate the peach into which he has just bitten. His round, deep-set eyes, above the too large nose, have opened wider. "I will never eat another peach," he says. "Why not, Christian? What nonsense! What's the matter?" Suppose I swallowed the stone, and it stuck in my throat, so I couldn't breathe, and I jumped up, strangling horribly, and all of you jump up. Ugh!" And he suddenly gave a short groan, full of horror and affright, starts up in his chair, and acts as if he were trying to escape. The Frau Consul and Ida Jungmann actually do jump up. "Heavens, Christian, you haven't swallowed it, have you?" For his whole appearance suggests that he has. "No," says Christian slowly. "No." He is gradually quieting down. "I only mean, suppose I actually had swallowed it." The consul has been pale with fright, but he recovers and begins to scold. Old Johann bangs his fist on the table and forbids any more of these idiotic practical jokes. But Christian, for a long, long time, eats no more peaches. End of section 13. Section 14 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 2, Chapter 4. It was not simply the weakness of age that made Madame Antoinette Buddenbrook take to her lofty bed in the bedchamber of the entresol one cold January day after they had dwelt some 6 years in Meng Street. The old lady had remained hale and active, and carried her head with its clustering white side curls proudly erect to the very last. She had gone with her husband and children to most of the large dinners given in town, and presided no whit less elegantly than her daughter-in-law when the Buddenbrooks themselves entertained. But one day an indefinable malady had suddenly made itself felt, at first in the form of a slight intestinal catarrh, for which Dr. Grabo prescribed a mild diet of pigeon and French bread. This had been followed by colic and vomiting, which reduced her strength so rapidly as to bring about an alarming decline. Dr. Grabo held hurried speech with the consul outside on the landing, and another doctor was called in consultation, a stout, black-bearded, gloomy-looking man who began going in and out with Dr. Grabo. And now the whole atmosphere of the house changed. They went about on their tiptoes and spoke in whispers. The wagons were no longer allowed to roll through the great entryway below. They looked in each other's eyes and saw there something strange. It was the idea of death that had entered and was holding silent sway in the spacious rooms. But there was no idle watching, for visitors came. Old Senator Duchamp, the dying woman's brother from Hamburg, with his daughter, and a few days later the consul's sister from Frankfurt and her husband, who was a banker. The illness lasted 14 or 15 days, during which the guests lived in the house, and Ida Jungmann had her hands full, attending to the bedrooms and providing heavy breakfasts with shrimps and port wine. Much roasting and baking went on in the kitchen. Upstairs, Johann Buddenbrook sat by the sick-bed, his old Netta's limp hand in his, and stared into space, with his brows knitted and his lower lip hanging. A clock hung on the wall and ticked dully, with long pauses between, not so long, however, as the pauses between the dying woman's fluttering breaths. A black-robed sister of mercy busied herself about the beef tea which they still sought to make the patient take. Now and then some member of the family would appear at the door and disappear again. Perhaps the old man was thinking how he had sat at the deathbed of his first wife, 46 years before. Perhaps he recalled his frenzy of despair, and contrasted it with the gentle melancholy which he felt now, as an old man, gazing into the face of his old wife, a face so changed, so listless, so void of expression. She had never given him either a great joy or a great sorrow, but she had decorously played her part beside him for many a long year, and now her life was ebbing away. He was not thinking a great deal. He was only looking, with fixed gaze, back into his own past life and at life in general. It all seemed to him now quite strange and far away, and he shook his head a little. That empty noise and bustle, in the midst of which he had once stood, had flowed away imperceptibly, and left him standing there, listening in wonder to sounds that died upon his ear. "Strange, strange," he murmured. Madame Buddenbrook breathed her last brief, effortless sigh, and they prayed by her side in the dining-room where the service was held, and the bearers lifted the flower-covered coffin to carry it away. But old Johann did not weep. He only gave the same gentle, bewildered headshake, and said, with the same half-smiling look, "Strange, strange." It became his most frequent expression. Plainly, the time for old Johann, too, was near at hand. He would sit silent and absent in the family circle, sometimes with little Clara on his knee, to whom he would sing one of his droll catches, like "The omnibus drives through the town," or perhaps "Look at the blue fly a buzzin' on the wall."
But he might suddenly stop in the middle, like one aroused out of a train of thought, put the child down on the floor, and move away with his little headshake and murmur, "Strange, strange." One day he said, "Jean, it's about time, eh?" It was soon afterward that neatly printed notices, signed by father and son, were sent about through the town, in which Johann Buddenbrooks senior respectfully begged leave to announce that his increasing years obliged him to give up his former business activities, and that in consequence the firm of Johann Buddenbrook, founded by his late father, anno 1768, would, as from that day, be transferred, with its assets and liabilities, to his son and former partner, Johann Buddenbrook, as sole proprietor, for whom he solicited a continuance of the confidence so widely bestowed upon him. Signed, with deep respect, Johann Buddenbrook, who would from now on cease to append his signature to business papers. These announcements were no sooner sent out than the old man refused to set foot in the office, and his apathy so increased that it took only the most trifling cold to send him to bed, one March day 2 months after the death of his wife. One night more, then came the hour when the family gathered round his bed, and he spoke to them, first to the consul. "Good luck, Jean, and keep your courage up." And then to Thomas. "Be a help to your father, Tom." And to Christian. "Be something worth while." Then he was silent, gazing at them all, and finally, with a last murmured, "Strange," he turned his face to the wall. To the very end he did not speak of Gotthold, and the latter encountered with silence the consul's written summons to his father's deathbed. But early the next morning, before the announcements were sent out, as the consul was about to go into the office to attend to some necessary business, Gotthold Buddenbrook, proprietor of the linen firm of Siegmund Stuving and Company, came with rapid steps through the entry. He was 46 years old, broad and stocky, and had thick ash-blonde whiskers streaked with grey. His short legs were cased in baggy trousers of rough checked material. On the steps he met the consul, and his eyebrows went up under the brim of his grey hat. He did not put out his hand. "Johann," he said in a high-pitched, rather agreeable voice, "how is he?" "He passed away last night," the consul said with deep emotion, grasping his brother's hand, which held an umbrella. "The best of fathers." Gotthold drew down his brows now, so low that the lids nearly closed. After a silence, he said pointedly, "Nothing was changed up to the end?" The consul let his hand drop and stepped back. His round, deep-set blue eyes flashed as he answered, "Nothing." Gotthold's eyebrows went up again under his hat, and his eyes fixed themselves on his brother with an expression of suspense. "And what have I to expect from your sense of justice?" he asked in a lower voice. It was the consul's turn to look away. Then, without lifting his eyes, he made that downward gesture with his hand that always betokened decision, and in a quiet voice, but firmly, he answered, "In this sad and solemn moment I have offered you my brotherly hand. But if it is your intention to speak of business matters, then I can only reply in my capacity as head of the honorable firm whose sole proprietor I have today become. You can expect from me nothing that runs counter to the duties I have today assumed. All other feelings must be silent." Gotthold went away. But he came to the funeral, among the host of relatives, friends, business associates, deputies, clerks, porters, and laborers that filled the house, the stairs, and the corridors to overflowing, and assembled all the hired coaches in town in a long row all the way down the Mengstrasse. Gotthold came, to the sincere joy of the consul. He even brought his wife, born Stuving, and his 3 grown daughters, Friederike and Henrietta, who were too tall and thin, and Fifi, who was 18 and too short and fat. Pastor Kuhling of St. Mary's, a heavy man with a bullet head and a rough manner of speaking, held the service at the grave in the Buddenbrook family burying ground, outside the castle gate, at the edge of the cemetery grove. He extolled the godly, temperate life of the deceased, and compared it with that of gluttons, drunkards, and profligates, over which strong language some of the congregation shook their heads, thinking of the tact and moderation of their old pastor Wunderlich, who had lately died. When the service and the burial were over, and the 70 or 80 hired coaches began to roll back to town, Gotthold Buddenbrook asked the consul's permission to go with him, that they might speak together in private. He sat with his brother on the back seat of the high, ungainly old coach, one short leg crossed over the other, and, wonderful to relate, he was gentle and conciliatory. He realized more and more, he said, that the consul was bound to act as he was doing, and he was determined to cherish no bitter memories of his father. He renounced the claims he had put forward, the more readily that he had decided to retire from business and live upon his inheritance and what capital he had left. For he had no joy of the linen business, and it was going so indifferently that he could not bring himself to put any more money into it. His spite against our father brought him no blessing, the consul thought piously. Probably Gotthold thought so too. When they got back, he went with his brother up to the breakfast-room, and as both gentlemen felt rather chilly after standing so long in their dress coats in the early spring air, they drank a glass of old cognac together. Then Gotthold exchanged a few courteous words with his sister-in-law, stroked the children's heads, and went away. But he appeared at the next Children's Day, which took place at the Krugers outside the castle gate, and he began to wind up his business at once. End of section 14. Section 15 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 2, Chapter 5. It grieved the consul sorely that the grandfather had not lived to see the entry of his grandson into the business, an event which took place at Easter time of the same year. Thomas had left school at 16. He was grown strong and sturdy, and his manly clothes made him look still older. He had been confirmed, and Pastor Kuhling, in stentorian tones, had enjoined upon him to practice the virtues of moderation. A gold chain, bequeathed him by his grandfather, now hung about his neck, with the family arms on a medallion at the end. A rather dismal design, showing on an irregularly hatched surface a flat stretch of marshy country with one solitary leafless willow tree. The old seal ring with the green stone, once worn, in all probability, by the well-to-do tailor in Rostock, had descended to the consul, together with the great Bible. Thomas's likeness to his grandfather was as strong as Christian's to his father. The firm round chin was the old man's, and the straight well-chiseled nose. Thomas wore his hair parted on one side, and it receded in 2 bays from his narrow veined temples. His eyelashes were colourless by contrast, and so were the eyebrows, one of which he had a habit of lifting expressively.
His speech, his movements, even his laugh, which showed his rather defective teeth, were all quiet and adequate. He already looked forward seriously and eagerly to his career. It was indeed a solemn moment when, after early breakfast, the consul led him down into the office and introduced him to Herr Marcus, the confidential clerk, Herr Havermann, the cashier, and the rest of the staff, with all of whom naturally he had long been on the best of terms. For the first time he sat at his desk, in his own revolving chair, absorbed in copying, stamping, and arranging papers. In the afternoon his father took him through the magazines on the Trava, each one of which had a special name, like the Linden, the Oak, the Lion, the Whale. Tom was thoroughly at home in every one of them, of course, but now for the first time he entered them to be formally introduced as a fellow worker. He entered upon his tasks with devotion, imitating the quiet, tenacious industry of his father, who was working with his jaws set and writing down many a prayer for help in his private diary. For the consul had set himself the task of making good the sums paid out by the firm on the occasion of his father's death. It was a conception, an ideal. He explained the position quite fully to his wife late one evening in the landscape room. It was 11:30, and Mamsell Jungmann and the children were already asleep in the corridor rooms. No one slept in the second story now. It was empty, save for an occasional guest. The Frau Consul sat on the yellow sofa beside her husband, and he, cigar in mouth, was reading the financial columns of the local paper. She bent over her embroidery, moving her lips as she counted a row of stitches with her needle. 6 candles burned in a candelabrum on the slender sewing table beside her, and the chandelier was unlighted. Johann Buddenbrook was nearing the middle 40s, and had visibly altered in the last years. His little round eyes seemed to have sunk deeper in his head, his cheekbones and his large aquiline nose stood out more prominently than ever, and the ash-blonde hair seemed to have been just touched with a powder puff where it parted on the temples. The Frau Consul was at the end of her 30s, but, while never beautiful, was as brilliant as ever. Her dead-white skin, with a single freckle here and there, had lost none of its splendor, and the candlelight shone on the rich red-blonde hair that was as wonderfully dressed as ever. Giving her husband a sidelong glance with her clear blue eyes, she said, "Jean, I wanted to ask you to consider something. If it would not perhaps be advisable to engage a man-servant. I have just been coming to that conclusion. When I think of my parents—" The consul let his paper drop on his knee and took his cigar out of his mouth. A shrewd look came into his eyes. Here was a question of money to be paid out. "My dear Betsy," he said, and he spoke as deliberately as possible to gain time to muster his excuses. "Do you think we need a man-servant? Since my parents' death we have kept on all 3 maids, not counting Mamsell Jungmann. It seems to me—" "Oh, but the house is so big, Jean. We can hardly get along as it is. I say to Lena, 'Lena, it's a fearfully long time since the rooms in the annex were dusted, but I don't like to drive the girls too hard. They have their work cut out to keep everything clean and tidy here in the front. And a manservant would be so useful for errands and so on. We could find some honest man from the country who wouldn't expect much. Oh, before I forget it, Louise Muhlendorf is letting her Anton go. I've seen him serve nicely at table." "To tell you the truth," said the consul, and shuffled about a little uneasily, "it is a new idea to me. We aren't either entertaining or going out just now." No, but we have visitors very often, for which I am not responsible, Jean, as you know, though of course I'm always glad to see them. You have a business friend from somewhere, and you invite him to dinner. Then he has not taken a room at a hotel, so we ask him to stop the night. A missionary comes and stops the week with us. Week after next, Pastor Matthias is coming from Cannstatt. And the wages amount to so little. But they mount up, Betsy. We have 4 people here in the house, and think of the payroll the firm has. So we really can't afford a manservant? The Frau Consul asked. She smiled as she spoke and looked at her husband with her head on one side. When I think of all the servants my father and mother had. My dear Betsy, your parents. I really must ask you if you understand our financial position. No, Jean, I must admit I do not. I'm afraid I have only a vague idea. Well, I can tell you in a few words, the consul said. He sat up straight on the sofa, with one knee crossed over the other, puffed at his cigar, knit his brows a little, and marshalled his figures with wonderful fluency. To put it briefly, my father had, before my sister's marriage, a round sum of 900,000 marks net, not counting, of course, real estate and the stock and goodwill of the firm. 80,000 went to Frankfurt as dowry, and 100,000 to set Gotthold up in business. That leaves 720,000. The price of this house, reckoning off what we got for the little one in Alf Street, and counting all the improvements and new furnishings, came to a good 100,000. That brings it down to 620,000. 25,000 to Frankfurt as compensation on the house leaves 595,000, which is what we should have had at father's death if we hadn't partly made up for all these expenses through years by a profit of some 200,000 marks current. The entire capital amounted to 795,000 marks, of which another 100,000 went to Gotthold, and a few thousand marks for the minor legacies that father left to the Holy Ghost Hospital, the Fund for Tradesmen's Widows, and so on. That brings us down to around 420,000, or another 100,000 with your own dowry. There is the position, in round figures, aside from small fluctuations in the capital. You see, my dear Betsy, we are not rich. And while the capital has grown smaller, the running expenses have not. For the whole business is established on a certain scale, which it costs about so much to maintain. Have you followed me? The consul's wife, her needlework in her lap, nodded with some hesitation. Quite so, my dear Jean, she said, though she was far from having understood everything, least of all what these big figures had to do with her engaging a manservant. The consul puffed at his cigar till it glowed, threw back his head and blew out the smoke, and then went on. You are thinking, of course, that when God calls your dear parents unto himself, we shall have a considerable sum to look forward to, and so we shall, but we must not reckon too blindly on it. Your father has had some heavy losses, due, we all know, to your brother Eustace. Eustace is certainly a charming personality, but business is not his strong point, and he has had bad luck, too. According to all accounts, he has had to pay up pretty heavily, and transactions with bankers make dear money. Your father has come to the rescue several times to prevent a smash. That sort of thing may happen again. To speak frankly, I am afraid it will. You will forgive me, Betsy, for my plain speaking, but you know that the style of living which is so proper and pleasing in your father is not at all suitable for a business-man. Your father has nothing to do with business any more. But Eustace, you know what I mean. He isn't very careful, is he? His ideas are too large. He is too impulsive. And your parents aren't saving anything. They live a lordly life, as their circumstances permit them to." The Frau Consul smiled forbearingly. She well knew her husband's opinion of the luxurious Kruger tastes. "That's all," he said, and put his cigar into the ash receiver. "As far as I'm concerned, I live in the hope that God will preserve my powers unimpaired, and that by his gracious help I may succeed in re-establishing the firm on its old basis. I hope you see the thing more clearly now, Betsy?" "Quite, quite, my dear Jean," the Frau Consul hastened to reply, for she had given up the manservant for the evening. "Shall we go to bed? It is very late." A few days later, when the consul came in to dinner in an unusually good mood, they decided, at the table, to engage the Mullendorfs' Anton. End of section 15. Section 16 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 2, Chapter 6. "We shall put Tony into Fräulein Weichbrot's boarding school," said the consul. He said it with such decision that so it was. Thomas was applying himself with talent to the business. Clara was a thriving, lively child, and the appetite of the good Clotilda must have pleased any heart alive. But Tony and Christian were hardly so satisfactory. It was not only that Christian had to stop nearly every afternoon for coffee with Herr Stengel, though even this became at length too much for the Frau Consul, and she sent a dainty missive to the master, summoning him to conference in Meng Street. Herr Stengel appeared in his Sunday wig and his tallest choker, bristling with lead pencils like lance heads, and they sat on the sofa in the landscape room, while Christian hid in the dining room and listened. The excellent man set out his views, with eloquence, if some embarrassment, spoke of the difference between line and dash, told the story of the forest green and the scuttle of coals, and made use in every other sentence of the phrase "in consequence." It probably seemed to him a circumlocution suitable to the elegant surroundings in which he found himself. After a while the consul came and drove Christian away. He expressed to Herr Stengel his lively regret that a son of his should give cause for dissatisfaction. "Oh, Herr Consul, God forbid! Buddenbrook minor has a wide-awake mind. He is a lively chap, and in consequence, just a little too lively, if I might say so, and in consequence—" The consul politely went with him through the hall to the entry, and Herr Stengel took his leave. No, this was far from being the worst. The worst, when it became known, was as follows. Young Christian Buddenbrook had leave one evening to go to the theatre in company with a friend. The performance was Schiller's Wilhelm Tell, and the role of Tell's son, Walter, was played by a young lady, a certain Mademoiselle Meyer de Lagrange. Christian's worst, then, had to do with this young person. She wore, when on the stage, whether it suited her part or not, a diamond brooch, which was notoriously genuine. For, as everybody knew, it was the gift of young Consul Duhlmann, Peter Duhlmann, son of the deceased wholesale dealer in Wall Street outside Holsten Gate. Consul Peter, like Justus Kruger, belonged to the group of young men whom the town called fast. His way of life, that is to say, was rather loose. He had married and had one child, a little daughter, but he had long ago quarrelled with his wife, and he led the life of a bachelor. His father had left him a considerable inheritance, and he carried on the business after a fashion, but people said he was already living on his capital. He lived mostly at the club or the Ratskeller, was often to be met somewhere in the street at 4 o'clock in the morning, and made frequent business trips to Hamburg. Above all, he was a zealous patron of the drama, and took a strong personal interest in the cast. Mademoiselle Meyer de Lagrange was the latest of a line of young ladies whom he had, in the past, distinguished by a gift of diamonds. Well, to arrive at the point, this young lady looked so charming as Walter Tell, wore her brooch and spoke her lines with such effect, that Christian felt his heart swell with enthusiasm, and tears rose to his eyes. He was moved by his transports to a course that only the very violence of emotion could pursue. He ran, during the entr'acte, to a flower shop opposite, where, for the sum of 1 mark 8½ shillings, he got, at a bargain, a bunch of flowers. And then this 14-year-old sprat, with his big nose and his deep-lying eyes, took his way to the green room, since nobody stopped him, and came upon Fräulein Meyer de Lagrange talking with Consul Peter Duhlmann at her dressing-room door. Peter Duhlmann nearly fell over with laughing when he saw Christian with the bouquet. But the new wooer, with a solemn face, bowed in his best manner before Walter Tell, handed her the bouquet, and, nodding his head, said in a voice of well-nigh tearful conviction, "Ah, Fräulein, how beautifully you act!" "Well, hang me if it ain't Christian Buddenbrooks!" Consul Duhlmann cried out in his broadest accent. Fräulein Meyer de Lagrange lifted her pretty brows and asked, "The son of Consul Buddenbrooks?" And she stroked the cheek of her young admirer with all the favour in the world. Such was the story that Consul Peter Duhlmann told at the club that night. It flew about the town like lightning, and reached the ears of the headmaster, who asked for an audience with Consul Buddenbrooks. And how did the father take this affair? He was, in truth, less angry than overwhelmed. He sat almost like a broken man after telling the Frau Consul the story in the landscape room. "And this is our son," he said. "So is he growing up." "But, Jean, good heavens, your father would have laughed at it. Tell it to my father and mother on Thursday. You will see how papa will enjoy it." But here the consul rose up in anger. "Ah, yes, yes, I am sure he will enjoy it, Betsy. He will be glad to know that his light blood and impious desires live on, not only in a rake like Justus, his own son, but also in a grandson of his as well. Good God, you drive me to say these things. He goes to this person, he spends his pocket money on flowers for this Lorette. I don't say he knows what he is doing, yet, but the inclination shows itself. It shows itself, Betsy." Ah, yes, this was all very painful indeed. The consul was perhaps the more beside himself for the added reason that Tony's behaviour, too, had not been of the best. She had given up, it is true, shouting at the nervous stranger to make him dance, and she no longer rang the doorbell of the tiny old woman who sold worsted dolls, but she threw back her head more pertly than ever, and showed, especially after the summer visits with her grandparents, a very strong tendency to vanity and arrogance of spirit. One day the consul surprised her and Mamselle Jungmann reading together. The book was Clauren's Mimili. The consul turned over some of the leaves, and then silently closed it. And it was opened no more. Soon afterward it came to light that Tony, Antonia Buddenbrooks, no less a person,
had been seen walking outside the city wall with a young student, a friend of her brother. Frau Stut, she who moved in the best circles, had seen the pair, and had remarked at the Mullendorfs, whither she had gone to buy some cast-off clothing, that really Mademoiselle Buddenbrook was getting to the age where... And Frau Senator Mullendorf had lately repeated the story to the consul. The pleasant strolls came to an end. Later it came out that Fräulein Antonia had made a post-office of the old hollow tree that stood near the castle gate, and not only posted therein letters addressed to the same student, but received letters from him as well by that means. When these facts came to light, they seemed to indicate the need of a more watchful oversight over the young lady, now 15 years old. And she was accordingly, as we have already said, sent to boarding school at Fräulein Weichbrot's, No. 7, Millbank. End of section 16. Section 17 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 2, Chapter 7. Theresa Weichbrot was humpbacked. So humpbacked that she was not much higher than a table. She was 41 years old, but as she had never put her faith in outward seeming, she dressed like an old lady of 60 or 70. Upon her padded grey locks rested a cap, the green ribbons of which fell down over shoulders narrow as a child's. Nothing like an ornament ever graced her shabby black frock, only the large oval brooch with her mother's miniature in it. Little Miss Weichbrot had shrewd, sharp brown eyes, a slightly hooked nose, and thin lips which she could compress with extraordinary firmness. In her whole insignificant figure, in her every movement, there indwelt a force which was, to be sure, somewhat comic, yet exacted respect. And her mode of speech helped to heighten the effect. She spoke with brisk, jerky motions of the lower jaw and quick, emphatic nods. She used no dialect, but enunciated clearly and with precision, stressing the consonants. Vowel sounds, however, she exaggerated so much that she said, for instance, botter instead of butter, or even batter. Her little dog that was forever yelping she called Babby instead of Bobby. She would say to a pupil, "Don't be so stupid, child," and give 2 quick knocks on the table with her knuckle. It was very impressive, no doubt whatever about that. And when Mademoiselle Papinet, the Frenchwoman, took too much sugar to her coffee, Miss Weichbrot had a way of gazing at the ceiling and drumming on the cloth with one hand while she said, "Why not take the whole sugar basin? I would." It always made Mademoiselle Papinet redden furiously. As a child, heavens, what a tiny child she must have been! Theresa Weichbrot had given herself the nickname of Sesame, and she still kept it, even letting the best and most favored of the day, as well as of the boarding pupils, use it. "Call me Sesame, child," she said on the first day to Tony Buddenbrook, kissing her briefly, with a sound as of a small explosion on the forehead. "I like it." Her elder sister, however, Madame Kettleson, was called Nellie. Madame Kettleson was about 48 years old. She had been left penniless when her husband died, and now lived in a little upstairs bedroom in her sister's house. She dressed like Sesame, but by contrast was very tall. She wore woolen wristlets on her thin wrists. She was not a mistress and knew nothing of discipline. A sort of inoffensive and placid cheerfulness was all her being.
When one of the pupils played a prank, she would laugh so heartily that she nearly cried, and then Sesame would rap on the table and call out, "Nelly!" very sharply. It sounded like Nelly, and Madame Kettleson would shrink into herself and be mute. Madame Kettleson obeyed her younger sister, who scolded her as if she were a child. Sesame, in fact, despised her warmly. Theresa Weichbrot was a well-read, almost a literary woman. She struggled endlessly to keep her childhood faith, her religious assurance that somewhere in the beyond she was to be recompensed for the hard, dull present. But Madame Kettleson, innocent, uninstructed, was all simplicity of nature. "Dear good Nelly, what a child she is! She never doubts or struggles, she is always happy." In such remarks there was always as much contempt as envy. Contempt was a weakness of Sesame's, perhaps a pardonable one. The small red-brick suburban house was surrounded by a neatly kept garden. Its lofty ground floor was entirely taken up by schoolrooms and dining-room. The bedrooms were in the upper story and the attic. Miss Weichbrot did not have a large number of pupils. As boarders, she received only older girls, while the day school consisted of but 3 classes, the lowest ones. Sesame took care to have only the daughters of irreproachably refined families in her house. Tony Buddenbrook, as we have seen, was welcomed most tenderly. She even made bishop for supper, a sort of sweet red punch to be taken cold, in the making of which she was a past mistress. "A little more bishop," she urged with a hearty nod. It sounded so tempting, nobody could resist. Fräulein Weichbrot sat on 2 sofa cushions at the top of the table, and presided over the meal with tact and discretion. She held her stunted figure stiffly erect, tapped vigilantly on the table, cried "Nelly!" or "Babby!" and subdued Mademoiselle Papinet with a glance whenever the latter seemed about to take unto herself all the cold veal jelly. Tony had been allotted a place between 2 other boarders, Armgard von Schilling, the strapping blonde daughter of a Mecklenburg landowner, and Gerda Arnoldson, whose home was in Amsterdam, an unusual, elegant figure with dark red hair, brown eyes close together, and a lovely, pale, haughty face. Opposite her sat a chattering French girl who looked like a negress with huge gold earrings. The lean English Miss Brown, with her sourish smile, sat at the bottom of the table. She was a boarder, too. It was not hard, with the help of Sesame's bishop, to get acquainted. Mademoiselle Papinet had had nightmares again last night. Ah, quelle horreur! She usually screamed, "Help! Thieves! Help! Thieves!" until everybody jumped out of bed. Next, it appeared that Gerda Arnoldson did not take piano like the rest of them, but the violin, and that Papa, her mother was dead, had promised her a real Stradivarius. Tony was not musical. Hardly any of the Buddenbrooks and none of the Krugers were. She could not even recognize the chorales they played at St. Mary's. Oh, the organ in the new church at Amsterdam had a vox humana, a human voice, that was just wonderful. Armgard von Schilling talked about the cows at home. It was Armgard who from the earliest moment had made a great impression on Tony. She was the first person from a noble family whom Tony had ever known. What luck to be called von Schilling! Her own parents had the most beautiful old house in the town, and her grandparents belonged to the best families. Still, they were called plain Buddenbrook and Kruger, which was a pity, to be sure. The granddaughter of the proud Lebrecht Kruger glowed with reverence for Armgard's noble birth. Privately, she sometimes thought that the splendid fun went with her better than it did with Armgard, for Armgard did not appreciate her good luck, dear no. She had a thick pigtail, good-natured blue eyes, and a broad Mecklenburg accent, and went about thinking just nothing at all on the subject. She made absolutely no pretensions to being aristocratic. In fact, she did not know what it was. But the word aristocratic stuck in Tony's small head, and she emphatically applied it to Gerda Arnoldson. Gerda was rather exclusive, and had something foreign and queer about her. She liked to do up her splendid red hair in striking ways, despite Sesame's protests. Some of the girls thought it was silly of her to play the violin instead of the piano, and, be it known, silly was a term of very severe condemnation. Still, the girls mostly agreed with Tony that Gerda was aristocratic, in her figure, well developed for her years, in her ways, her small possessions, everything. There was the ivory toilet set from Paris, for instance. That Tony could appreciate, for her own parents and grandparents also had treasures which had been brought from Paris. The three girls soon made friends. They were in the same class and slept together in the same large room at the top of the house. What delightful cozy times they had going to bed! They gossiped while they undressed, in undertones, however, for it was 10 o'clock, and next door Mademoiselle Popinay had gone to bed to dream of burglars. Eva Evers slept with her. Eva was a little Hamburger whose father, an amateur painter and collector, had settled in Munich. The striped brown blinds were down, the low red-shaded lamp burned on the table, there was a faint smell of violets and fresh wash, and a delicious atmosphere of laziness and dreams. "Heavens!" said Armgard, half undressed, sitting on her bed. "How Dr. Neumann can talk! He comes into the class and stands by the table and tells about Racine." "He has a lovely high forehead," remarked Gerda, standing before the mirror between the windows and combing her hair by the light of 2 candles. "Oh, yes, hasn't he?" Armgard said eagerly. "And you are taking the course just on his account, Armgard. You gaze at him all the while with your blue eyes, as if—" "Are you in love with him?" asked Tony. "I can't undo my shoelace. Please, Gerda? Thanks. Why don't you marry him? He's a good match. He will get to be a high school professor." "I think you are both horrid. I'm not in love with him, and I would not marry a teacher anyhow. I shall marry a country gentleman." "A nobleman?" Tony dropped her stocking and looked thoughtfully into Armgard's face. "I don't know yet, but he must have a large estate. Oh, girls, I just love that sort of thing. I shall get up at 5 o'clock every morning and attend to everything." She pulled up the bed covers and stared dreamily at the ceiling. 500 cows are before your mind's eye," said Gerda, looking at her in the mirror. Tony was not ready yet, but she let her head fall on the pillow, tucked her hands behind her neck, and gazed dreamily at the ceiling in her turn. "Of course," she said, "I shall marry a businessman. He must have a lot of money so we can furnish elegantly. I owe that to my family and the firm," she added earnestly. "Yes, you'll see. That's what I shall do." Gerda had finished her hair for the night, and was brushing her big white teeth, using the ivory-backed hand mirror to see them better. "I shall probably not marry at all," she said, speaking with some difficulty on account of the tooth powder. "I don't see why I should. I'm not anxious.
I'll go back to Amsterdam and play duets with Daddy, and afterwards live with my married sister." "What a pity!" Tony said briskly. "What a pity! You ought to marry here, and stay here for always. Listen, you could marry one of my brothers." "The one with the big nose?" asked Gerda, and gave a dainty little yawn, holding the hand mirror before her face. "Or the other, it doesn't matter. You could furnish beautifully. Jacobs could do it, the upholsterer in Fish Street. He has lovely taste. I'd come to see you every day." But then there came the voice of Mademoiselle Popinay. It said, "Oh, mademoiselle, please go to bed. It is too late to get married any more this evening." Sundays and holidays Tony spent in Meng Street, or outside the town, with her grandparents. How lovely, when it was fine on Easter Sunday, hunting for eggs and marzipan hares in the enormous Kruger garden. Then there were the summer holidays at the seashore. They lived in the Kerr house, ate at the table d'hôte, bathed, and went donkey riding. Some seasons, when the consul had business, there were long journeys. But Christmases were best of all. There were 3 present-givings, at home, at the grandparents', and at Sesame's, where Bishop flowed in streams. The one at home was the grandest, for the consul believed in keeping the holy feast with pomp and ceremony. They gathered in the landscape room with due solemnity. The servants and the crowd of poor people thronged into the pillared hall, where the consul went about shaking their purple hands. Then outside rose the voices of the choir boys from St. Mary's in a quartet, and one's heart beat loudly with awe and expectation. The smell of the Christmas tree was already coming through the crack in the great white folding doors, and the Frau Consul took the old family Bible with the funny big letters and slowly read aloud the Christmas chapter. And after the choir boys had sung another carol, everybody joined in O Tannenbaum and went in solemn procession through the hall into the great salon, hung with tapestries that had statuary woven into them. There the tree rose to the ceiling, decorated with white lilies, twinkling and sparkling and pouring out light and fragrance, and the table with the presents on it stretched from the windows to the door. Outside, the Italians with the barrel organ were making music in the frozen, snowy streets, and a great hubbub came over from the Christmas market in Market Square. All the children, except little Clara, stopped up to late supper in the salon, and there were mountains of carp and stuffed turkey. In these years Tony Buddenbrook visited 2 Mecklenburg estates. She stopped for 2 weeks one summer with her friend Armgard on Herr von Schilling's property, which lay on the coast across the bay from Travemünde. And another time she went with Cousin Tilda to a place where Bernard Buddenbrook was inspector. This estate was called Thankless, because it did not bring in a penny's income, but for a summer holiday it was not to be despised. Thus the years went on. It was, take it all in all, a happy youth for Tony. End of section 17. Section 18 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 3, Chapter 1. On a June afternoon, not long after 5 o'clock, the family were sitting before the portal in the garden, where they had drunk coffee. They had pulled the rustic furniture outside, for it was too close in the whitewashed garden-house, with its tall mirror decorated with painted birds, and its varnished folding doors, which were really not folding doors at all, and had only painted latches. The consul, his wife, Tony,
Tom, and Clotilde sat in a half-circle around the table, which was laid with its usual shining service. Christian, sitting a little to one side, conned the second oration of Cicero against Catiline. He looked unhappy. The consul smoked his cigar and read the Advertiser. His wife had let her embroidery fall into her lap and sat smiling at little Clara. The child, with Ida Jungmann, was looking for violets in the grass plot. Toni, her head propped on both hands, was deep in Hoffmann's Serapion Brethren, while Tom tickled her in the back of the neck with the grass blade, an attention which she very wisely ignored. And Clotilde, looking thin and old-maidish in her flowered cotton frock, was reading a story called Blind, Deaf, Dumb, and Still Happy. As she read, she scraped up the biscuit crumbs carefully with all 5 fingers from the cloth and ate them. A few white clouds stood motionless in the slowly paling sky. The small town garden, with its carefully laid-out paths and beds, looked gay and tidy in the afternoon sun. The scent of the mignonette borders floated up now and then. "Well, Tom," said the consul expansively, and took the cigar out of his mouth, "we are arranging that rye sale I told you about, with Van Hankdom and Company." "What is he giving?" Tom asked with interest, ceasing to tickle Toni. $60 for 1,000 kilo. Not bad, eh?" "That's very good." Tom knew this was excellent business. "Toni, your position is not comme il faut," remarked the Frau Consul. Whereat Toni, without raising her eyes from her book, took one elbow off the table. "Never mind," Tom said. "She can sit how she likes. She will always be Toni Buddenbrook. Tilda and she are certainly the beauties of the family." Clotilde was astonished almost to death. "Good gracious, Tom," she said. It was inconceivable how she could drawl out the syllables. Toni bore the jeer in silence. It was never any use. Tom was more than a match for her. He could always get the last word and have the laugh on his side. Her nostrils dilated a little, and she shrugged her shoulders. But when the consul's wife began to talk of the coming dance at the house of Consul Huneeus, and let fall something about new patent leather shoes, Toni took the other elbow off the table and displayed a lively interest. "You keep talking and talking," complained Christian fretfully, "and I'm having such a hard time. I wish I were a businessman." "Yes, you're always wanting something different," said Tom. Anton came across the garden with a card on his tray. They all looked at him expectantly. "Grünlich, agent," read the consul. "He is from Hamburg, an agreeable man, and well recommended, the son of a clergyman. I have business dealings with him. There is a piece of business now. Is it all right, Betsy, if I ask him to come out here?" A middle-sized man, his head thrust a little forward of his body, carrying his hat and stick in one hand, came across the garden. He was some 32 years old. He wore a fuzzy greenish-yellow suit with a long-skirted coat, and grey worsted gloves. His face, beneath the sparse light hair, was rosy and smiling, but there was an undeniable wart on one side of his nose. His chin and upper lip were smooth-shaven. He wore long, drooping side whiskers in the English fashion, and these adornments were conspicuously golden yellow in color. Even at a distance, he began making obsequious gestures with his broad-brimmed grey hat, and as he drew near, he took one last very long step, and arrived describing a half-circle with the upper part of his body, by this means bowing to them all at once. "I am afraid I am disturbing the family circle," he said in a soft voice, with the utmost delicacy of manner. You are conversing. You are indulging in literary pursuits. I must really beg your pardon for my intrusion." "By no means, my dear Herr Grünlich," said the consul. He and his sons got up and shook hands with the stranger. "You are very welcome. I am delighted to see you outside the office and in my family circle. Herr Grünlich, Betsy, a friend of mine and a keen man of business. This is my daughter Antonia and my niece Clotilde. Thomas you know already, and this is my second son, Christian, in high school." Herr Grünlich responded to each name with an inclination of the body. "I must repeat," he said, "that I have no desire to intrude. I came on business. If the Herr Consul would be so good as to take a walk with me round the gardens?" The consul's wife answered, "It will give us pleasure to have you sit down with us for a little before you begin to talk business with my husband. Do sit down." "A thousand thanks," said Herr Grünlich, apparently quite flattered. He sat down on the edge of the chair which Tom brought, laid his hat and stick on his knees, and settled himself, running his hand over his long beard with a little hemming and hawing, as if to say, "Well, now we've got past the introduction, what next?" The Frau Consul began the conversation. "You live in Hamburg?" she asked, inclining her head and letting her work fall into her lap. "Yes, Frau Consul," responded Herr Grünlich with a fresh bow. "At least, my house is in Hamburg, but I am on the road a good deal. My business is very flourishing, ahem, if I may be permitted to say so." The Frau Consul lifted her eyebrows and made respectful motions with her mouth, as if she were saying, "Ah, indeed." "Ceaseless activity is a condition of my being," added he, half turning to the consul. He coughed again as he noticed that Fräulein Antonia's glance rested upon him. She gave him, in fact, the cold, calculating stare with which a maiden measures a strange young man, a stare which seems always on the point of passing over into actual contempt. "We have relatives in Hamburg," said she, in order to be saying something. "The Duchamps," explained the consul, "the family of my late mother." "Oh, yes," Herr Grünlich hastened to say. "I have the honor of a slight acquaintance with the family. They are very fine people in mind and heart. Ahem. This would be a better world if there were more families like them in it. They have religion, benevolence, and genuine piety. In short, they are my ideal of the true Christ-like spirit, and in them it is united to a rare degree with a brilliant cosmopolitanism, an elegance, an aristocratic bearing, which I find most attractive, Frau Consul." Tony thought, "How can he know my father and mother so well? He is saying exactly what they like best to hear." The consul responded approvingly, "The combination is one that is becoming in everybody." And the Frau Consul could not resist stretching out her hand to their guest, with her sweeping gesture palm upward, while the bracelets gave a little jingle. "You speak as though you read my inmost thoughts, dear Herr Grünlich," she said. Upon which Herr Grünlich made another deep bow, settled himself again, stroked his beard, and coughed as if to say, "Well, let us get on." The Frau Consul mentioned the disastrous fire which had swept Hamburg in May of the year 1842. "Yes, indeed," said Herr Grünlich, "truly a fearful misfortune, a distressing visitation. The loss amounted to 135 millions at a rough estimate. I am grateful to Providence that I came off without any loss whatever. The fire raged chiefly in the parishes of St. Peter and St. Nicholas." "What a charming garden!" he interrupted himself, taking the cigar which the consul offered.
It is so large for a town garden, and the beds of colour are magnificent. I confess my weakness for flowers and for nature in general. Those climbing roses over there trim up the garden uncommonly well." He went on, praising the refinement of the location, praising the town itself, praising the consul's cigar. He had a pleasant word for each member of the circle. "May I venture to inquire what you are reading, Fräulein Antonia?" he said, smiling. Tony drew her brows together sharply at this, for some reason, and answered without looking at him, "Hoffmann's Serapion Brethren." "Really, he is a wonderful writer, is he not? Ah, pardon me, I forget the name of your younger son, Frau Consul?" "Christian." "A beautiful name. If I may so express myself," here he turned again to the consul, "I like best the names which show that the bearer is a Christian. The name of Johann, I know, is hereditary in your family, a name which always recalls the beloved disciple. My own name, if I may be permitted to mention it," he continued, waxing eloquent, "is that of most of my forefathers, Bendix. It can only be regarded as a shortened form of Benedict. And you, Herr Buddenbrook, are reading— Cicero. The works of this great Roman orator make pretty difficult reading, eh? Quousque tandem, Catilina. Oh, I have not forgotten quite all my Latin." "I disagree with my late father on this point," the consul said. "I have always objected to the perpetual occupation of young heads with Greek and Latin, when there are so many other important subjects necessary as a preparation for the practical affairs of life." "You take the words out of my mouth," Herr Grünlich hastened to say. "It is hard reading, and not by any means always unexceptionable. I forgot to mention that point. Everything else aside, I can recall passages that were positively offensive." There came a pause, and Tony thought, "Now it's my turn." Herr Grünlich had turned his gaze upon her, and sure enough, he suddenly started in his chair, made a spasmodic but always highly elegant gesture toward the Frau Consul, and whispered ardently, "Pray look, Frau Consul, I beg of you." "Fräulein, I implore you—" he interrupted himself aloud, just as if Tony could not hear the rest of what he said, "to keep in that same position for just a moment. Do you see," he began whispering again, "how the sunshine is playing in your daughter's hair? Never," he said solemnly, as if transported, speaking to nobody in particular, "have I seen more beautiful hair." It was as if he were addressing his remarks to God or to his own soul. The consul's wife smiled, well pleased. The consul said, "Don't be putting notions into the girl's head." And again Tony drew her brows together without speaking. After a short pause, Herr Grünlich got up. "But I won't disturb you any longer now. No, Frau Consul, I refuse to disturb you any longer," he repeated. "I only came on business, but I could not resist. Indeed, who could resist you? Now duty calls. May I ask the consul?" "I hope I do not need to assure you that it would give us pleasure if you would let us put you up while you are here," said the Frau Consul. Herr Grünlich appeared for the moment struck dumb with gratitude. "From my soul I am grateful, Frau Consul," he said, and his look was indeed eloquent with emotion. "But I must not abuse your kindness. I have a couple of rooms at the city of Hamburg." A couple of rooms, thought the Frau Consul, which was just what Herr Grünlich meant her to think. "And in any case," he said, as she offered her hand cordially, "I hope we have not seen each other for the last time." He kissed her hand, waited a moment for Antonia to extend hers, which she did not do, described another half circle with his upper torso, made a long step backward and another bow, threw back his head and put his hat on with a flourish, then walked away in company with the consul. "A pleasant man," the father said later when he came back and took his place again. "I think he's silly," Tony permitted herself to remark with some emphasis. "Tony, heavens and earth, what an idea!" said the consul's wife, displeased. "Such a Christian young man." "So well brought up and so cosmopolitan," went on the consul. "You don't know what you're talking about." He and his wife had a way of taking each other's side like this, out of sheer politeness. It made them the more likely to agree. Christian wrinkled up his long nose and said, "He was so important. You are conversing, when we weren't at all. And the roses over there trim things up uncommonly." He acted some of the time as if he were talking to himself. "I am disturbing you. I beg pardon. I have never seen more beautiful hair." Christian mocked Herr Grünlich so cleverly that they all had to laugh, even the consul. "Yes, he gave himself too many airs," Tony went on. "He talked the whole time about himself. His business is good, and he is fond of nature, and he likes such and such names, and his name is Bendix. What is all that to us, I'd like to know? Everything he said was just to spread himself." Her voice was growing louder all the time with vexation. "He said all the very things you like to hear, mamma and papa, and he said them just to make a fine impression on you both." "That is no reproach, Tony," the consul said sternly. "Everybody puts his best foot foremost before strangers. We all take care to say what will be pleasant to hear. That is a commonplace." "I think he is a good man," Clotilde pronounced with drawling serenity. She was the only person in the circle about whom Herr Grünlich had not troubled himself at all. Thomas refrained from giving an opinion. "Enough," concluded the consul. "He is a capable, cultured, and energetic Christian man, and you, Tony, should try to bridle your tongue. A great girl of 18 or 19 years old like you. And after he was so polite and gallant to you, too. We are all weak creatures, and you, let me say, are one of the last to have a right to throw stones. Tom, we'll get to work." Pert little Tony muttered to herself, "A golden goat's beard," and scowled as before. End of section 18. Section 19 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 3, Chapter 2. Tony, coming back from a walk some days later, met Herr Grünlich at the corner of Mengs Street. "I was most grieved to have missed you, Fräulein," he said. "I took the liberty of paying my respects to your mother the other day, and I regretted your absence more than I can say. How delightful that I should meet you like this!" Fräulein Buddenbrook had paused as he began to speak, but her half-shut eyes looked no further up than the height of Herr Grünlich's chest. On her lips rested the mocking, merciless smile with which a young girl measures and rejects a man. Her lips moved. What should she say? It must be something that would demolish this Herr Bendix Grünlich once and for all, simply annihilate him. It must be clever, witty, and effective, must at one and the same time wound him to the quick and impress him tremendously.
"The pleasure is not mutual, Herr Grunlich," said she, keeping her gaze meanwhile levelled at his chest. And after she had shot this poisoned arrow, she left him standing there, and went home, her head in the air, her face red with pride in her own powers of repartee, to learn that Herr Grunlich had been invited to dinner next Sunday. And he came. He came in a not quite new-fashioned, rather wrinkled, but still handsome bell-shaped frock-coat, which gave him a solid, respectable look. He was rosy and smiling, his scant hair carefully parted, his whiskers curled and scented. He ate a ragout of shellfish, julienne soup, fried soles, roast veal with creamed potatoes and cauliflower, maraschino pudding, and pumpernickel with roquefort, and he found a fresh and delicate compliment for each fresh course. Over the sweet he lifted his dessert spoon, gazed at one of the tapestry statues, and spoke aloud to himself, thus: "God forgive me, I have eaten far too well already, but this pudding, it is too wonderful. I must beg my good hostess for another slice." And he looked roguishly at the consul's wife. With the consul he talked business and politics, and spoke soundly and weightily. He discussed the theatre and the fashions with the Frau Consul, and he had a good word for Tom and Christian and Clotilde, and even for little Clara and Ida Jungmann. Tony sat in silence, and he did not undertake to engage her, only gazing at her now and then, with his head a little tilted, his face looking dejected and encouraged by turns. When Herr Grunlich took his leave that evening, he had only strengthened the impressions left by his first visit. "A thoroughly well-bred man," said the Frau Consul. "An estimable Christian gentleman," was the consul's opinion. Christian imitated his speech and actions even better than before, and Tony said her good nights to them all with a frowning brow, for something told her that she had not yet seen the last of this gentleman who had won the hearts of her parents with such astonishing ease and rapidity. And, sure enough, coming back one afternoon from a visit with some girl friends, she found Herr Grunlich cosily established in the landscape room, reading aloud to the Frau Consul out of Sir Walter Scott's Waverley. His pronunciation was perfect, for, as he explained, his business trips had taken him to England. Tony sat down apart with another book, and Herr Grunlich softly questioned, "Our book is not to your taste, Fräulein?" To which she replied, with her head in the air, something in a sarcastic vein, like, "Not in the very least." But he was not taken aback. He began to talk about his long-dead parents, and communicated the fact that his father had been a clergyman, a Christian, and at the same time a highly cosmopolitan gentleman. After this visit he departed for Hamburg. Tony was not there when he called to take leave. "Ida," she said to Mamselle Jungmann, "Ida, the man has gone." But Mamselle Jungmann only replied, "You'll see, child." And 8 days later, in fact, came that scene in the breakfast-room. Tony came down at 9 o'clock and found her father and mother still at table. She let her forehead be kissed, and sat down, fresh and hungry, her eyes still red with sleep, and helped herself to sugar, butter, and herb cheese. "How nice to find you still here for once, papa," she said, as she held her egg in her napkin and opened it with her spoon. "But today I have been waiting for our slug-a-bed," said the consul. He was smoking and tapping on the table with his folded newspaper. His wife finished her breakfast with her slow, graceful motions, and leaned back in the sofa. "Tilda is already busy in the kitchen," went on the consul, and I should have been long since at work myself, if your mother and I had not been speaking seriously about a matter that concerns our little daughter." Tony, her mouth full of bread and butter, looked first at her father and then her mother, with a mixture of fear and curiosity. "Eat your breakfast, my child," said the Frau Consul. But Tony laid down her knife and cried, "Out with it quickly, papa, please." Her father only answered, "Eat your breakfast first." So Tony drank her coffee and ate her egg and bread and cheese silently, her appetite quite gone. She began to guess. The fresh morning bloom disappeared from her cheek, and she even grew a little pale. She said, "Thank you," for the honey, and soon after announced in a subdued voice that she had finished. "My dear child," said the consul, "the matter we desire to talk over with you is contained in this letter." He was tapping the table with a big blue envelope instead of the newspaper. "To be brief, Bendix Grunlich, whom we have learned, during his short stay here, to regard as a good and a charming man, writes to me that he has conceived a strong inclination for our daughter, and he here makes a request in form for her hand. What does my child say?" Tony was leaning back in her seat, her head bent, her right hand slowly twirling the silver napkin ring round and round. But suddenly she looked up, and her eyes had grown quite dark with tears. She said, her voice full of distress, "What does this man want of me? What have I done to him?" And she burst into weeping. The consul shot a glance at his wife, and then regarded his empty cup, embarrassed. "Tony, dear," said the Frau Consul gently, "why this échauffement? You know quite well your parents can only desire your good, and they cannot counsel you to reject forthwith the position offered you. I know you feel so far no particular inclination for Herr Grunlich, but that will come. I assure you it comes with time. Such a young thing as you is never sure what she wants. The mind is as confused as the heart. One must just give the heart time, and keep the mind open to the advice of experienced people who think and plan only for our good." "I don't know him the least little bit," Tony said in a dejected tone, wiping her eyes on the little white batiste serviette stained with egg. "All I know is, he has a yellow beard like a goat's, and a flourishing business." Her upper lip, trembling on the verge of tears, had an expression that was indescribably touching. With a movement of sudden tenderness, the consul jerked his chair nearer hers, and stroked her hair, smiling. "My little Tony, what should you like to know of him? You are still a very young girl, you know. You would know him no better if he had been here for 52 weeks instead of 4. You are a child, with no eyes yet for the world, and you must trust other people who mean well by you." "I don't understand. I don't understand." Tony sobbed helplessly, and put down her head as a kitten does beneath the hand that strokes it. "He comes here and says something pleasant to everybody, and then goes away again, and then he writes to you I don't understand. What made him? What have I done to him?" The consul smiled again. "You said that once before, Tony, and it illustrates so well your childish way of reasoning. My little daughter must not feel that people mean to urge or torment her. We can consider it all very quietly. In fact, we must consider it all very quietly and calmly, for it is a very serious matter. Meanwhile, I will write an answer to Herr Grunlich's letter without either consenting or refusing. There is much to be thought of. Well, is that agreed? What do you say?" And now papa can go back to his work, can't he? Adieu, Betsy. Au revoir, dear Jean. Do take a little more honey, Tony, said the Frau Consul to her daughter, who sat in her place motionless, with her head bent. One must eat. Tony's tears gradually dried. Her head felt hot and heavy with her thoughts. Good gracious, what a business! She had always known, of course, that she should one day marry, and be the wife of a business-man, and embark upon a solid and advantageous married life, commensurate with the position of the family and the firm. But suddenly, for the first time in her life, somebody, some actual person, in serious earnest, wanted to marry her. How did people act? To her, Tony Buddenbrook, were now applicable all those tremendous words and phrases which she had hitherto met with only in books. Her hand, her consent, as long as life shall last. Goodness gracious, what a step to take, all at once. And you, mamma, do you, too, advise me to yield my consent? She hesitated a little before the yield my consent. It sounded high-flown and awkward. But then this was the first occasion in her life that was worthy of fine language. She began to blush for her earlier lack of self-control. It seemed to her now not less unreasonable than it had 10 minutes ago that she should marry Herr Grünlich, but the dignity of her situation began to fill her with a sense of importance which was satisfying indeed. I advise you to accept, my child? Has papa advised you to do so? He has only not advised you not to, that is all. It would be very irresponsible of either of us to do that. The connection offered you is a very good one, my dear Tony. You would go to Hamburg on an excellent footing, and live there in great style. Tony sat motionless. She was having a sort of vision of silk portières, like those in grandfather's salon. And, as Madame Grünlich, should she drink morning chocolate? She thought it would not be seemly to ask. As your father says, you have time to consider, the Frau Consul continued, but we are obliged to tell you that such an offer does not come every day, that it would make your fortune, and that it is exactly the marriage which duty and vocation prescribe. This, my child, it is my business to tell you. You know yourself that the path which opens before you today is the prescribed one which your life ought to follow. Yes, Tony said thoughtfully. She was well aware of her responsibilities toward the family and the firm, and she was proud of them. She was saturated with her family history, she, Tony Buddenbrook, who, as the daughter of Consul Buddenbrook, went about the town like a little queen, before whom Mathieson the porter took off his hat and made a low bow. The Rostock tailor had been very well off to begin with, but since his time the family fortunes had advanced by leaps and bounds. It was her vocation to enhance the brilliance of family and firm in her allotted way, by making a rich and aristocratic marriage. To the same end Tom worked in the office. Yes, the marriage was undoubtedly precisely the right one, but she saw him before her, saw his gold-yellow whiskers, his rosy smiling face, the wart on his nose, his mincing walk. She could feel his woolly suit, hear his soft voice. I felt sure, the consul's wife said, that we were accessible to quiet reason. Have we perhaps already made up our mind? Oh, goodness, no, cried Tony suddenly. She uttered the "oh" with an outburst of irritation. What nonsense! Why should I marry him?
I have always made fun of him. I never did anything else. I can't understand how he can possibly endure me. The man must have some sort of pride in his bones." She began to drip honey upon a slice of bread. End of section 19. Section 20 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 3, Chapter 3. This year the Buddenbrooks took no holiday during Christian's and Clara's vacation. The consul said he was too busy, but it was Tony's unsettled affair as well that kept them lingering in Mengstrasse. A very diplomatic letter, written by the consul himself, had been dispatched to Herr Grünlich, but the progress of the wooing was hindered by Tony's obstinacy. She expressed herself in the most childish way. "Heaven forbid, mamma," she would say. "I simply can't endure him," with tremendous emphasis on the second syllable. Or she would explain solemnly, "Father," Tony never otherwise said anything but papa, "I can never yield him my consent." And at this point the matter would assuredly have stuck, had it not been for events that occurred some 10 days after the talk in the breakfast-room, in other words, about the middle of July. It was afternoon, a hot blue afternoon. The Frau Consul was out, and Tony sat with a book alone at the window of the landscape room, when Anton brought her a card. Before she had time to read the name, a young man in a bell-skirted coat and pea-green pantaloons entered the room. It was, of course, Herr Grünlich, with an expression of imploring tenderness upon his face. Tony started up indignantly and made a movement to flee into the next room. How could one possibly talk to a man who had proposed for one's hand? Her heart was in her throat, and she had gone very pale. While he had been at a safe distance, she had hugely enjoyed the solemn conferences with her father and mother, and the suddenly enhanced importance of her own person and destiny. But now, here he was, he stood before her. What was going to happen? And again she felt that she was going to weep. At a rapid stride, his head tipped on one side, his arms outstretched, with the air of a man who says, "Here I am, kill me if you will," he approached. "What a providence!" he cried. "I find you here, Antonia." He said Antonia. Tony stood erect, her novel in her right hand. She stuck out her lips and gave her head a series of little jerks upward, relieving her irritation by stressing, in that manner, each word as she spoke it. She got out, "What is the matter with you?" but the tears were already rising. And Herr Grünlich's own excitement was too great for him to realize the check. "How could I wait longer? Was I not driven to return?" he said in impassioned tones. "A week ago I had your father's letter, which filled me with hope. I could bear it no longer. Could I thus linger on in half-certainty? I threw myself into a carriage. I hastened hither. I have taken a couple of rooms at the city of Hamburg, and here I am, Antonia, to hear from your lips the final word which will make me happier than I can express." Tony was stunned. Her tears retreated, abashed. This, then, was the effect of her father's careful letter, which had indefinitely postponed the decision. 2 or 3 times she stammered, "You are mistaken, you are mistaken." Herr Grünlich had drawn an armchair close to her seat in the window. He sat down, he obliged her to sit as well, and bowing over her hand, which, limp with indecision, she resigned to him, he went on in a trembling voice. "Fräulein Antonia, since first I saw you, that afternoon, Do you remember that afternoon when I saw you, a vision of loveliness, in your own family circle? Since then, your name has been indelibly written on my heart." He went back, corrected himself, and said, "Graven. Since that day, Fräulein Antonia, it has been my only, my most ardent wish to win your beautiful hand. What your father's letter permitted me only to hope, that I implore you to confirm to me now in all certainty. I may feel sure of your consent? I may be assured of it?" He took her other hand in his and looked deep into her wide-open, frightened eyes. He had left off his worsted gloves to-day, and his hands were long and white, marked with blue veins. Tony stared at his pink face, at his wart, at his eyes, which were as blue as a goose's. "Oh, no, no!" she broke out rapidly in terror. And then she added, "No, I will never yield my consent." She took great pains to speak firmly, but she was already in tears. "How have I deserved this doubt and hesitation?" he asked in a lower, well-nigh reproachful tone. "I know you are a maiden cherished and sheltered by the most loving care. But I swear to you, I pledge you my word of honour as a man, that I would carry you in my arms, that as my wife you would lack nothing, that you would live in Hamburg a life altogether worthy of you." Tony sprang up. She freed her hand, and, with the tears rolling down her cheeks, cried out in desperation, "No, no, I said no. I am refusing you. For heaven's sake, can't you understand?" Then Herr Grünlich rose up too. He took one backward step, and stretched out his arms toward her, palms up. Seriously, like a man of honour and resolution, he spoke. "Mademoiselle Buddenbrooks, you understand that I cannot permit myself to be insulted." "But I am not insulting you, Herr Grünlich," said Tony, repenting her brusqueness. Oh dear, why did all this have to happen to her? Such a wooing as this she had never imagined. She had supposed that one only had to say, "Your offer does me great honour, but I cannot accept it," and that would be an end of the matter. "Your offer does me great honour," she said as calmly as she could, "but I cannot accept it. And now I must go. Please excuse me, I am busy." But Herr Grünlich stood in front of her. "You reject me?" he said gloomily. "Yes," Tony said, adding with tact, "unfortunately." Herr Grünlich gave a gusty sigh. He took 2 big steps backward, bent his torso to one side, pointed with his forefinger to the carpet, and said in an awful voice, "Antonia." Thus, for the space of a moment, they stood, he in a posture of commanding rage, Tony pale, weepy, and trembling, her damp handkerchief to her mouth. Then he turned from her, and, with his hands on his back, measured the room twice through, as if he were at home. He paused at the window and looked out into the early dusk. Tony moved cautiously toward the glass doors, but she got only as far as the middle of the room, when he stood beside her again. "Tony," he murmured, and gently took her hand. Then he sank, yes, he sank slowly upon his knees beside her. His 2 gold whiskers lay across her hand. "Tony," he repeated, "you behold me here, you see to what you have brought me. Have you a heart to feel what I endure? Listen, you behold a man condemned to death, devoted to destruction, a man who will certainly die of grief," he interrupted himself, "if you scorn his love.
Here I lie. Can you find it in your heart to say, I despise you? No, no, Tony said quickly in a consoling tone. Her tears were conquered. Pity stirred. Heavens, how he must adore her to go on like that, while she herself felt completely indifferent. Was it to her, Tony Buddenbrook, that all this was happening? One read of it in the novels. But here in real life was a man in a frock coat on his knees in front of her, weeping, imploring. The idea of marrying him was simply idiotic because she had found him silly. But just at this moment he did not seem silly, heavens no. Honorable, upright, desperate entreaty were in his voice and face. No, no, she repeated, bending over him, quite touched. I don't despise you, Herr Grünlich. How can you say such a thing? Do get up, please do. Then you will not kill me? He asked again, and she answered in a consoling, almost motherly tone, No, no. That is a promise, he cried, springing to his feet. But when he saw Tony's frightened face, he got down again and went on in a wheedling tone. Good, good, say no more, Antonia. Enough for this time. We shall speak of this again. No more now. Farewell. I will return. Farewell. He had got quickly to his feet. He took his broad grey hat from the table, kissed her hand, and was out through the glass doors in a twinkling. Tony saw him take his stick from the hall and disappear down the corridor. She stood, bewildered and worn out, in the middle of the room, with the damp handkerchief in one of her limp hands. End of section 20. Section 21 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 3, Chapter 4. Consul Buddenbrook said to his wife, If I thought Tony had a motive in refusing this match. But she is a child, Betsy. She enjoys going to balls and being courted by the young fellows. She is quite aware that she is pretty and from a good family. Of course, it is possible that she is consciously or unconsciously seeking a mate herself, but I know the child, and I feel sure she has never yet found her heart, as the saying goes. If you asked her, she would turn this way and that way and consider, but she would find nobody. She is a child, a little bird, a hoyden. Directly she says yes, she will find her place. She will have carte blanche to set herself up, and she will love her husband after a few days. He is no beau, God knows, but he is perfectly presentable. One mustn't ask for 5 legs on a sheep, as we say in business. If she waits for somebody to come along who is an Adonis and a good match to boot, well, God bless us, Tony Buddenbrook could always find a husband, but it's a risk, after all. Every day is fishing day, but not every day catching day, to use another homely phrase. Yesterday I had a long talk with Grünlich. He is a most constant wooer. He showed me all his books. They are good enough to frame. I told him I was completely satisfied. The business is young, but in fine condition. Assets must be somewhere about $120,000, and that is obviously only the situation at the moment, for he makes a good slice every year. I asked the Duchamps. What they said doesn't sound at all bad. They don't know his connections, but he lives like a gentleman, mingles in society, and his business is known to be expanding. And some other people in Hamburg have told me things, a banker named Kesselmeyer, for instance, that I feel pleased with. In short, as you know, Betsy, I can only wish for the consummation of this match, which would be highly advantageous for the family and the firm. I am heartily sorry the child feels so pressed. She hardly speaks at all, and acts as if she were in a state of siege. But I can't bring myself to refuse him out and out. You know, Betsy, there is another thing I can't emphasize often enough. In these last years, we haven't been doing any too brilliantly. Not that there's anything to complain of, oh no. Faithful work always finds its reward. Business goes quietly on, but a bit too quietly for me, and it only does that because I am eternally vigilant. We haven't perceptibly advanced since father was taken away. The times aren't good for merchants. No, our prospects are not too bright. Our daughter is in a position to make a marriage that would undoubtedly be honorable and advantageous. She is of an age to marry, and she ought to do it. Delay isn't advisable. It isn't advisable, Betsy. Speak to her again. I said all I could this afternoon." Tony was besieged, as the consul said. She no longer said no, but she could not bring herself to say yes. She could not wring a yes out of herself. God knew why. She did not. Meanwhile, first her father would draw her aside and speak seriously, and then her mother would take up the tale, both pressing for a decision. Uncle Gotthold and family were not brought into the affair. Their attitude toward the Mengstrasse was not exactly sympathetic. But Sesame Weichbrot got wind of it and came to give good advice with correct enunciation. Even Mademoiselle Jungmann said, "Tony, my little one, why should you worry? You will always be in the best society." And Tony could not pay a visit to the admired silken salon outside the castle gate without getting a dose from old Madame Kruger. "Apropos, little one, I hear there is an affair. I hope you are going to listen to reason, child." One Sunday, as she sat in St. Mary's with her parents and brothers, Pastor Cooling began preaching from the text about the wife leaving father and mother and cleaving only to her husband. His language was so violent that she began listening with a jump, staring up to see if he were looking at her. No, thank goodness, his head was turned in the other direction, and he seemed to be preaching in general to all the faithful. Still, it was plain that this was a new attack upon her. Every word struck home. A still childish girl, he said, could have as yet no will and no wisdom, and if she set herself up against the loving advice of her parents, she was as deserving of punishment as the guilty are. She was one of those whom the Lord spews out of his mouth. With this phrase, which the kind Pastor Cooling adored, she encountered a piercing glance from his eyes as he made a threatening gesture with his right arm. Tony saw how her father, sitting next to her, raised his hand as though he would say, "Not so hard." But it was perfectly plain that either he or her mother had let the pastor into the secret. Tony crouched in her place with her face like fire, and felt the eyes of all the world upon her. Next Sunday she flatly refused to go to church. She moved dumbly about the house. She laughed no more. She lost her appetite. Sometimes she gave such heart-breaking sighs as would move a stone to pity. She was growing thinner, too, and would soon lose her freshness. It would not do. At length the consul said, "This cannot go on, Betsy. We must not ill-use the child. She must get away a bit, to rest, and be able to think quietly. You'll see she will listen to reason then. I can't leave, and the holidays are almost over, but there's no need for us to go. Yesterday old Schwarzkopf from Travemünde was here, and I spoke to him. He said he would be glad to take the girl for a while. I'd give them something for it. She would have a good home where she could bathe and be in the fresh air and get clear in her mind. Tom can take her, so it's all arranged. Better tomorrow than day after. Tony was much pleased with this idea. True, she hardly ever saw Herr Grünlich, but she knew he was in town, in touch with her parents. Any day he might appear before her and begin shrieking and importuning. She would feel safer at Travemünde in a strange house. So she packed her trunk with alacrity, and on one of the last days in July she mounted, with Tom, into the majestic Kruger equipage. She said good-bye in the best of spirits, and breathed more freely as they drove out of the castle gate. End of section 21. Section 22 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 3, Chapter 5. The road to Travemünde first crosses the ferry and then goes straight ahead. The grey high road glided away under the hoofs of Lebrecht Kruger's fat brown Mecklenburgs. The sound of their trotting was hollow and rhythmical. The sun burned hot, and dust concealed the meagre view. The family had eaten at 1 o'clock, an hour earlier than usual, and the brother and sister set out punctually at 2. They would arrive shortly after 4, for what a hired carriage could do in 3 hours, the Kruger pair were mettlesome enough to make in 2. Tony sat half asleep, nodding under her broad straw hat and her lace-trimmed parasol, which she held tipped back against the hood of the chaise. The parasol was twine grey with cream-coloured lace and matched her neat, simply cut frock. She reclined in the luxurious ease proper to the equipage, with her feet, in their white stockings and strap shoes, daintily crossed before her. Tom was already 20 years old. He wore an extremely well-cut blue suit, and sat smoking Russian cigarettes with his hat on the back of his head. He was not very tall, but already he boasted a considerable moustache, darker in tone than his brows and eyelashes. He had one eyebrow lifted a trifle, a habit with him, and sat looking at the dust and the trees that fled away behind them as the carriage rolled on. Tony said, "I was never so glad to come to Travemünde before, for various reasons. You needn't laugh, Tom. I wish I could leave a certain pair of yellow mutton chops even further behind. And then it will be an entirely different Travemünde at the Schwarzkopfs on the seafront. I shan't be bothered with the Kurhaus society, I can tell you that much. I'm not in the mood for it. Besides, that man could come there, too, as well as not. He has nerve enough, it wouldn't trouble him at all. Some day he'd be bobbing up in front of me and putting on all his airs and graces." Tom threw away the stub of his cigarette and took a fresh one out of the box, a pretty little affair with an inlaid picture inside the lid of an overturned troika being set upon by wolves. It was a present from a Russian customer of the consul. The cigarettes, those biting little trifles with the yellow mouthpiece, were Tom's passion. He smoked quantities of them, and had the bad habit of inhaling the smoke, breathing it slowly out again as he talked. "Yes," he said, "as far as that goes, the garden of the Kurhaus is alive with Hamburgers. Consul Fritzsche, who has bought it, is a Hamburger himself. He must be doing a wonderful business now, Papa says. But you'll miss something if you don't take part in it a bit. Peter Dullmann is there. He never stops in town this time of year. His business goes on at a jog-trot all by itself, I suppose. Funny. Well, And Uncle Eustace comes out for a little, on a Sunday, of course, to visit the roulette table. Then there are the Muhlendorfs and the Kistenmakers, I suppose, in full strength, and the Hagenstroms. Yes, of course. They couldn't get on without Sarah Semlinger. Her name is Lara, my child. Let us be accurate. And Julken with her, of course. Julken ought to get engaged to August Muhlendorf this summer, and she will do it, too. After all, they belong together. Disgusting, isn't it, Tom? This adventurer's family. Yes, but, good heavens, they are the firm of Strunk and Hagenstrom. That is the point. Naturally, they make the firm, of course, and everybody knows how they do it, with their elbows, pushing and shoving, entirely without courtesy or elegance. Grandfather said that Heinrich Hagenstrom could coin money out of paving stones. Those were his very words. Yes, that is exactly it. It is money talks. And this match is perfectly good business. Julken will be a Muhlendorf, and August will get a snug position. Oh, you just want to make me angry, Tom, that's all. You know how much I despise that lot. Tom began to laugh. Goodness, one has to get along with them, he replied. As Papa said the other day, they are the coming people. Well, the Muhlendorfs, for example. And one can't deny that the Hagenstroms are clever. Hermann is already useful in the business, and Moritz is very able. He finished school brilliantly in spite of his weak chest, and he's going to study law. That's all very well, Tom, but all the same, I am glad there are families that don't have to knuckle down to them. For instance, we Buddenbrooks. Oh, Tom said, don't let's begin to boast. Every family has its own skeleton, he went on in a lower voice with a glance at Jock's broad back. For instance, God knows what state Uncle Julius's affairs are in. Papa shakes his head when he speaks of him, and Grandfather Kruger has had to come forward once or twice with large sums, I hear. The cousins aren't just the thing either. Jürgen wants to study, but he still hasn't come up for his finals, and they're not very well satisfied with Jakob at Dahlbeck and Company. He is always in debt, even with a good allowance, and when Uncle Eustace refuses to send any more, Aunt Rosalie does. No, I find it doesn't do to throw stones. If you want to balance the scale with the Hagenstroms, you'd better marry Grünlich. Did we get into this wagon to discuss that subject? Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. I ought to marry him, but I won't think about it now. I want to forget it. We're going to the Schwarzkopfs. I've never seen them to know them. Are they nice people? Oh, old Diederik Schwarzkopf, he's not such a bad old chap. Doesn't speak such atrocious dialect unless he's had more than 5 glasses of grog. Once he was at the office and we went together to the ship's company. He drank like a tank. His father was born on a Norwegian freighter and grew up to be captain on the very same line. Diederik has had a good education. The pilot command is a responsible office and pretty well paid. Diederik is an old bear, but very gallant with the ladies. Look out, he'll flirt with you. Ah, well. And his wife? I don't know her myself. She must be nice, I should think. There is a son, too. He was in my first or second in my time at school, and is a student now, I expect. Look, there's the sea. We shall be there inside a quarter of an hour. They drove for a while along the shore on an avenue bordered with young beech trees. There was the water, blue and peaceful in the sunshine. The round yellow lighthouse tower came into view, then the bay and the breakwater, the red roofs of the little town, the harbour with its sails, tackle, and shipping. They drove between the first houses, past the church, and rolled along the front close to the water and up to a pretty little house, the veranda of which was overhung with vines. Pilot Captain Schwarzkopf stood before his door and took off his seaman's cap as the caleche drove up. He was a broad, stocky man with a red face, sea-blue eyes, and a bristling, grizzled beard that ran fan-shaped from one ear to the other. His mouth turned down at the corners, in one of which he held a wooden pipe. His smooth-shaven red upper lip was hard and prominent. He looked thoroughly solid and respectable, with big bones and well-rounded paunch, and he wore a coat decorated with gold braid, under which a white piqué waistcoat was visible. "Servant, mademoiselle," he said, as he carefully lifted Tony from the caleche. "We know it's an honor you do us, coming to stop with us like this. Servant, Herr Buddenbrook? Papa well? And the honored Frau Consul? Come in, come in. My wife has some sort of a bite ready, I suppose. Drive over to Pedersen's Inn," he said in his broadest dialect to the coachman who was carrying in the trunk. "You'll find they take good care of the horses there." Then turning to Thomas, "You'll stop the night with us, Herr Buddenbrook? Oh yes, you must. The horses want a bait and a rest, and you wouldn't get home until after dark." "Upon my word, one lives at least as well here as at the Kurhaus," Tony said, a quarter of an hour later, as they sat around the coffee table in the veranda. "What wonderful air! You can smell the seaweed from here. How frightfully glad I am to be in Travemünde again." Between the vine-clad columns of the veranda, one could look out on the broad river mouths, glittering in the sun. There were the piers and the boats and the ferry house on the Preval opposite, the projecting peninsula of Mecklenburg. The clumsy, blue-bordered cups on the table were almost like basins, how different from the delicate old porcelain at home. But there was a bunch of flowers at Tony's place, the food looked inviting, and the drive had whetted her appetite. "Yes, mademoiselle will see, she will pick up here fast enough," the housewife said. "She looks a little poorly, if I might say so. That is the town air, and the parties." Frau Schwarzkopf was the daughter of a Schlutup pastor. She was a head shorter than Tony, rather thin, and looked to be about 50. Her hair was still black and neatly dressed in a large meshed net. She wore a dark brown dress with white crocheted collar and cuffs. She was spotless, gentle, and hospitable, urging upon her guests the currant bread that lay in a boat-shaped basket, surrounded by cream, butter, sugar, and honeycomb. The basket had a border of beadwork embroidery done by little Meta, the 8-year-old daughter, who now sat next her mother, dressed in a plaid frock, her flaxen hair in a thick pigtail. Frau Schwarzkopf made excuses for Tony's room, whither she had already been to make herself tidy after the journey. It was so very simple. "Oh, all the better," Tony said. It had a view of the ocean, which was the main thing. And she dipped her 4th piece of currant bread into her coffee. Tom talked with the pilot captain about the Wullenwever, now undergoing repairs in the town. There came suddenly into the veranda a young man of some 20 years. He took off his grey felt hat, blushed, and bowed rather awkwardly. "Well, my son," said Herr Schwarzkopf, "you are late." He presented him to the guests. "This is my son, studying to be a doctor. He is spending his vacation with us." He had mentioned the young man's name, but Tony failed to understand it. "Pleased to meet you," said Tony primly. Tom rose and shook hands. Young Schwarzkopf bowed again, put down his book, and took his place at the table, blushing afresh. He was of medium height, very slender, and as fair as he could possibly be. His youthful moustaches, colourless as the hair which covered his long head, were scarcely visible, and he had a complexion to match, a tint like translucent porcelain, which grew pink on the slightest provocation. His eyes, slightly darker than his father's, had the same not very animated but good-natured quizzical expression, and his features were regular and rather pleasing. When he began to eat, he displayed unusually regular teeth, glistening in close ranks of polished ivory. For the rest, he wore a grey jacket buttoned up with flaps on the pockets, and an elastic belt at the back. "Yes, I am sorry I am late," he said. His speech was somewhat slow and grating. "I was reading on the beach, and did not look soon enough at my watch." Then he ate silently, looking up now and then to glance at Tom and Tony. Later on, Tony being again urged by the housewife to take something, he said, "You can rely on the honey, Fräulein Buddenbrook. It is a pure nature product. One knows what one is eating. You must eat, you know. The air here consumes one. It accelerates the process of metabolism. If you do not eat well, you will get thin." He had a pleasant, naive way of now and then bending forward as he spoke and looking at some other person than the one whom he addressed. His mother listened to him tenderly and watched Tony's face to see the impression he made. But old Schwarzkopf said, Now, Herr Doctor, don't be blowing off about your metabolism. We don't know anything about that sort of talk." Whereupon the young man laughed, blushed again, and looked at Tony's plate. The pilot captain mentioned more than once his son's Christian name, but Tony could never quite catch what it was. It sounded like Moore or Mort, but the father's broad, flat pronunciation was impossible to understand. They finished their meal. Herr Diederich sat blinking in the sun, his coat flung wide open over his white waistcoat, and he and his son took out their short pipes. Tom smoked his cigarettes, and the young people began a lively conversation, the subject of which was their old school and all the old school recollections. Tony took part gaily. They quoted Herr Stengel. "What, you were to make a line, and what are you making? A dash." What a pity Christian was not here. He could imitate him so much better. Once Tom pointed to the flowers at Tony's place, and said to his sister, "That trims things up uncommonly well, as Herr Grunlich would say." Whereat Tony, red with anger, gave him a push, and darted an embarrassed glance at young Schwarzkopf. The coffee hour had been unusually late, and they had prolonged it. It was already 6:30, and twilight was beginning to descend over the Prival, when the captain got up. "The company will excuse me," he said. "I've some work down at the pilot-house. We'll have supper at 8 o'clock, if that suits the young folk, or maybe a little later tonight, Meta? And you," here he used his son's name again, "don't be lolling about here. Just go and dig up your bones again. Fräulein Buddenbrook will want to unpack, or perhaps the guests would like to go down to the beach. Only don't get in their way." "Diederich, for pity's sake, why shouldn't he sit still a bit?" Frau Schwarzkopf said, with mild reproach. "And if our guests like to go down on the beach, why shouldn't he go along? Is he to see nothing at all of our visitors?" End of section 22. Section 23 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 3, Chapter 6. In her neat little room with the flower-covered furniture, Tony woke next morning with the fresh, happy feeling which one has at the beginning of a new chapter. She sat up in bed, and, with her hands clasped round her knees and her tousled head flung back, blinked at the stream of light that poured through the closed shutters into the room. She began to sort out the experiences of the previous day. Her thoughts scarcely touched upon the Grunlich affair. The town, his hateful apparition in the landscape room, the exhortations of her family and Pastor Cooling, all that lay far behind her. Here, every morning, there would be a carefree waking. These Schwarzkopfs were splendid people. Last night there had been pineapple punch, and they had made part of a happy family circle. It had been very jolly. Herr Schwarzkopf had told his best sea tales, and young Schwarzkopf stories about student life at Göttingen. How odd it was that she still did not know his first name. And she had strained her ear to hear it, too, but even at dinner she did not succeed, and somehow it did not seem proper to ask. She tried feverishly to think how it sounded. Was it Mord? Anyhow, she had liked him pretty well, this young Moore or Mord. He had such a sly, good-natured laugh when he asked for the water, and called it by letters and numbers, so that his father got quite furious. But it was only the scientific formula for water. That is, for ordinary water, for the Travemünde product was a much more complicated affair, of course. Why, one could find a jellyfish in it any time. The authorities, of course, might have what notions they chose about fresh water. For this he only got another scolding from his father for speaking slightingly of the authorities. But Frau Schwarzkopf watched Tony all the time to see how much she admired the young man. And really it was most interesting. He was so learned and so jolly all at the same time. He had given her considerable attention. She had complained that her head felt hot while eating, and that she must have too much blood. What had he replied? He had given her a careful scrutiny, and then said, yes, the arteries in the temples might be full, but that did not prove that she had too much blood. Perhaps instead it meant that she had too little, or rather that there were too few red corpuscles in it. In fact, she was perhaps a little anemic. The cuckoo sprang out of his carven house on the wall, and cuckooed several times, clear and loud. 7, 8, 9, counted Tony. Up with you. She jumped out of bed and opened the blinds. The sky was partly overcast, but the sun was visible. She looked out over the Leuchtenfeld with its tower to the ruffled sea beyond. On the right it was bounded by the curve of the Mecklenburg coast, but before her it stretched on till its blue and green streaks mingled with the misty horizon. I'll bathe afterwards, she thought, but first I'll eat a big breakfast so as not to be consumed by my metabolism. She washed and dressed with quick, eager movements. It was shortly after 9:30 when she left her room. The door of the chamber in which Tom had slept stood open. He had risen early and driven back to town. Even up here in the upper story, it smelled of coffee. That seemed to be the characteristic odor of the little house, for it grew stronger as she descended the simple staircase with its plain board baluster, and went down the corridor where lay the living-room, which was also the dining-room, and the office of the pilot-captain. She went out into the veranda, looking, in her white piqué frock, perfectly fresh and in the gayest of tempers. Frau Schwarzkopf sat with her son at the table. It was already partly cleared away, and the housewife wore a blue-checked kitchen apron over her brown frock. A key basket stood beside her. 1,000 pardons for not waiting, she said as she stood up. We simple folk rise early. There is so much to be done. Schwarzkopf is in his office. I hope you don't take it ill. Tony excused herself in her turn. You must not think I always sleep so late as this, she said. I feel very guilty, but the punch last night. The young man began to laugh. He stood behind the table with his short pipe in his hand and a newspaper before him. "Good morning," Tony said. "Yes, it is your fault. You kept urging me. Now I deserve only cold coffee. I ought to have had breakfast and a bath as well by this time." "Oh, no, that would be rather too early for a young lady. At 7 o'clock the water was rather cold, 11 degrees. That's pretty sharp after a warm bed." "How do you know I wanted a warm bath, monsieur?" And Tony sat down beside Frau Schwarzkopf. "Oh, you have kept the coffee hot for me, Frau Schwarzkopf. But I will pour it out myself. Thank you so much." The housewife looked on as her guest began to eat. "Fräulein slept well the first night? The mattress, dear nose, is only stuffed with seaweed. We are simple folk. And now good appetite and a good morning. You will surely find many friends on the beach. If you like, my son shall bear you company. Pardon me for not sitting longer, but I must look after the dinner. The joint is in the oven. We will feed you as well as we can." "I shall stick to the honeycomb," Tony said when the two were alone. "You know what you are getting." Young Schwarzkopf laid his pipe on the veranda rail. "But please smoke. I don't mind it at all. At home, when I come down to breakfast, Papa's cigar smoke is already in the room. Tell me," she said suddenly, "is it true that an egg is as good as 1/4 pound of meat?" He grew red all over. "Are you making fun of me?" he asked, partly laughing but partly vexed. "I got another wigging from my father last night for what he calls my silly professional airs." "No, really, I was asking because I wanted to know." Tony stopped eating in consternation. "How could anybody call them airs? I should be so glad to learn something. I'm such a goose, you see. At Sesame Weichbrots I was always one of the very laziest. I'm sure you know a great deal." Inwardly her thoughts ran, "Everybody puts his best foot foremost before strangers. We all take care to say what will be pleasant to hear. That is a commonplace." "Well, you see, they are the same thing in a way. The chemical constituents of foodstuffs," and so on, while Tony breakfasted. Next they talked about Tony's boarding school days, and Sesame Weichbrot, and Gerda Arnoldson, who had gone back to Amsterdam, and Armgard von Schelling, whose home, a large white house, could be seen from the beach here, at least in clear weather. Tony finished eating, wiped her mouth, and asked, pointing to the paper, "Is there any news?" Young Schwarzkopf shook his head and laughed cynically. "Oh, no. What would there be? You know these little provincial news sheets are wretched affairs." "Oh, are they? Papa and mamma always take it in." He reddened again. "Oh, well, you see, I always read it, too, because I can't get anything else. But it is not very thrilling to hear that so-and-so, the merchant prince, is about to celebrate his silver wedding. Yes, you laugh, but you ought to read other papers, the Königsberg Gazette, for instance, or the Rhenish Gazette. You'd find a different story there entirely. There it's what the King of Prussia says." "What does he say?" "Well, I really couldn't repeat it to a lady." He got red again. "He expressed himself rather strongly on the subject of this same press," he went on with another cynical laugh, which for a moment made a painful impression on Tony. "The press, you know, doesn't feel any too friendly toward the government or the nobility or the parsons and Junkers. It knows pretty well how to lead the censor by the nose." "Well, and you? Aren't you any too friendly with the nobility either?" "I?" he asked, and looked very embarrassed. Tony rose. "Shall we talk about this again another time?" she suggested. "Suppose I go down to the beach now. Look, the sky is blue nearly all over. It won't rain any more. I'm simply longing to jump into the water. Will you go down with me? End of section 23. Section 24 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 3, Chapter 7. She had put on her big straw hat, and she raised her sunshade, for it was very hot, though there was a little sea breeze. Young Schwarzkopf, in his grey felt, book in hand, walked beside her and sometimes gave her a shy side glance. They went along the front and walked through the garden of the Kurhaus, which lay there in the sun, shadeless and still, with its rose bushes and pebbly paths. The music pavilion, hidden among pine trees, stood opposite the Kurhaus, the pastry cook's, and the 2 Swiss cottages, which were connected by a long gallery. It was about 11:30, and the hotel guests were probably down on the beach. They crossed the playground, where there were many benches and a large swing, passed close to the building where one took the hot baths, and strolled slowly across the Leuchtenfeld. The sun brooded over the grass, and there rose up a spicy smell from the warm weeds and clover. Bluebottle flies buzzed and droned about. A dull, booming roar came up from the ocean, whose waters now and then lifted a crested head of spray in the distance. "What is that you are reading?" Tony asked. The young man took the book in both hands and ran it quickly through from cover to cover. "Oh, that is nothing for you, Fräulein Buddenbrook. Nothing but blood and entrails and such awful things. This part treats of nodes in the lungs, what we call pulmonary catarrh. The lungs get filled up with a watery fluid. It is a very dangerous condition and occurs in inflammation of the lungs. In bad cases, the patient simply chokes to death, and that is all described with perfect coolness from a scientific point of view." "Oh, horrors! But if one wants to be a doctor, I will see that you become our family physician when old Grabo retires. You'll see." "And what are you reading, if I may ask, Fräulein Buddenbrook?" "Do you know Hoffmann?" Tony asked. "About the choir master and the gold pot? Yes, that's very pretty. But it is more for ladies. Men want something different, you know." "I must ask you one thing," Tony said, taking a sudden resolution after they had gone a few steps. "And that is, do, I beg of you, tell me your first name. I haven't been able to understand it a single time I've heard it, and it is making me dreadfully nervous. I've simply been racking my brains. I have, quite." "You have been racking your brains?" "Now, don't make it worse. I'm sure it couldn't have been proper for me to ask, only I'm naturally curious. There's really no reason whatever why I should know." "Why, my name is Morton," said he, and he became redder than ever. "Morton? That's a nice name." "Oh, nice?" "Yes, indeed. At least it's prettier than to be called something like Hintz or Kuntz. It is unusual. It sounds foreign." "You are romantic, Fräulein Buddenbrook. You have read too much Hoffmann. My grandfather was half Norwegian, and I was named after him. That is all there is to it." Tony picked her way through the rushes on the edge of the beach. In front of them was a row of round-topped wooden pavilions, and beyond they could see the basket chairs at the water's edge, and people camped by families on the warm sand. Ladies with blue sun spectacles and books out of the lone library, gentlemen in light suits idly drawing pictures in the sand with their walking sticks, sunburnt children in enormous straw hats, tumbling about, shoveling sand, digging for water, baking with wooden molds, paddling bare-legged in the shallow pools, floating little ships. To the right the wooden bathing pavilion ran out into the water. "We're going straight across to Mullendorf's pier," said Tony. "Let's turn off." "Certainly, but don't you want to meet your friends? I can sit down yonder on those boulders." "Well, I suppose I ought to just greet them, but I don't want to, you know.
I came here to be in peace and quiet." "Peace? From what?" "Why, from— Listen, Fräulein Buddenbrook, I must ask you something. No, I'll wait till another day, till we have more time. Now I will say au revoir and go and sit down there on the rocks." "Don't you want me to introduce you, then?" Tony asked importantly. "Oh, no," Morton said hastily. "Thanks, but I don't fit very well with those people, you see. I'll just sit down over there on the rocks." It was a rather large company which Tony was approaching, while Morton Schwarzkopf betook himself to the great heap of boulders on the right, near to the bathing-house and washed by the waves. The party was encamped before the Müllendorf's pier, and was composed of the Müllendorf, Hagenstrom, Kistenmacher, and Fritzsche families. Except for Herr Fritzsche, the owner, from Hamburg, and Peter Duhlmann, the idler, the group consisted of women, for it was a week-day, and most of the men were in their offices. Consul Fritzsche, an elderly, smooth-shaven gentleman with a distinguished face, was up on the open pier, busy with a telescope, which he trained upon a sailboat visible in the distance. Peter Duhlmann, with a broad-brimmed straw hat and a beard with a nautical cut, stood chatting with the ladies perched on camp stools or stretched out on rugs on the sand. There were Frau Senator Müllendorf, born Langhals, with her long-handled lorgnon and untidy grey hair; Frau Hagenstrom, with Julken, who had not grown much, but already wore diamonds in her ears, like her mother; Frau Consul Kistenmacher and her daughters, and Frau Consul Fritzsche, a wrinkled little lady in a cap, who performed the duties of hospitality at the bath, and went about perpetually hot and tired, thinking only about balls and routs and raffles, children's parties and sailboat excursions. At a little distance sat her paid companion. Kistenmacher and Son was the new firm of wine merchants which had, in the last few years, managed to put C.F. Kuppen rather in the shade. The two sons, Eduard and Stefan, worked in their father's office. Consul Duhlmann possessed none of those graces of manner upon which Justus Kruger laid such stress. He was an idler, pure and simple, whose special characteristic was a sort of rough good humour. He could, and did, take a good many liberties in society, being quite aware that his loud, brusque voice and bluff ways caused the ladies to set him down as an original. Once at a dinner at the Buddenbrooks, when a course failed to come in promptly, and the guests grew dull and the hostess flustered, he came to the rescue and put them into a good humour by bellowing in his big voice the whole length of the table, "Please don't wait for me, Frau Consul." Just now, in this same reverberating voice, he was relating questionable anecdotes seasoned with Low German idioms. Frau Senator Müllendorf, in paroxysms of laughter, was crying out over and over again, "Stop, Herr Duhlmann, stop! For heaven's sake, don't tell any more." They greeted Tony, the Hagenstroms coldly, the others with great cordiality. Consul Fritzsche even came down the steps of the pier, for he hoped that the Buddenbrooks would return next year to swell the population of the baths. "Yours to command, Fräulein Buddenbrook," said Consul Duhlmann, with his very best pronunciation, for he was aware that Mademoiselle did not especially care for his manners. "Mademoiselle Buddenbrook! You here? How lovely! When did you come? What a sweet frock! Where are you stopping? At the Schwarzkopf's? With the pilot, Captain? How original! How frightfully original!" "You are stopping in the town?" asked Consul Fritzsche, the owner of the baths. He did not betray that he felt the blow. "Will you come to our next assembly?" his wife asked. "Oh, you are only here for a short time?"
This from another lady. "Don't you think, darling, the Buddenbrooks rather give themselves airs?" Frau Hagenstrom whispered to Frau Senator Mullendorf. "Have you been in yet?" somebody asked. "Which of the rest of you hasn't bathed yet, young ladies? Marie? Julie? Louisa? Your friends will go bathing with you, of course, Fräulein Antonia." Some of the young girls rose, and Peter Duhlmann insisted on accompanying them up the beach. "Do you remember how we used to go back and forth to school together?" Tony asked Julie Hagenstrom. "Yes, and you were always the one that got into mischief," Julie said, joining in her laugh. They went across the beach on a footbridge made of a few boards and reached the bathhouse. As they passed the boulders where Morten Schwarzkopf sat, Tony nodded to him from a distance, and somebody asked, "Who is that you were bowing to, Tony?" "That was young Schwarzkopf," Tony answered. "He walked down here with me." "The son of the pilot captain?" Julken asked, and peered across at Morten with her staring black eyes. He, on his side, watched the gay troop with rather a melancholy air. Tony said in a loud voice, "What a pity August Mullendorf is not here. It must be stupid on the beach." End of section 24. Section 25 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 3, Chapter 8. And now began for Tony Buddenbrook a stretch of beautiful summer weeks, briefer, lovelier than any she had ever spent in Travemünde. She bloomed as she felt her burden no longer upon her. Her gay, pert, careless manner had come back. The consul looked at her with satisfaction when he came on Sundays with Tom and Christian. On those days they ate at the table d'hôte, sat under the awnings at the pastry cook's, drinking coffee and listening to the band, and peeped into the roulette room at the gay folk there, like Justus Kruger and Peter Duhlmann. The consul himself never played. Tony sunned herself, took baths, ate sausages with ginger nut sauce, and took long walks with Morten. They went out on the high road to the next village, or along the beach to the ocean temple on its height, whence a wide view was to be had over land and sea, or to the woods behind the Kurhaus, where a great bell was used to call the guests to the table d'hôte. Sometimes they rode across the Trava to the Prival to look for amber. Morten made an entertaining companion, though his opinions were often dogmatic, not to say heated. He had a severe and righteous judgment for everything, and he expressed it with finality, blushing all the time. It saddened Tony to hear him call the nobility idiots and wretches, and to see the contemptuous, if awkward gesture that accompanied the words. She scolded him, but she was proud to have him express so freely in her presence the views and opinions which she knew he concealed from his parents. Once he confided in her, "I'll tell you something. I've a skeleton in my room at Göttingen, a whole set of bones, you know, held together by wire. I've put an old policeman's uniform on it. Isn't that great? But don't say anything to my father about it." Tony was naturally often in the society of her town friends, or drawn into some assembly or boating party. Then Morten sat on the rocks. And after their first day, this phrase became a convenient one. To sit on the rocks meant to feel bored and lonely. When a rainy day came and a grey mist covered the sea far and wide, till it was one with the deep sky, when the beach was drenched and the roads streaming with wet, Tony would say, "Today we shall both have to sit on the rocks, that is, in the veranda or sitting-room. There is nothing left to do but for you to play me some of your student songs, Morton, even if they do bore me horribly." "Yes," Morton said. "Come and sit down. But you know that when you are here, there are no rocks." He never said such things when his father was present. His mother he did not mind. "Well, what now?" asked the pilot captain, as Tony and Morton both rose from table and were about to take their leave. "Where are the young folk off to?" "I was going to take a little walk with Fräulein Antonia as far as the temple." "Oh, is that it? Well, my son Phileas, what do you say to going up to your room and conning over your nerves? You'll lose everything out of your head before you get back to Göttingen." But Frau Schwarzkopf would intervene. "Now, Diederik, aren't these his holidays? Why shouldn't he take a walk? Is he to have nothing of our visitor?" So Morton went. They paced along the beach close to the water, on the smooth, hard sand that made walking easy. It was strewn with common tiny white mussel shells, and others too, pale opalescent and longish in shape, yellow-green wet seaweed with hollow round fruit that snapped when you squeezed it, and pale translucent reddish-yellow jellyfish, which were poisonous and burned your leg when you touched one bathing. "I used to be frightfully stupid, you know," Tony said. "I wanted the bright star out of the jellyfish, so I brought a lot home in my pocket handkerchief and put them on the balcony to dry in the sunshine. When I looked at them again, of course, there was just a big wet spot that smelled of seaweed." The waves whispered rhythmically beside them as they walked, and the salt wind blew full in their faces, streaming over and about them, closing their ears to other sounds, and causing a pleasant slight giddiness. They walked in this hushed, whispering peacefulness by the sea, whose every faint murmur, near or far, seemed to have a deep significance. To their left was a precipitous cliff of lime and boulders, with jutting corners that came into view as they rounded the bay. When the beach was too stony to go on, they began to climb, and continued upward through the wood until they reached the temple. It was a round pavilion built of rough timbers and boards, the inside of which was covered with scribbled inscriptions and poetry, carved hearts and initials. Tony and Morton seated themselves in one of the little rooms facing the sea. It smelled of wood, like the cabins at the bathhouse. It was very quiet, even solemn, up here at this hour of the afternoon. A pair of birds chattered, and the faint rustling of the leaves mingled with the sound of the sea spread out below them. In the distance they could see the rigging of a ship. Sheltered now from the wind that had been thrumming at their ears, they suddenly experienced a quiet, almost pensive mood. Tony said, "Is it coming or going?" "What?" asked Morton, his subdued voice sounding as if he were coming back from a far distance. "Oh, going. That is the Bürgermeister Steinbach, for Russia." He added, after a pause, "I shouldn't like to be going with it. It must be worse there than here." "Now," Tony said, "you are going to begin again on the nobility. I see it in your face, and it's not at all nice of you. Tell me, did you ever know a single one of them?" "No," Morton shouted, quite insulted. "Thank God, no." "Well, there then, I have. Armgard von Schilling, over there, that I told you about. She was much better natured than either of us. She hardly knew she was a von. She ate sausage meat and talked about her cows." "Oh, of course, there are naturally exceptions. Listen, Fräulein Toni, you are a woman, you see, so you take everything personally. You happen to know a single member of the nobility, and you say she is a good creature. Certainly, but one does not need to know any of them to be able to judge them all. It is a question of the principle, you understand." of the organization of the state? You can't answer that, can you? They need only to be born to be the pick of everything and look down on all the rest of us, while we, however hard we strive, cannot climb to their level. Morton spoke with a naive, honest irritation. He tried to fit his speech with gestures, then perceived that they were awkward, and gave it up. But he was in the vein to talk, and he went on, sitting bent forward, with his thumb between the buttons of his jacket, a defiant expression in his usually good-natured eyes. We, the bourgeoisie, the third estate as we have been called, we recognize only that nobility which consists of merit. We refuse to admit any longer the rights of the indolent aristocracy. We repudiate the class distinctions of the present day. We desire that all men should be free and equal, that no person should be subject to another, but all subject to the law. There shall be no more privilege and arbitrary rule. All shall be sovereign children of the state, and as no middlemen exist any longer between the people and Almighty God, so shall the citizen stand in direct relation to the state. We will have freedom of the press, of trade and industry, so that all men, without distinction, shall be able to strive together and receive their reward according to their merit. We are enslaved, muzzled. What was it I wanted to say? Oh, yes. 4 years ago, they renewed the laws of the Confederation touching the universities and the press. Fine laws they are. No truth may be written or taught which might not agree with the established order of things. Do you understand? The truth is suppressed, forbidden to be spoken. Why? For the sake of an obsolete, idiotic, decadent class, which everybody knows will be destroyed some day anyhow. I do not think you can comprehend such meanness. It is the stupid, brutal application of force, the immediate physical strength of the police without the slightest understanding of new spiritual forces. And apart from all that, there is the final fact of the great wrong the King of Prussia has done us. In 1813, when the French were in the country, he called us together and promised us a constitution. We came to the rescue. We freed Germany from the invader. Tony, chin in hand, stole a look at him and wondered for a moment if he could have actually helped to drive out Napoleon. But do you think he kept his promise? Oh, no. The present king is a fine orator, a dreamer, a romantic like you, Fräulein Toni. But I'll tell you something. Take any general principle or conception of life. It always happens that directly it has been found wanting and discarded by the poets and philosophers, there comes along a king to whom it is a perfectly new idea and who makes it a guiding principle. That is what kings are like. It is not only that kings are men, they are even very distinctly average men. They are always a good way in the rear. Oh, yes, Germany is just like a students' society. It had its brave and spirited youth at the time of the Great Revolution, but now it is just a lot of fretful Philistines. Yes, Tony said, but let me ask you this. Why are you so interested in Prussia? You aren't a Prussian. Oh, it is all the same thing, Fräulein Buddenbrook. Yes, I said Fräulein Buddenbrook on purpose. I ought even to have said Demoiselle Buddenbrook and given you your entire title. Are the men here freer, more brotherly, more equal than in Prussia? Conventions, classes, aristocracy, here as there. You have sympathy for the nobility. Shall I tell you why? Because you belong to it yourself. Yes, didn't you know it? Your father is a great gentleman, and you are a princess. There is a gulf between you and us, because we do not belong to your circle of ruling families. You can walk the beach with one of us for the sake of your health, but when you get back into your own class, then the rest of us can go and sit on the rocks." His voice had grown quite strangely excited. "Morton," said Tony sadly, "you have been angry all the time, then, when you were sitting on the rocks, and I always begged you to come and be introduced. Now you are taking the affair personally again, like a young lady, Fräulein Toni. I'm only speaking of the principle. I say that there is no more fellowship of humanity with us than in Prussia. And even if I were speaking personally," he went on, after a little pause, with a softer tone, out of which, however, the strange excitement had not disappeared, "I shouldn't be speaking of the present, but rather, perhaps, of the future. When you, as Madame So-and-so, finally vanish into your proper sphere, one is left to sit on the rocks all the rest of one's life." He was silent, and Tony too. She did not look at him, but in the other direction, at the wooden partition. There was an uneasy stillness for some time. "Do you remember," Morton began again, "I once said to you that there was a question I wanted to ask you? Yes, I have wanted to know, since the first afternoon you came. Don't guess. You couldn't guess what I mean. I am going to ask you another time. There's no hurry. It has really nothing to do with me. It is only curiosity. No, today I will only show you one thing. Look." He drew out of the pocket of his jacket the end of a narrow, gaily striped ribbon, and looked with a mixture of expectation and triumph into Tony's eyes. "How pretty," she said uncomprehendingly. "What is it?" Morton spoke solemnly. "That means that I belong to a students' fraternity in Göttingen. Now you know. I have a cap in the same colors, but my skeleton in the policeman's uniform is wearing it for the holidays. I couldn't be seen with it here, you understand? I can count on your saying nothing, can't I? Because it would be very unfortunate if my father were to hear of it." "Not a word, Morton. You can rely on me, but I don't understand. Have you all taken a vow against the nobility? What is it you want?" "We want freedom," Morton said. "Freedom?" she asked. "Yes, freedom, you know. Freedom," he repeated, and he made a vague, awkward, fervent gesture outward and downward, not toward the side where the coast of Mecklenburg narrowed the bay, but in the direction of the open sea, whose rippling blue, green, yellow, and grey stripes rolled as far as I could see out to the misty horizon. Tony followed his gesture with her eye. They sat, their hands lying close together on the bench, and looked into the distance. Thus they remained in silence a long time, while the sea sent up to them its soft, enchanting whispers. Tony suddenly felt herself one with Morton in a great, vague, yearning comprehension of this portentous something, which he called freedom. End of section 25. Section 26 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 3, Chapter 9. It is wonderful how one doesn't get bored here at the seashore, Morton. Imagine lying anywhere else for hours at a time, flat on your back, doing nothing, not even thinking. Yes, but I must confess that I used to be bored sometimes, only not in the last few weeks. Autumn was at hand. The first strong wind had risen. Thin, tattered grey clouds raced across the sky. The dreary, tossing sea was covered far and wide with foam. Great powerful waves rolled silently in, relentless, awesome, towered majestically in a metallic dark green curve, then crashed thundering on the sand. The season was quite at an end. On that part of the beach usually occupied by the throng of bathers, the pavilions were already partly dismantled, and it lay as quiet as the grave, with only a very few basket chairs. But Tony and Morton spent the afternoon in a distant spot, at the edge of the yellow loam, where the waves hurled their spray as far up as Seagull Rock. Morton had made her a solid sand fortress, and she leaned against it with her back, her feet in their strap shoes and white stockings crossed in front of her. Morton lay turned toward her, his chin in his hands. Now and then a seagull flew past them, shrieking. They looked at the green wall of wave, streaked with seaweed, that came threateningly on, and then broke against the opposing boulders, with the eternal confused tumult that deafens and silences and destroys all sense of time. Finally Morton made a movement as though rousing himself from deep thought, and said, "Well, you will soon be leaving us, Fräulein Toni." "No. Why?" Toni said absently. "Well, it is the 10th of September. My holidays are nearly at an end, anyhow. How much longer can it last? Shall you be glad to get back to the society of your own kind? Tell me, I suppose the gentlemen you dance with are very agreeable?" No, that was not what I wanted to say." "Now you must answer me," he said with a sudden resolution, shifting his chin in his hands and looking at her. "Here is the question I have been waiting so long to ask. Now, who is Herr Grünleck?" Toni sat up, looking at him quickly, her eyes shifting back and forth like those of a person recollecting himself on coming out of a dream. She was feeling again the sense of increased personal importance, first experienced when Herr Grünleck proposed for her hand. "Oh, is that what you want to know, Morton?" she said weightily. "Well, I will tell you. It was really very painful for me to have Thomas mention his name like that the first afternoon, but since you have already heard of him, well, Herr Grünleck, Bendix Grünleck, is a business friend of my father, a well-to-do Hamburg merchant, who has asked for my hand. No, she replied quickly to a movement of Morton's. I have refused him. I have never been able to make up my mind to yield him my consent for life." "And why not, if I may ask?" said Morton awkwardly. "Why? Oh, good heavens, because I couldn't endure him," she cried out in a passion. "You ought to have seen him, how he looked and how he acted. Among other things, he had yellow whiskers, dreadfully unnatural. I'm sure he curled them and put on gold powder, like the stuff we use for the Christmas nuts. And he was underhanded. He fawned on my father and mother, and chimed in with them in the most shameful way." Morton interrupted her. "But what does this mean? That trims it up uncommonly." Toni broke into a nervous giggle. "Well, he talked like that, Morton. He wouldn't say, 'That looks very well,' or 'It goes very well with the room.' He was frightfully silly, I tell you, and very persistent. He simply wouldn't be put off, although I never gave him anything but sarcasm. Once he made such a scene. He nearly wept. Imagine a man weeping." "He must have worshipped you," Morton said softly. "Well, what affair was that of mine?" she cried out, astonished, turning around on her sand-heap. "You are cruel, Fräulein Toni. Are you always cruel? Tell me, you didn't like this Herr Grünleck, but is there anyone to whom you have been more gracious? Sometimes I think, has she a cold heart? Let me tell you something. A man is not idiotic simply because he weeps when you won't look at him. I swear it. I am not sure, not at all, that I wouldn't do the same thing. You see, you are such a dainty, spoilt thing. Do you always make fun of people that lie at your feet? Have you really a cold heart? After the first giggle, Tony's lip began to quiver. She turned on him a pair of great distressed eyes, which slowly filled with tears as she said softly, "No, Martin, you should not think that of me. You must not think that of me." "I don't. Indeed, I don't," he cried, with a laugh of mingled emotion and hardly suppressed exultation. He turned fully about so that he lay supporting himself on his elbows, took her hands in both his, and looked straight into hers with his kind steel-blue eyes, which were excited and dreamy and exalted all at once. "Then you won't mock at me if I tell you—" "I know, Morton," she answered gently, looking away from him at the fine white sand sifting through the fingers of her free hand. "You know? And you— Oh, Fräulein Toni!" "Yes, Morton, I care a great deal for you, more than for anyone else I know." He started up, making awkward gestures with his arms, like a man bewildered. Then he got to his feet, only to throw himself down again by her side and cry in a voice that stammered, wavered, died away, and rose again out of sheer joy, "Oh, thank you, thank you! I am so happy, more than I ever was in all my life." And he fell to kissing her hands. After a moment he said more quietly, "You will be going back to town soon, Tony, and my holidays will be over in 2 weeks. Then I must return to Göttingen. But will you promise me that you will never forget this afternoon here on the beach, till I come back again with my degree and can ask your father, however hard that's going to be? And you won't listen to any Herr Grünlich meantime. Oh, it won't be so long. I will work like anything. It will be so easy." "Yes, Martin," she said dreamily, looking at his eyes, his mouth, his hands holding hers. He drew her hand close to his breast and asked very softly and imploringly, "And won't may I seal the promise?" She did not answer, she did not look at him, but moved nearer to him on the sand-heap, and Morton kissed her slowly and solemnly on the mouth. Then they stared in different directions across the sand, and both felt furiously embarrassed. End of section 26. Section 27 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 3, Chapter 10. Dearest Mademoiselle Buddenbrook, for how long must the undersigned exist without a glimpse of his enchantress? These few lines will tell you that the vision has never ceased to hover before his spiritual eye, that never has he, during these interminably anxious months, ceased to think of the precious afternoon in your parental salon, when you let fall a blushing promise, which filled me with bliss unspeakable. Since then, long weeks have flown, during which you have retired from the world for the sake of calm and self-examination. May I now hope that the period of probation is past? The undersigned permits himself, dearest mademoiselle, to send the enclosed ring as an earnest of his undying tenderness. With the most tender compliments and devotedly kissing your hand, I remain your obedient servant, Grünlich. Dear Papa, how angry I've been. I had the enclosed letter and ring just now from Grunlich, and my head aches fearfully from excitement. I don't know what else to do but send them both to you. He simply will not understand me, and what he so poetically writes about the promise isn't in the least true, and I beg you emphatically to make it immediately perfectly clear to him that I am 1,000 times less able to say yes to him than I was before, and that he must leave me in peace. He makes himself ridiculous. To you, my dearest father, I can say that I have bound myself elsewhere to one who adores me and whom I love more than I can say. Oh, papa, I could write pages to you. I mean Herr Morten Schwarzkopf, who is studying to be a physician, and as soon as that happens will ask for my hand. I know that it is the rule of the family to marry a business man, but Morton belongs to the other section of respectable men, the scholars. He is not rich, which I know is important to you and mamma, but I must tell you that, young as I am, I have learned that riches do not make everyone happy. With 1,000 kisses, your obedient daughter, Antonia. P.S. I find the ring very poor gold and too narrow. My dear Tony, your letter duly received. As regards its contents, I must tell you that I did not fail to communicate them to Herr Grunlich. The result was of such a nature as to shock me very much. You are a grown girl, and at a serious time of life, so I need not scruple to tell you the consequences that a frivolous step of yours may draw after it. Herr Grunlich, then, burst into despair at my announcement, declaring that he loved you so dearly, and could so little console himself for your loss, that he would be in a state to take his own life if you remain firm in your resolve. As I cannot take seriously what you write me of another attachment, I must beg you to master your excitement over the ring, and consider everything again very carefully. It is my Christian conviction, my dear daughter, that one must have regard for the feelings of others. We do not know that you may not be made responsible by the Most High Judge if a man whose feelings you have coldly and obstinately scorned should trespass against his own life. But the thing I have so often told you by word of mouth, I must recall again to your remembrance, and I am glad to have the occasion to repeat it in writing, for though speech is more vivid and has the more immediate effect, the written word has the advantage that it can be chosen with pains and fixed in a form well weighed and calculated by the writer, to be read over and over again with proportionate effect. My child, we are not born for that which, with our short-sighted vision, we reckon to be our own small, personal happiness. We are not free, separate, and independent entities, but like links in a chain, and we could not by any means be what we are without those who went before us and showed us the way by following the straight and narrow path, not looking to right or left. Your path, it seems to me, has lain all these weeks sharply marked out for you, and you would not be my daughter, nor the granddaughter of your grandfather who rests in God, nor a worthy member of our own family, if you really have it in your heart, alone, wilfully, and light-headedly, to choose your own unregulated path. Your mother, Thomas, Christian, and I beg you, my dear Antonia, to weigh all this in your heart. Mademoiselle Jungmann and Clara greet you affectionately, likewise Clotilde, who has been the last several weeks with her father at Thankless. We all rejoice at the thought of embracing you once more. With unfailing affection, your loving father. End of section 27. Section 28 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 3, Chapter 11. It rained in streams. Heaven, earth, and sea were in flood, while the driving wind took the rain and flung it against the panes as though not drops but brooks were flowing down and making them impossible to see through. Complaining and despairing voices sounded in the chimney. When Morton Schwarzkopf went out into the veranda with his pipe shortly after dinner to look at the sky, he found there a gentleman with a long, narrow, yellow-checked ulster and a grey hat. A closed carriage, its top glistening with wet, its wheels clogged with mud, was before the door. Morton stared irresolutely into the rosy face of the gentleman. He had mutton-chop whiskers that looked as though they had been dressed with gold paint. The gentleman in the ulster looked at Morton as one looks at a servant, blinking gently without seeing him, and said in a soft voice, "Is Herr Pilot Captain Schwarzkopf at home?" "Yes," stammered Morton. "I think my father—" Hereupon the gentleman fixed his eyes upon him. They were as blue as a goose's. "Are you Herr Morton Schwarzkopf?" he asked. "Yes, sir," answered Morton, trying to keep his face straight. "Ah, indeed," remarked the gentleman in the ulster, and went on. "Have the goodness to announce me to your father, young man. My name is Grünlich." Morton led the gentleman through the veranda, opened for him the right-hand door that led into the office, and went back into the sitting-room to tell his father. Then the youth sat down at the round table, resting his elbow on it, and seemed, without noticing his mother, who was sitting at the dark window mending stockings, to busy himself with the wretched news sheet, which had nothing in it except the announcements of the silver wedding of Consul so-and-so. Tony was resting in her room. The pilot captain entered his office with the air of a man satisfied with his meal. His uniform coat stood open over the usual white waistcoat. His face was red, and his ice-grey beard coldly set off against it. His tongue travelled about agreeably among his teeth, making his good mouth take the most extraordinary shapes. He bowed shortly, jerkily, with the air of one conforming to the conventions as he understood them. "Good afternoon," he said. "At your service?" Herr Grünlich, on his side, bowed with deliberation, although one corner of his mouth seemed to go down. He said softly, "Ahem." The office was rather a small room, the walls of which had wainscoting for a few feet and then simple plaster. Curtains, yellow with smoke, hung before the window, on whose panes the rain beat unceasingly. On the right of the door was a rough table covered with papers. Above it a large map of Europe, and a smaller one of the Baltic Sea fastened to the wall. From the middle of the ceiling hung the well-cut model of a ship under full sail. The captain made his guest take the sloping sofa, covered with cracked oilcloth, that stood opposite the door, and made himself comfortable in a wooden armchair, folding his hands across his stomach, while Herr Grünlich, his ulster tightly buttoned up, his hat on his knees, sat bolt upright on the edge of the sofa. "My name is, I repeat, Grünlich," he said, "from Hamburg. I may say by way of introduction that I am a close business friend of Herr Buddenbrook." "Servant, Herr Grünlich. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Won't you make yourself comfortable? Have a glass of grog after your journey? I'll send right into the kitchen." "I must permit myself to remark that my time is limited, my carriage is waiting, and I am really obliged to ask for the favour of a few words with you." "At your service," repeated Herr Schwarzkopf, taken aback. There was a pause. "Herr Captain," began Herr Grünlich, wagging his head with determination and throwing himself back on his seat, After this he was silent again, and by way of enhancing the effect of his address, he shut his mouth tight, like a purse drawn together with strings. "Herr Captain," he repeated, and went on without further pause. "The matter about which I have come to you directly concerns the young lady who has been for some weeks stopping in your house." "Mademoiselle Buddenbrook?" asked the consul. "Precisely," assented Herr Grünlich. He looked down at the floor and spoke in a voice devoid of expression. Hard lines came out at the corners of his mouth. "I am obliged to inform you," he went on in a sing-song tone, his sharp eyes jumping from one point in the room to another and then to the window, "that some time ago I proposed for the hand of Mademoiselle Buddenbrook. I am in possession of the fullest confidence of both parents, and the young lady herself has unmistakably given me a claim to her hand, though no betrothal has taken place in form." "You don't say? God keep us," said Herr Schwarzkopf in a sprightly tone. "I never heard that before. Congratulations, Herr Grünlich. She's a good girl, genuine good stuff." "Thank you for the compliment," said Herr Grünlich coldly. He went on in his high sing-song. "What brings me to you on this occasion, my good Herr Captain, is the circumstance that certain difficulties have just arisen, and these difficulties appear to have their source in your house?" He spoke the last words in a questioning tone, as if to say, "Can this disgraceful state of things be true, or have my ears deceived me?" Herr Schwarzkopf answered only by lifting his eyebrows as high as they would go, and clutching the arms of his chair with his brown, blonde-felled fisherman's hands. "Yes, this is the fact, so I am informed," Herr Grünlich said, with dreary certitude. "I hear that your son, studiosus medicinae, I am led to understand, has allowed himself, of course unconsciously, to encroach upon my rights. I hear that he has taken advantage of the present visit of the young lady to extract certain promises from her." "What?" shouted the pilot captain, gripping the arms of his chair and springing up. "That we can soon see." With 2 steps he was at the door, tore it open, and shouted down the corridor in a voice that would have outroared the wildest seas. "Meta, Morton, come in here, both of you." "I shall regret it exceedingly if the assertion of my prior rights runs counter to your fatherly hopes, Herr Captain." Diederik Schwarzkopf turned and stared with his sharp blue eyes in their wrinkled setting straight into the stranger's face, as though he strove in vain to comprehend his words. "Sir," he said, then with a voice that sounded as though he had just burnt his throat with hot grog, "I'm a simple sort of a man, and don't know much about landlubbers' tricks and skin games, but if you mean, maybe, that— well, sir, you can just set it down right away that you've got on the wrong tack and are making a pretty bad miscalculation about my fatherly hopes. I know who my son is, and I know who Mademoiselle Buddenbrook is, and there's too much respect and too much pride in my carcass to be making any plans of the sort you've mentioned. And now," he roared, jerking his head toward the door, "it's your turn to talk, boy. You tell me what this affair is. What is this I hear, hey?" Frau Schwarzkopf and her son stood in the doorway, she innocently arranging her apron, he with the air of a hardened sinner. Herr Grünlich did not rise at their entrance. He waited, erect and composed, on the edge of the sofa, buttoned up tight in his ulster. "So you've been behaving like a silly fool?" bellowed the captain to Morton. The young man had his thumb stuck between the buttons of his jacket. He scowled and puffed out his cheeks defiantly. "Yes, father," he said, "Fräulein Buddenbrook and I—" "Well, then I'll just tell you you're a perfect tomfool, a young ninny, and you'll be packed off tomorrow for Göttingen. Tomorrow, understand? It's all damned childish nonsense and rascality into the bargain."
Good heavens, Diederik, said Frau Schwarzkopf, folding her hands. You can't just say that, you know. Who knows? She stopped. She said no more, but it was plain from her face that a mother's beautiful dream had been shattered in that moment. Would the gentleman like to see the young lady? Schwarzkopf turned to Herr Grünlich and spoke in a harsh voice. She is upstairs in her room asleep, Frau Schwarzkopf said with feeling. I regret, said Herr Grünlich, and he got up, obviously relieved. But I repeat that my time is limited and the carriage waits. I permit myself, he went on, describing with his hat a motion in the direction of Herr Schwarzkopf, to acknowledge to you, Herr Captain, my entire recognition of your manly and high-principled bearing. I salute you. Goodbye. Diederik Schwarzkopf did not offer to shake hands with him. He merely gave a jerky bow with the upper part of his heavy figure that had an air of saying, "This is the proper thing, I suppose." Herr Grünlich, with measured tread, passed between Morton and his mother, and went out the door. End of section 28. Section 29 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 3, Chapter 12. Thomas appeared with the Kruger calash. The day was at hand. The young man arrived at 10 o'clock in the forenoon and took a bite with the family in the living room. They sat together as on the first day, except that now summer was over. It was too cold and windy to sit on the veranda. And Morton was not there. He was in Göttingen. Tony and he had not even been able to say goodbye. The captain had stood there and said, "Well, so that's the end of that, eh?" At 11, the brother and sister mounted into the wagon, where Tony's trunk was already fastened at the back. She was pale and shivered in her soft autumn coat, from cold, weariness, excitement, and a grief that now and then rose up suddenly and filled her breast with a painful oppression. She kissed little Meta, pressed the housewife's hand, and nodded to Herr Schwarzkopf when he said, "Well, you won't forget us, little miss, will you? And no bad feeling, eh? And a safe journey, and best greetings to your honored father and the Frau Consul." Then the coach door slammed, the fat brown horses pulled at their traces, and the three Schwarzkopfs waved their handkerchiefs. Tony crooked her neck in the corner of the coach in order to peer out of the window. The sky was covered with white cloud flakes. The Trava broke into little waves that hurried before the wind. Now and then drops of rain pattered against the glass. At the end of the front, people sat in the doors of their cottages and mended nets. Barefoot children came running to look curiously at the carriage. They did not have to go away. As they left the last houses behind, Tony bent forward to look at the lighthouse. Then she leaned back and closed her tired and burning eyes. She had hardly slept for excitement. She had risen early to finish her packing and discovered no desire for breakfast. There was a dull taste in her mouth, and she felt so weak that she made no effort to dry the slow, hot tears that kept rising every minute. But directly her eyes were shut, she found herself again in Travemünde on the veranda. She saw Morton in the flesh before her. He seemed to speak and to lean toward her as he always did, and then look good-naturedly and searchingly at the next person, unconsciously showing his beautiful teeth as he smiled. Slowly her mind grew calm and peaceful again. She recalled everything that she had heard and learned from him in many a talk, and it solaced her to promise herself that she would preserve all this as a secret holy and inviolate, and cherish it in her heart.
that the King of Prussia had committed a great wrong against his people, that the local newspaper was a lamentable sheet, yes, that the laws of the League concerning universities had been renewed 4 years ago. All these were from now on consoling and edifying truths, a hidden treasure which she might store up within herself and contemplate whenever she chose. On the street, in the family circle, at the table, she would think of them. Who knew, perhaps she might even go on in the path prescribed for her and marry Herr Grünleck. That was a detail, after all. But when he spoke to her, she would always say to herself, "I know something you don't. The nobility is in principle despicable." She smiled to herself and was assuaged. But suddenly, in the noise of the wheels, she heard Morton's voice with miraculous clearness. She distinguished every nuance of his kindly, dragging speech as he said, "Today we must both sit on the rocks, Fräulein Toni." And this little memory overpowered her. Her breast contracted with her grief, and she let the tears flow down unopposed. Bowed in her corner, she held her handkerchief before her face and wept bitterly. Thomas, his cigarette in his mouth, looked somewhat blankly at the high road. "Poor Tony," he said at last, stroking her jacket. "I feel so sorry. I understand so well, you know. But what can you do? One has to bear these things. Believe me, I do understand what you feel." "Oh, you don't understand at all, Tom," sobbed Tony. "Don't say that. Did you know it is decided that I am to go to Amsterdam at the beginning of next year? Papa has obtained a place for me with Van der Kellen and company. That means I must say good-bye for a long, long time." "Oh, Tom, saying good-bye to your father and mother and sisters and brothers, that isn't anything." "Yes," he said slowly. He sighed as if he did not wish to say more, and was silent. He let the cigarette rove from one corner of his mouth to the other, lifted one eyebrow, and turned his head away. "Well, it doesn't last forever," he began again after a while. "Naturally, one forgets." "But I don't want to forget," Tony cried out in desperation. "Forgetting, is that any consolation?" End of section 29. Section 30 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Bruce Pirie. Part 3, Chapter 13. Then came the ferry and Israelsdorf Avenue, Jerusalem Hill, the Castle Field. The wagon passed the castle gate, with the walls of the prison rising on the right, and rolled along Castle Street and over the Coburg. Tony looked at the grey gables, the oil lamps hung across the streets, Holy Ghost Hospital with the already almost bare lindens in front of it. Oh, how everything was exactly as it had been. It had been standing here in immovable dignity, while she had thought of it as a dream worthy only to be forgotten. These grey gables were the old, the accustomed, the traditional, to which she was returning, in the midst of which she must live. She wept no more. She looked about curiously. The pain of parting was almost dulled at the sight of these well-known streets and faces. At that moment, the wagon was rolling through Broad Street. The porter Matthiessen passed and took off his stovepipe hat so obsequiously that it seemed he must be thinking, "Bow, you dog of a porter, you can't bow low enough." The equipage turned into the Mengstrasse, and the fat brown horses stood snorting and stamping before the Buddenbrook door. Tom was very attentive in helping his sister out, while Anton and Lena hastened up to unfasten the trunk. But they had to wait before they could enter the house. 3 great lorries were being driven through, one close behind another, piled high with full corn sacks, with the firm name written on them in big black letters. They jolted along over the great boards and down the shallow steps to the cart yard, with a heavy rumbling noise. Part of the corn was evidently to be unloaded at the back of the house, and the rest taken to the Walrus, the Lion, or the Oak. The consul came out of the office with his pen behind his ear as the brother and sister reached the entry, and stretched out his arms to his daughter. "Welcome home, my dear Tony." She kissed him, looking a little shamefaced, her eyes still red with weeping. But he was very tactful. He made no allusions. He only said, "It is late, but we waited with the second breakfast." The Frau Consul, Christian, Clotilde, Clara, and Ida Jungmann stood above on the landing to greet her. Toni slept soundly and well the first night in Mengstrasse. She rose the next morning, the 22nd of September, refreshed and calmed, and went down into the breakfast-room. It was still quite early, hardly 7 o'clock. Only Mamselle Jungmann was there, making the morning coffee. "Well, well, Toni, my little child," she said, looking round with her small, blinking brown eyes. "Up so early." Toni sat down at the open desk, clasped her hands behind her head, and looked for a while at the pavement of the court, gleaming black with wet, and at the damp yellow garden. Then she began to rummage curiously among the visiting cards and letters on the desk. Close by the inkstand lay the well-known large copybook with the stamped cover, gilt edges, and leaves of various qualities and colours. It must have been used the evening before, and it was strange that Papa had not put it back in its leather portfolio and laid it in its special drawer. She took it and turned over the pages, began to read, and became absorbed. What she read were mostly simple facts well known to her, but each successive writer had followed his predecessor in a stately but simple chronicle style, which was no bad mirror of the family attitude, its modest but honourable self-respect, and its reverence for tradition and history. The book was not new to Toni. She had sometimes been allowed to read in it, but its contents had never made the impression upon her that they did this morning. She was thrilled by the reverent particularity with which the simplest facts pertinent to the family were here treated. She propped herself on her elbows and read with growing absorption, seriousness, and pride. No point in her own tiny past was lacking. Her birth, her childish illnesses, her first school, her boarding school days at Mademoiselle Weichbrot's, her confirmation, everything was carefully entered, with an almost reverent observation of facts, in the consul's small, flowing business hand. For was not the least of them the will and work of God, who wonderfully guided the destinies of the family? What, she mused, would there be entered here in the future after her name, which she had received from her grandmother Antoinette? All that was yet to be written there would be conned by later members of the family, with a piety equal to her own. She leaned back, sighing. Her heart beat solemnly. She was filled with reverence for herself. The familiar feeling of personal importance possessed her, heightened by all she had been reading. She felt thrilled and shuddery. "Like a link in a chain," Papa had written. Yes, yes, she was important precisely as a link in this chain. Such was her significance and her responsibility, such her task, to share by deed and word in the history of her family. She turned back to the end of the great volume, where on a rough folio page was entered the genealogy of the whole Buddenbrook family, with parentheses and rubrics indicated in the consul's hand, and all the dates set down, from the marriage of the earliest scion of the family with Brigitte Schuran, the pastor's daughter, down to the wedding of Consul Johann Buddenbrook with Elisabeth Kruger in 1825. From this marriage, it said, 4 children had resulted, whereupon these were all entered with the days and years of their birth and their baptismal names, one after another. Under that of the eldest son, it was recorded that he had entered as apprentice in his father's business in the Easter of 1842. Tony looked a long time at her name and at the blank space next to it. Then, suddenly, with a jerk, with a nervous, feverish accompaniment of sobbing breaths and quick-moving lips, she clutched the pen, plunged it rather than dipped it into the ink, and wrote, with her forefinger crooked, her hot head bent far over on her shoulder, in her awkward handwriting that climbed up the page from left to right, betrothed on September 22nd, 1845, to Herr Bendix Grunleck, merchant of Hamburg. End of section 30. Section 31 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 3, Chapter 14. I entirely agree with you, my good friend. This important matter must be settled. In short, then, the usual dowry of a young girl of our family is 70,000 marks. Herr Grunleck cast at his future father-in-law a shrewd, calculating glance, the glance of the genuine man of business. As a matter of fact, he said, and this matter of fact was of precisely the same length as his left-hand whisker, which he was drawing reflectively through his fingers, he let go of the end just as of fact was finished. You know, my honored father, he began again, the deep respect I have for traditions and principles. Only, in the present case, is not this consideration for the tradition a little exaggerated? A business increases, a family prospers. In short, conditions change and improve. My good friend, said the consul, you see in me a fair-dealing merchant. You have not let me finish, or you would have heard that I am ready and willing to meet you in the circumstances and add 10,000 marks to the 70,000 without more ado. 80,000, then, said Herr Grunleck, making motions with his mouth as though to say, not too much, but it will do. Thus they came to an affectionate settlement. The consul jingled his keys like a man satisfied as he got up. And in fact his satisfaction was justified, for it was only with the 80,000 marks that they had arrived at the dowry traditional in the family. Herr Grunleck now said good-bye and departed for Hamburg. Tony as yet realized but little of her new estate. She still went to dances at the Mühlendorfs, Kistenmakers, and Longhals, and in her own home. She skated on the Burgfield and the meadows of the Trave, and permitted the attentions of the young gentlemen of the town. In the middle of October she went to the betrothal feast at the Mühlendorfs for the oldest son of the house and Julie Hagenstrom. Tom, she said, I won't go. It is disgusting. But she went, and enjoyed herself hugely. And, as for the rest, by the entry with the pen in the family history book, she had won the privilege of going, with the Frau Consul or alone, into all the shops in town and making purchases in a grand style for her trousseau. It was to be a brilliant trousseau. 2 seamstresses sat all day in the breakfast-room window, sewing, embroidering monograms, and eating quantities of house bread and green cheese. "Is the linen come from Lentfur, mamma?" "No, but here are 2 dozen tea serviettes." "That is nice, but he promised it by this afternoon. My goodness, the sheets still have to be hemmed. Mamselle Bitterlich wants to know about the lace for the pillowcases, Ida." "It is in the right-hand cupboard in the entry, Tony, my child." "Lena—" "You could go yourself, my dear." "Oh, if I'm marrying for the privilege of running up and down stairs." "Have you made up your mind yet about the material for the wedding dress, Tony?" "Moire antique, mamma. I won't marry without moire antique." So passed October and November. At Christmas time Herr Grünlich appeared to spend Christmas with the Buddenbrook family circle, and also to take part in the celebration at the Krugers'. His conduct toward his bride showed all the delicacy one would have expected from him. No unnecessary formality, no importunity, no tactless tenderness. A light, discreet kiss upon the forehead, in the presence of the parents, sealed the betrothal. Tony sometimes puzzled over this. Why, she wondered, did his present happiness seem not quite commensurate with the despair into which her refusal had thrown him? He regarded her with the air of a satisfied possessor. Now and then, indeed, if they happened to be alone, a jesting and teasing mood seemed to overcome him. Once he attempted to fall on his knees and approach his whiskers to her face, while he asked, in a voice apparently trembling with joy, "Have I indeed captured you? Have I won you for my own?" To which Tony answered, "You are forgetting yourself," and got away with all possible speed. Soon after the holidays Herr Grünlich went back to Hamburg, for his flourishing business demanded his personal attention, and the Buddenbrooks agreed with him that Tony had had time enough before the betrothal to make his acquaintance. The question of a house was quickly arranged. Tony, who looked forward extravagantly to life in a large city, had expressed the wish to settle in Hamburg itself, and indeed in the Spittelstrasse, where Herr Grünlich's office was. But the bridegroom, by manly persistence, won her over to the purchase of a villa outside the city, near Eimsbüttel, a romantic and retired spot, an ideal nest for a newly wedded pair, procul negotiis. He had not yet forgotten quite all his Latin. Thus December passed, and at the beginning of the year 46 the wedding was celebrated. There was a splendid wedding feast to which half the town was bidden. Tony's friends, among them Armgard von Schilling, who arrived in a towering coach, danced with Tom's and Christian's friends, among them Andreas Giesecke, son of the fire commissioner, and now studiosus juris, also Stefan and Eduard Kistenmacher, of Kistenmacher and Son. They danced in the dining room and the hall, which had been strewn with talc for the occasion. Among the liveliest of the lively was Consul Peter Duhlmann. He got hold of all the earthenware crocks he could find and broke them on the flags of the big passage. Frau Stutt from Belfounders Street had another opportunity to mingle in the society of the great, for it was she who helped Mamselle Jungmann and the 2 seamstresses to adjust Tony's toilette on the great day. She had, as God was her judge, never seen a more beautiful bride. Fat as she was, she went on her knees, and with her eyes rolled up in admiration, fastened the myrtle twigs on the white moire antique. This was in the breakfast-room. Herr Grünlich, in his long-skirted frock-coat and silk waistcoat, waited at the door. His rosy face had a correct and serious expression. His wart was powdered, and his gold-yellow whiskers carefully curled. Above, in the hall, where the marriage was to take place, the family gathered, a stately assemblage. There sat the old Krugers, a little ailing, both of them, but distinguished figures always. There was Consul Kruger with his sons Jürgen and Jakob, the latter having come from Hamburg, like the Duchamps. There were Gottfried Buddenbrook and his wife, born Stuving, with their 3 offspring, Friederike, Henrietta, and Fifi, none of whom was unfortunately likely to marry. There was the Mecklenburg branch, represented by Clotilde's father, Herr Bernhard Buddenbrook, who had come in from Thankless and looked with large eyes at the seigneurial house of his rich relations. The relatives from Frankfurt had contented themselves with sending presents. The journey was too arduous. In their place were the only guests not members of the family, Dr. Grabo, the family physician, and Mademoiselle Weichbrot, Tony's motherly friend, Sesame Weichbrot, with fresh ribbons on her cap over the side curls and a little black dress. "Be happy, you good child," she said, when Tony appeared at Herr Grünlich's side in the hall. She reached up and kissed her with a little explosion on the forehead. The family was satisfied with the bride. Tony looked pretty, gay, and at her ease, if a little pale from excitement and tension. The hall had been decorated with flowers and an altar arranged on the right side. Pastor Cooling of St. Mary's performed the service and laid special stress upon moderation. Everything went according to custom and arrangement. Tony brought out a hearty "yes," and Herr Grünlich gave his little "ahem" beforehand to clear his throat. Afterward, everybody ate long and well. While the guests continued to eat in the salon, with the pastor in their midst, the consul and his wife accompanied the young pair, who had dressed for their journey, out into the snowy, misty air, where the great travelling coach stood before the door, packed with boxes and bags. After Tony had expressed many times her conviction that she should soon be back again on a visit, and that they too would not delay long to come to Hamburg to see her, she climbed in good spirits into the coach and let herself be carefully wrapped up by the consul in the warm fur rug. Her husband took his place by her side. "And, Grünlich," said the consul, "the new laces are in the small satchel on top. You take a little in under your overcoat, don't you? This excise, one has to get around it the best one can. Farewell, 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 dear Tony. God bless you." "You will find good accommodation in Ahrensburg, won't you?" asked the Frau Consul. "Already reserved, my dear mamma," answered Herr Grünlich. Anton, Lena, Trina, and Sophie took leave of Madame Grünlich. The coach door was about to be slammed when Tony was overtaken by a sudden impulse. Despite all the trouble it took, she unwound herself again from her wrappings, climbed ruthlessly over Herr Grünlich, who began to grumble, and embraced her father with passion. "Adieu, papa, adieu, my good papa." And then she whispered softly, "Are you satisfied with me?" The consul pressed her without words to his heart, then put her from him and shook her hands with deep feeling. Now everything was ready. The coach door slammed, the coachman cracked his whip, the horses dashed away so that the coach windows rattled, the Frau Consul let fly her little white handkerchief, and the carriage, rolling down the street, disappeared in the mist. The consul stood thoughtfully next to his wife, who drew her cloak about her shoulders with a graceful movement. "There she goes, Betsy." Yes, Jean, the first to leave us. Do you think she is happy with him? Oh, Betsy, she is satisfied with herself, which is better. It is the most solid happiness we can have on this earth. They went back to their guests. End of section 31. Section 32 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 3, Chapter 15. Thomas Buddenbrook went down Meng Street as far as the 5 Houses. He avoided Broad Street so as not to be accosted by acquaintances and obliged to greet them. With his hands deep in the big pockets of his warm, dark gray overcoat, he walked, sunk in thought, over the hard, sparkling snow which crunched under his boots. He went his own way, and whither it led no one knew but himself. The sky was pale blue and clear, the air biting and crisp, a still, severe, clear weather, with 5 degrees of frost. In short, a matchless February day. Thomas walked down the 5 Houses, crossed Baker's Alley, and went along a narrow cross street into Fisher's Lane. He followed this street, which led down to the Trava, parallel to Meng Street, for a few steps, and paused before a small house, a modest flower shop, with a narrow door and dingy show window, where a few pots of onions stood on a pane of green glass. He went in, whereupon the bell above the door began to give tongue like a little watchdog. Within, before the counter, talking to the young saleswoman, was a little fat elderly lady in a turkey shawl. She was choosing a pot of flowers, examining, smelling, criticizing, chattering, and constantly obliged to wipe her mouth with her handkerchief. Thomas Buddenbrook greeted her politely and stepped to one side. She was a poor relation of the Langhaus, a good-natured, garrulous old maid, who bore the name of one of the best families, without herself belonging to their set. That is, she was not asked to the large dinners, but to the small coffee circles. She was known to almost all the world as Aunt Lottchen. She turned toward the door with her pot of flowers, wrapped up in tissue paper, under her arm. And Thomas, after greeting her again, said in an elevated voice to the shop-girl, "Give me a couple of roses, please. Never mind the kind. Well, La France." Then, after Aunt Lottchen had shut the door behind her and gone away, he said in a lower voice, "Put them away again, Anna. How are you, little Anna? Here I am, and I've come with a heavy heart." Anna wore a white apron over her simple black frock. She was wonderfully pretty. Delicately built as a fawn, she had an almost Mongol type of face, somewhat prominent cheekbones, narrow black eyes, full of a soft gleam, and a pale yellow skin, the like of which is rare anywhere. Her hands, of the same tint, were narrow, and more beautiful than a shop-girl's are wont to be. She went behind the counter at the right end, so that she could not be seen through the shop window. Thomas followed on the outside of the counter, and, bending over, kissed her on the lips and the eyes. "You are quite frozen, poor boy," she said. 5 degrees, said Tom. "I didn't notice it. I've felt so sad coming over." He sat down on the table, keeping her hand in his, and went on. "Listen, Anna, we'll be sensible today, won't we? The time has come." "Oh, dear," she said miserably, and lifted her apron to her eyes. "It had to happen sometime, Anna. No, don't weep. We were going to be reasonable, weren't we? What else is there to do? One has to bear such things." "When?" asked Anna, sobbing. "Day after tomorrow.
Oh, God, no. Why tomorrow? A week longer? 5 days? Please, oh, please.
Impossible, dear Anna. Everything is arranged and in order. They are expecting me in Amsterdam. I couldn't make it a day longer, no matter how much I wanted.
And that is so far away, so far away.
Amsterdam? Nonsense, that isn't far. We can always think of each other, can't we? And I'll write to you. You'll see, I'll write directly I've got there.
Do you remember, she said, 1.5 years ago at the Rifle Club fair?
He interrupted her ardently. Do I remember? Yes, 1.5 years ago. I took you for an Italian. I bought a pink and put it in my buttonhole. I still have it. I'm taking it with me to Amsterdam. What a heat! How hot and dusty it was on the meadow.
Yes, you bought me a glass of lemonade from the next booth. I remember it like yesterday. Everything smelled of fatty cakes and people.
But it was fine. We knew right away how we felt about each other.
You wanted to take me on the carousel, but I couldn't go. I had to be in the shop.
The old woman would have scolded. No, I know it wouldn't have done, Anna. She said softly and clearly, but that is the only thing I've refused you. He kissed her again on the lips and the eyes. Adieu, darling little Anna. We must begin to say goodbye.
Oh, you will come back tomorrow?
Yes, of course, and day after tomorrow early, if I can get away. But there is one thing I want to say to you, Anna. I am going, after all, rather far away. Amsterdam is a long way off, and you are staying here. But don't throw yourself away, I tell you. She wept into her apron, holding it up with her free hand to her face.
And you? And you?
God knows, Anna, what will happen. One isn't young forever. You are a sensible girl. You have never said anything about marriage and that sort of thing.
God forbid that I should ask such a thing of you.
One is carried along, you see. If I live, I shall take over the business and make a good match. You see, I'm open with you at parting, Anna. I wish you every happiness, darling, darling little Anna. But don't throw yourself away, do you hear? For you haven't done that with me, I swear it. It was warm in the shop. A moist scent of earth and flowers was in the air. Outside, the winter sun was hurrying to its repose, and a pure, delicate sunset, like one painted on porcelain, beautified the sky across the river. People hurried past the window, their chins tucked into their turned-up collars. No one gave a glance into the corner of the little flower shop at the two who stood there, saying their last farewells. End of section 32. Section 33 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 4, Chapter 1. April 30th, 1846. My dear Mamma, 1,000 thanks for your letter, in which you tell me of Armgard von Schilling's betrothal to Herr von Maibohm of Puppenrade. Armgard herself sent me an invitation, very fine, with a gilt edge, and also a letter in which she expresses herself as enchanted with her bridegroom. He sounds like a very handsome and refined man. How happy she must be! Everybody is getting married. I have had a card from Munich, too, from Eva Evers. I hear she's getting a director of a brewery. Now, I must ask you something, dearest Mamma. Why do I hear nothing of a visit from the Buddenbrooks? Are you waiting for an official invitation from Grunlich? If so, it isn't necessary. And besides, when I remind him to ask you, he says, "Yes, yes, child, your father has something else to do." Or do you think you would be disturbing me? Oh, dear me, no, quite the contrary. Perhaps you think you would make me homesick again? But don't you know I am a reasonable woman, already middle-aged and experienced? I've just been to coffee at Madame Kesselau's, a neighbor of mine. They are pleasant people, and our left-hand neighbors, the Guzmans, but there is a good deal of space between the houses, are sociable people too. We have two friends who are at the house a good deal, both of whom live out here. Dr. Clausen, of whom I must tell you more later, and Kesselmeyer, the banker, Grunlich's intimate friend. You don't know what a funny old man he is. He has a stubbly white beard and thin black and white hair on his head that looks like down and waves in the breeze. He makes funny motions with his head, like a bird, and talks all the time, so I call him the magpie, but Grunlich has forbidden me to say that, because magpies steal, and Herr Kesselmeyer is an honorable man. He stoops when he walks and rows along with his arms. His fuzz only reaches halfway down his head in the back, and from there on his neck is all red and seamy. There is something so awfully sprightly about him. Sometimes he pats me on the cheek and says, "You good little wifey, what a blessing for Grunlich that he has got you." Then he takes out his eyeglasses. He always wears 3 of them on long cords that are forever getting tangled up in his white waistcoat, and sticks them on his nose, which he wrinkles up to make them stop on, and looks at me with his mouth open until I have to laugh right in his face, but he takes no offense at that. Grunlich is very busy. He drives into town in the morning in our little yellow wagon, and often does not come back till late. Sometimes he sits down with me and reads the paper. When we go into society, for example to Kesselmeyer's, or to Consul Gaudsticker on the Ulster Dam, or Senator Bach in City Hall Street, we have to take a hired coach. I've begged Grunlich again and again to get a coupé, for it is really a necessity out here. He has half promised, but, strange to say, he does not like to go into society with me, and is evidently displeased when I visit people in the town. Do you suppose he is jealous? Our villa, which I've already described to you in detail, dear mamma, is really very pretty, and is much prettier by reason of the new furnishings. You could not find a flaw in the upstairs sitting-room, all in brown silk. The dining-room next is prettily wainscoted. The chairs cost 25 marks apiece. I sit in the pensée room, which we use as a sitting-room. There is also a little room for smoking and playing cards. The salon, which takes up the whole other half of the parterre, has new yellow blinds now, and looks very well. Above are the bed, bath, and dressing rooms, and the servants' quarters. We have a little groom for the yellow wagon. I am fairly well satisfied with the 2 maidservants. I'm not sure they are quite honest, but thank God I don't have to look after every kreutzer. In short, everything is really worthy of the family and the firm. And now, dear mamma, comes the most important part of my letter, which I have kept till the last. A while ago I was feeling rather queer, not exactly ill, and yet not quite well. I told Dr. Clausen about it when I had the chance. He is a little bit of a man with a big head and a still bigger hat. He carries a cane with a flat round handle made of a piece of bone, and walks with it pressed against his whiskers, which are almost light green from being dyed so many years. Well, you should have seen him. He did not answer my questions at all, but jerked his eyeglasses, twinkled his little eyes, wrinkled his nose at me, it looks like a potato, snickered, giggled, and stared so impertinently that I did not know what to do. Then he examined me, and said everything was going on well. Only I must drink mineral water, because I am perhaps a little anemic.
Oh, mamma, do tell papa about it, so he can put it in the family book. I will write you again as soon as possible, you may be sure. Give my love to papa, Christian, Clara, Clotilde, and Ida Jungmann. I wrote to Thomas just lately. Your dutiful daughter, Antonia. August 2nd, 1846. My dear Thomas, I have read with pleasure the news of your meeting with Christian in Amsterdam. It must have been a happy few days for both of you. I have no word as yet of your brother's further journey to England via Ostende, but I hope that with God's mercy it has been safely accomplished. It may not be too late, since Christian has decided to give up a professional career, for him to learn much that is valuable from his chief, Mr. Richardson. May he prosper and find blessing in the mercantile line. Mr. Richardson, Threadneedle Street, is, as you know, a close business friend of our house. I consider myself lucky to have placed both my sons with such friendly disposed firms. You are now experiencing the good result of such a policy, and I feel profound satisfaction that Herr van der Kellen has already raised your salary in the quarter of a year that you have been with him, and that he will continue to give you advancement. I am convinced that you have shown and will continue to show yourself, by your industry and good behavior, worthy of these favors. I regret to hear that your health is not so good as it should be. What you write me of nervousness reminds me of my own youth, when I was working in Antwerp and had to go to Ems to take a cure. If anything of the sort seems best for you, my son, I am ready to encourage you with advice and assistance, although I am avoiding such expense for the rest of us in these times of political unrest. However, your mother and I took a trip to Hamburg in the middle of June to visit your sister Toni. Her husband had not invited us, but he received us with the greatest cordiality, and devoted himself to us so entirely during the 2 days of our visit that he neglected his business and hardly left me time for a visit to Duchamp's in the town. Antonia is in her 5th month, and her physician assures her that everything is going on in a normal and satisfactory way. I have still to mention a letter from Herr van der Kellen, from which I was pleased to learn that you are a favored guest in his family circle. You are now, my son, at an age to begin to harvest the fruits of the upbringing your parents gave you. It may be helpful to you if I tell you that at your age, both in Antwerp and Bergen, I formed a habit of making myself useful and agreeable to my principals, and this was of the greatest service to me. Aside from the honor of association with the family of the head of the firm, one acquires an advocate in the person of the principal's wife, and she may prove invaluable in the undesirable contingency of an oversight at the office or the dissatisfaction of your chief for some slight cause or other. As regards your business plans for the future, my son, I rejoice in the lively interest they indicate, without being able entirely to agree with them. You start with the idea that the market for our native products, for instance, grain, rapeseed, hides and skins, wool, oil cake, bones, etc., is our chief concern, and you think it would be of advantage for you to turn yourself to the commission branch of the business. I once occupied myself with these ideas at a time when the competition was small. It has since distinctly increased, and I made some experiments in them. My journey to England had for its chief purpose to look out connections there for my undertakings. To this end I went as far as Scotland, and made many valuable acquaintances. But I soon recognized the precarious nature of an export trade hither, and decided to discourage further expansion in that direction.
Thus I kept in mind the warning of our forefather, the founder of the firm, which he bequeathed to us, his descendants. My son, attend with zeal to thy business by day, but do none that hinders thee from thy sleep at night. This principle I intend to keep sacred, now as in the past, though one is sometimes forced to entertain a doubt on contemplating the operations of people who seem to get on better without it. I am thinking of Strunk and Hagenstrom, who have made such notable progress, while our own business seems almost at a standstill. You know that the house has not enlarged its business since the setback consequent upon the death of your grandfather, and I pray to God that I shall be able to turn over the business to you in its present state. I have an experienced and cautious adviser in our head clerk, Marcus. If only your mother's family would hang on to their groschen a little better. The inheritance is a matter of real importance for us. I am unusually full of business and civic work. I have been made alderman of the board of the Bergen line, also city deputy for the finance department, the Chamber of Commerce, the Auditing Commission, and the Almshouse of St. Anne, one after the other. Your mother, Clara and Clotilde, send greetings. Also several gentlemen, Senator Muhlendorf, Dr. Uverdiek, Consul Kistenmacher, Gosch the broker, C.F. Kuppen, and Herr Marcus in the office, have asked to be remembered. God's blessing on you, my dear son. Work, pray, and save. With affectionate regards, your father. October 8th, 1846. Dear and honored parents, the undersigned is overjoyed to be able to advise you of the happy accouchement half an hour ago of your daughter, my beloved wife Antonia. It is, by God's will, a daughter. I can find no words to express my joyful emotion. The health of the dear patient, as well as of the infant, is unexceptionable. Dr. Clausen is entirely satisfied with the way things have gone, and Frau Groß-Georges, the midwife, says it was simply nothing at all. Excitement obliges me to lay down my pen. I commend myself to my worthy parents with the most respectful affection. B. Grunleck. If it had been a boy, I had a very pretty name. As it is, I wanted to name her Meta, but Grunleck is for Erica. T. End of section 33. Section 34 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 4, Chapter 2. "What is the matter, Betsy?" said the consul as he came to the table and lifted up the plate with which his soup was covered. "Aren't you well? You don't look just right to me." The round table in the great dining room was grown very small. Around it there gathered in these days, besides the parents, only little Clara, now 10 years old, Mamselle Jungmann, and Clotilde, as humble, lean, and hungry as ever. The consul looked about him. Every face was long and gloomy. What had happened? He himself was troubled and anxious, for the Bourse was unsteady owing to this complicated Schleswig-Holstein affair. And still another source of disquiet was in the air. When Anton had gone to fetch in the meat course, the consul heard what had happened. Trina, the cook, who had never before been anything but loyal and dutiful to her mistress, had suddenly shown clear signs of revolt. To the Frau Consul's great vexation, she had been maintaining relations, a sort of spiritual affinity, it seemed, with the butcher's apprentice, and that man of blood must have influenced her political views in a most regrettable way. The consul's wife had addressed some reproach to her in the matter of an unsuccessful sauce, and she had put her naked arms akimbo and delivered herself as follows. "You just wait, Frau Consul. 'Tain't going to be much longer. There'll come another order into the world, and then I'll be sittin' on the sofa in a silk gown, and you'll be servin' me." Naturally, she received summary notice. The consul shook his head. He himself had had similar troubles. The old porters and laborers were of course respectful enough, and had no notions in their heads, but several here and there among the young ones had shown, by their bearing, that the new spirit of revolt had entered into them. In the spring there had been a street riot, although a constitution corresponding to the demands of the new time had already been drafted, which a little later, despite the opposition of Lebrecht Kruger and other stubborn old gentlemen, became law by a decree of the Senate. The citizens met together, and representatives of the people were elected. But there was no rest. The world was upside down. Everyone wanted to revise the Constitution and the franchise, and the citizens grumbled. "Voting by estates," said some. Consul Johann Buddenbrook among them. "Universal franchise," said the others. Heinrich Hagenstrom was one of these. Still others cried universal voting by estates, and dear knew what they meant by that. All sorts of ideas were in the air. For instance, the abolition of disabilities and the general extension of the rights of citizenship, even to non-Christians. No wonder Buddenbrook's Trina had imbibed such ideas about sofas and silk gowns. Oh, there was worse to come. Things threatened to take a fearful turn. It was an early October day in the year 1848. The sky was blue, with a few light floating clouds in it, silvered by the rays of the sun, the strength of which was indeed not so great but that the stove was already going behind the polished screen in the landscape room. Little Clara, whose hair had grown darker and whose eyes had a rather severe expression, sat with some embroidery before the sewing table, while Clotilde, busy likewise with her needlework, had the sofa place near the Frau Consul. Although Clotilde Buddenbrook was not much older than her married cousin, that is to say, only 21 years, her long face already showed pronounced lines, and with her smooth hair, which had never been blonde, but always a dull grayish color, she presented an ideal portrait of a typical old maid. But she was content. She did nothing to alter her condition. Perhaps she thought it best to grow old early, and thus to make a quick end of all doubts and hopes. As she did not own a single sou, she knew that she would find nobody in all the wide world to marry her, and she looked with humility into her future, which would surely consist of consuming a tiny income in some tiny room which her influential uncle would procure for her out of the funds of some charitable establishment for maidens of good family. The consul's wife was busy reading 2 letters. Tony related the good progress of the little Erica, and Christian wrote eagerly of his life and doings in London. He did not give any details of his industry with Mr. Richardson of Threadneedle Street. The Frau Consul, who was approaching the middle 40s, complained bitterly of the tendency of blonde women to grow old too soon. The delicate tint which corresponded to her reddish hair had grown dulled despite all cosmetics, and the hair itself began relentlessly to grey, or would have done so but for a Parisian tincture of which the Frau Consul had the receipt. She was determined never to grow white. When the dye would no longer perform its office, she would wear a blonde wig. On top of her still artistic coiffure was a silk scarf bordered with white lace, the beginning, the first adumbration of a cap. Her silk frock was wide and flowing, its bell-shaped sleeves lined with the softest mull. A pair of gold circlets tinkled, as usual, on her wrist. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly there was a noise of running and shouting, a sort of insolent hooting and cat-calling, the stamping of feet on the pavement, a hubbub that grew louder and came nearer. "What is that noise, mamma?" said Clara, looking out of the window and into the gossip's glass. "Look at the people. What is the matter with them? What are they so pleased about?" "My God!" shouted the Frau Consul, throwing down her letters and springing to the window. "Is it? My God, it is the Revolution! It is the people!" The truth was that the town had been the whole day in a state of unrest. In the morning, the windows of Bentin, the draper's shop in Broad Street, had been broken by stones, although God knew what the owner had to do with politics. "Anton," the consul's wife called with a trembling voice into the dining-room, where the servants were hustling about with the silver. "Anton, go below, shut the outside doors, make everything fast. It is a mob." "Oh, Frau Consul," said Anton, "is it safe for me to do that? I am a servant. If they see my livery—" "What wicked people!" Clotilde drawled, without putting down her work. Just then the consul crossed the entrance hall and came in through the glass door. He carried his coat over his arm and his hat in his hand. "You are going out, Jean?" asked the Frau Consul, in great excitement and trepidation. "Yes, my dear, I must go to the meeting." "But the mob, Jean, the revolution." "Oh, dear me, Betsy, it isn't so serious as that. We are in God's hand. They have gone past the house already. I'll go down the back way." "Jean, if you love me, do you want to expose yourself to this danger? Will you leave us here unprotected? I am afraid, I tell you. I am afraid." "My dear, I beg of you, don't work yourself up like this. They will only make a bit of a row in front of the town hall or in the market. It may cost the government a few window panes, but that's all." "Where are you going, Jean?" "To the Assembly. I am late already. I was detained by business. It would be a shame not to be there today. Do you think your father is stopping away, old as he is?" "Then go, in God's name, Jean, but be careful, I beg of you, and keep an eye on my father. If anything hit him—" "Certainly, my dear." "When will you be back?" the Frau Consul called after him. "Well, about 4:30 or 5 o'clock. Depends. There is a good deal of importance on the agenda, so I can't exactly tell." "Oh, I'm frightened," repeated the Frau Consul, walking up and down restlessly. End of section 34. Section 35 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Part 4, Chapter 3. Consul Buddenbrook crossed his spacious ground floor in haste. Coming out into Baker's Alley, he heard steps behind him and saw Gauche the broker, a picturesque figure in his long cloak and Jesuit hat, also climbing the narrow street to the meeting. He lifted his hat with one thin, long hand, and with the other made a deferential gesture, as he said, "Well, Herr Consul, how are you?" His voice sounded sinister. This broker, Sigismund Gauche, a bachelor of some 40 years, was, despite his demeanor, the best and most honest soul in the world, but he was a wit and an oddity. His smooth-shaven face was distinguished by a Roman nose, a protruding pointed chin, sharp features, and a wide mouth drooping at the corners, whose narrow lips he was in the habit of pressing together in the most taciturn and forbidding manner. His grey hair fell thick and sombre over his brow, and he actually regretted not being humpbacked. It was his whim to assume the role of a wild, witty, and reckless intrigant, a cross between Mephistopheles and Napoleon, something very malevolent and yet fascinating too, and he was not entirely unsuccessful in his pose. He was a strange yet attractive figure among the citizens of the old city. Still, he belonged among them, for he carried on a small brokerage business in the most modest, respectable sort of way. In his narrow, dark little office, however, he had a large bookcase, filled with poetry in every language, and there was a story that he had been engaged since his 20th year on a translation of Lope de Vega's collected dramas. Once he had played the role of Domingo in an amateur performance of Schiller's Don Carlos. This was the culmination of his career. A common word never crossed his lips, and the most ordinary business expressions he would hiss between his clenched teeth, as if he were saying, "Curses on you, villain," instead of some commonplace about stocks and commissions. He was, in many ways, the heir and successor to Jean-Jacques Hofstede of blessed memory, except that his character had certain elements of the sombre and pathetic, with none of the playful liveliness of that old 18th-century friend of Johann Buddenbrooks. One day he lost, at a single blow, on the Bourse, 6.5 thaler on 2 or 3 papers which he had bought as a speculation. This was enough. He sank upon a bench. He struck an attitude which looked as though he had lost the Battle of Waterloo. He struck his clenched fist against his forehead, and repeated several times, with a blasphemous roll of the eyes, "Ah, accursed, accursed!" He must have been, at bottom, cruelly bored by the small, safe business he did, and the petty transfer of this or that bit of property. For this loss, this tragic blow with which heaven had stricken him down, him, the schemer Gosh, delighted his inmost soul. He fed on it for weeks. Someone would say, "So you've had a loss, Herr Gosh. I'm sorry to hear." To which he would answer, "Oh, my good friend, uomo non educato da dolore rimane sempre bambino." Probably nobody understood that. Was it possibly Lope de Vega? Anyhow, there was no doubt that this Sigismund Gosch was a remarkable and learned man. "What times we live in!" he said, limping up the street with the consul, supported by his stick. "Times of storm and unrest." "You are right," replied the consul. "The times are unquiet. This morning's sitting will be exciting. The principal of the estates—" "Well now," Herr Gosch went on, "I have been about all day in the streets, and I have been looking at the mob. There are some fine fellows in it, their eyes flaming with excitement and hatred." Johann Buddenbrooks began to laugh. "You like that, don't you? But you have the right end of it after all, let me tell you. It is all childishness. What do these men want? A lot of uneducated rowdies who see a chance for a bit of a scrimmage. Of course, though I can't deny I was in the crowd when Berkemeyer, the journeyman butcher, smashed Herr Bentine's window. He was like a panther." Herr Gosch spoke the last word with his teeth particularly close together, and went on, "Oh, the thing has its fine side, that's certain. It is a change, at least, you know, something that doesn't happen every day. Storm, stress, violence, the tempest. Oh, the people are ignorant, I know. Still, my heart, this heart of mine, it beats with theirs." They were already before the simple yellow-painted house on the ground floor of which the sittings of the assembly took place. The room belonged to the beer hall and dance establishment of a widow named Sue Kringle, but on certain days it was at the service of the gentlemen burgesses. The entrance was through a narrow whitewashed corridor opening into the restaurant on the right side, where it smelled of beer and cooking, and thence through a handleless, lockless green door, so small and narrow that no one could have supposed such a large room lay behind it. The room was empty, cold, and barn-like, with a whitewashed roof in which the beams showed, and whitewashed walls. The three rather high windows had green-painted bars, but no curtains. Opposite them were the benches, rising in rows like an amphitheatre, with a table at the bottom for the chairman, the recording clerk, and the committee of the Senate. It was covered with a green cloth and had a clock, documents, and writing materials on it. On the wall opposite the door were several tall hat racks with hats and coats. The sound of voices met the consul and his companion as they entered through the narrow door. They were the last to come. The room was filled with burgesses, hands in their trousers pockets, on their hips, or in the air, as they stood together in groups and discussed. Of the 130 members of the body, at least 100 were present. A number of delegates from the country districts had been obliged by circumstances to stop at home. Near the entrance stood a group composed of 2 or 3 small business men, a high school teacher, the orphan asylum father, Herr Mindermann, and Herr Wenzel, the popular barber. Herr Wenzel, a powerful little man with a black mustache, an intelligent face, and red hands, had shaved the consul that very morning. Here, however, he stood on an equality with him. He shaved only in the best circles. He shaved almost exclusively the Mühlendorfs, Langhaus, Buddenbrooks, and Uverdieks, and he owed his vote in the assembly to his omniscience in city affairs, his sociability and ease, and his remarkable power of decision at a division. "Have you heard the latest, Herr Consul?" he asked with round-eyed eagerness as his patron came up. "What is there to hear, my dear Wenzel?" "Nobody knew it this morning. Well, permit me to tell you, Herr Consul, the latest is that the crowd are not going to collect before the town hall or in the market. They are coming here to threaten the burgesses. Editor Rubsam has stirred them up." "Is it possible?" said the consul. He pressed through the various groups to the middle of the room, where he saw his father-in-law, with Senators Dr. Langhaus and James Mühlendorf. "Is it true, gentlemen?" he asked, shaking hands with them. But there was no need to answer. The whole assemblage was full of it. The peace-breakers were coming. They could be heard already in the distance. "Canaille!" said Lebrecht Kruger with cold scorn. He had driven hither in his carriage. On an ordinary day, the tall, distinguished figure of the once famous cavalier showed the burden of his 80 years. But today he stood quite erect, with his eyes half closed, the corners of his mouth contemptuously drawn down, and the points of his white mustaches sticking straight up. 2 rows of jeweled buttons sparkled on his black velvet waistcoat. Not far from this group was Henrik Hagenstrom, a square-built, fleshy man with a reddish beard sprinkled with grey, a heavy watch chain across his blue-checked waistcoat, and his coat open over it. He was standing with his partner Herr Strunk, and did not greet the consul. Herr Bentin, the draper, a prosperous-looking man, had a large group of gentlemen around him, to whom he was circumstantially describing what had happened to his show window. "A brick, gentlemen, a brick, or at least half a brick. Crack! Through it went, and landed on a roll of green rep. The rascally mob! Oh, the government will have to take it up. It's their affair." And in every corner of the room unceasingly resounded the voice of Herr Stutt from Belfounders Street. He had on a black coat over his woolen shirt, and he so deeply sympathized with the narrative of Herr Bentin that he never stopped saying, in outraged accents, "Infamous! Unheard of!" Johann Buddenbrook found and greeted his old friend C.F. Kuppen, and then Kuppen's rival, Consul Kistenmacher. He moved about in the crowd, pressed Dr. Grabeau's hand, and exchanged a few words with Herr Giesecke, the fire commissioner, Contractor Vogt, Dr. Langhals, the chairman, brother of the senator, and several merchants, lawyers, and teachers. The sitting was not yet opened, but debate was already lively. Everybody was cursing that pestilential scribbler, Editor Rubsam. Everybody knew he had stirred up the crowd. And what for? The business in hand was to decide whether they were to go on with the method of selecting representatives by estates, or whether there was to be universal and equal franchise. The Senate had already proposed the latter. But what did the people want? They wanted these gentlemen by the throats, no more and no less. It was the worst hole they had ever found themselves in, devil take it. The senatorial committee was surrounded, its members' opinions eagerly sought. They approached Consul Buddenbrook as one who should know the attitude of Burgomeister Uverdick, for since Senator Dr. Uverdick, Consul Justus Kruger's brother-in-law, had been made president last year, the Buddenbrooks were related to the burgomaster, which had distinctly enhanced the regard in which they were held. All of a sudden, the tumult began outside. Revolution had arrived under the windows of the sitting. The excited exchange of opinions inside ceased simultaneously. Every man, dumb with the shock, folded his hands upon his stomach and looked at his fellows or at the windows where fists were being shaken in the air and the crowd was giving vent to deafening and frantic yelling. But then, most astonishingly, as though the offenders themselves had suddenly grown aghast at their own behavior, it became just as still outside as in the hall. And in that deep hush, one word from the neighborhood of the lowest benches, where Lebrecht Kruger was sitting, was distinctly audible. It ran through the hall, cold, emphatic, and deliberate. The word "canaille." And like an echo came the word "infamous" in a fat, outraged voice from the other corner of the hall. Then the hurried, trembling, whispering utterance of the draper Bentin. "Gentlemen, gentlemen, listen, I know the house. There is a trap door onto the roof from the attic. I used to shoot cats through it when I was a lad. We can climb onto the next roof and get down safely." "Cowardice!" hissed Gosh the broker between his teeth. He leaned against the table with his arms folded and head bent, directing a blood-curdling glance through the window. "Cowardice, do you say? How cowardice? In God's name, sir, aren't they throwing bricks? I've had enough of that." The noise outside had begun again, but without reaching its former stormy height. It sounded quieter and more continuous, a prolonged, patient, almost comfortable hum, rising and falling. Now and then one heard whistles, and sometimes single words like "principle" and "rights of citizens." The assembly listened respectfully. After a while the chairman, Herr Dr. Langhals, spoke in a subdued tone. "Gentlemen, I think we could come to some agreement if we opened the meeting." But this humble suggestion did not meet with the slightest support from anybody. "No good in that," somebody said, with a simple decisiveness that permitted no appeal. It was a peasant sort of man, named Pfahl, from the Ritzerau district, deputy for the village of Little Streitstachen. Nobody remembered ever to have heard his voice raised before in a meeting, but its very simplicity made it weighty at the present crisis. Unafraid and with sure political insight, Herr Pfahl had voiced the feeling of the entire assemblage. "God keep us," Herr Bentin said despondently. "If we sit on the benches we can be seen from outside. They're throwing stones. I've had enough of that." "And the cursed door is so narrow," burst out Kappen the wine merchant in despair. "If we start to go out, we'll probably get crushed." "Infamous! Unheard of!" Herr Stutt intoned. "Gentlemen," began the chairman urgently once more, "I have to put before the burgomaster in the next 3 days a draft of today's protocol, and the town expects its publication through the press. I should at least like to get a vote on that subject, if the sitting would come to order." But with the exception of a few citizens who supported the chairman, nobody seemed ready to come to the consideration of the agenda. A vote would have been useless anyhow. They must not irritate the people. Nobody knew what they wanted, so it was no good to offend them by a vote in whatever direction. They must wait and control themselves. The clock of St. Mary's struck 4:30. They confirmed themselves and each other in this resolve of patient waiting. They began to get used to the noise that rose and fell outside, to feel quieter, to make themselves more comfortable, to sit down on the lower benches and chairs. The natural instinct toward industry, common to all these good burghers, began to assert itself. They ventured to bargain a little, to pick up a little business here and there. The brokers sat down by the wholesale dealers. These beleaguered gentlemen talked together like people shut in by a sudden storm, who speak of other things and now and then pause to listen with respectful faces to the thunder. It was 5:00. 5:30. It was getting dark. Now and then somebody sighed and said that the wife would be waiting with the coffee, and then Herr Bentin would venture to mention the trap-door, but most of them were like Herr Stutt, who said fatalistically, shaking his head, "I'm too fat." Mindful of his wife's request, Johann Buddenbrook had kept an eye on his father-in-law. He said to him, "This little adventure isn't disturbing you, is it, father?" Lebrecht Kruger's forehead showed 2 swollen blue veins under his white wig. He looked ill. One aristocratic old hand played with the opalescent buttons on his waistcoat. The other, with its great diamond ring, trembled on his knee. "Fiddlesticks, Buddenbrook," he said, but his voice showed extreme fatigue. "I am sick of it, that's all." Then he betrayed himself by suddenly hissing out, "Parbleu, Jean, this infamous rabble ought to be taught some respect with a little powder and shot. Canaille! Scum!" The consul hummed assent. Yes, you are right. It is a pretty undignified affair. But what can we do? We must keep our tempers. It's getting late. They'll go away after a bit." "Where is my carriage? I desire my carriage," said the old man, in a tone of command, suddenly quite beside himself. His anger exploded. He trembled all over. "I ordered it for 5:00. Where is it? This sitting will never be held. Why should I stop any longer? I don't care about being made a fool of. My carriage! What are they doing to my coachman? Go, see after it, Buddenbrook." "My dear father-in-law, for heaven's sake, be calm. You're getting excited. It will be bad for you. Of course, I will go and see after the carriage. I think myself we have had enough of this. I will speak to the people and tell them to go home." Close by the little green door he was accosted by Sigismund Gosch, who grasped his arm with a bony hand and asked in a gruesome whisper, "Whither away, Herr Consul?" The broker's face was furrowed with 1,000 lines. His pointed chin rose almost up to his nose. His face expressed the most desperate resolution. His grey hair streamed distractedly over brow and temples. His head was so drawn in between his shoulders that he really almost achieved his ambition of looking like a dwarf, and he rapped out, "You behold me resolved to speak to the people." The consul said, "No, let me do it, Gosh. I really know more of them than you do." "Be it so," answered the broker tonelessly. "You are a bigger man than I." And, lifting his voice, he went on, "But I will accompany you. I will stand at your side, Consul Buddenbrook. Let the wrath of the outraged people tear me in pieces." "What a day! What a night!" he said as they went out. There is no doubt he had never felt so happy before in his life. "Ah, Herr Consul, here are the people." They had gone down the corridor and outside the outer door, where they stood at the top of 3 little steps that went down to the pavement. The street was indeed a strange sight. It was as still as the grave. At the open and lighted windows of the houses round stood the curious, looking down upon the black mass of the insurgents before the Burgess's house. The crowd was not much bigger than that inside the hall. It consisted of young labourers from the harbour and granaries, servants, school pupils, sailors from the merchant ships, and other people from the little streets, alleys, courts, and rabbit hutches round about. There were even 2 or 3 women, who had probably promised themselves the same millennium as the Buddenbrooks cook. A few of the insurrectionists, weary of standing, had sat down with their feet in the gutter and were eating sandwiches. It was nearly 6 o'clock. Though twilight was well advanced, the oil lamps hung unlighted above the street. This fact, this open and unheard-of interruption of the regular order, was the first thing that really made Consul Buddenbrook's temper rise, and was responsible for his beginning to speak in a rather short and angry tone and the broadest of pronunciations. "Now then, all of you, what is the meaning of this foolishness?" The picnickers sprang up from the sidewalk. Those in the back ranks beyond the foot-pavement stood on their tiptoes. Some navvies, in the service of the consul, took off their caps. They stood at attention, nudged each other, and muttered in low tones, "'Tis Consul Buddenbrook. He be going to talk. Hold your jaw there, Christian. He can jaw like the devil himself. There's Broker Gosh. Look, what a monkey he is. Isn't he getting overwrought?" "Karl Smalt," began the consul again, picking out and fastening his small deep-set eyes upon a bow-legged young labourer of about 22, with his cap in his hand and his mouth full of bread, standing in front of the steps. "Here, speak up, Karl Smalt. Now's the time. I've been here the whole afternoon." "Yes, Herr Consul," brought out Karl Smalt, chewing violently. "The thing is, it's a sort of, we're making a revolution." "What kind of nonsense is that, then?" "Lord, Herr Consul, you know what that is. We're not satisfied with things as they be. We demand another order of things. 'Tain't any more'n that. That's what it is." "Now listen, Karl Smalt, and the rest of you. Whoever's got any sense will go home and not bother himself over any revolutions, disturbing the regular order of things." "The sacred order," interrupted Herr Gosh dramatically. "The regular order, I say," finished the consul. "Why, even the lamps aren't lighted. That's going too far with the revolution." Karl Smalt had swallowed his mouthful by now, and, with the people at his back, stood his ground and made some objections. "Well, Herr Consul, ye may say that, but we're only agin the principle of the vote." "God in heaven, you ninny!" shouted the consul, forgetting in his excitement to speak dialect. "You're talking the sheerest nonsense." "Lord, Herr Consul," said Karl Smalt, somewhat abashed, That's all it is. Revolution it has to be. There's revolution everywhere, in Berlin, in Paris. But, Smolt, what do you want? Just tell me that, if you can. Lord, Herr Consul, I say we wants a republic. That's what I be saying. But, you fool, you've got one already. Well, Herr Consul, then we wants another. Some of the bystanders who understood the matter better began to laugh rudely and heartily, and although few even heard Karl's answer, the laughter spread until the whole crowd of republicans stood shaking good-naturedly. Some of the gentlemen from inside the hall appeared at the window with curious faces and beer-mugs in their hands. The only person disappointed and pained by this turn of affairs was Sigismund Gosch. "Now, people," shouted Consul Buddenbrook finally, "I think the best thing for you all to do is to go home." Karl Smolt, quite crestfallen over the result he had brought about, answered, "That's right, Herr Consul. Then things will be quieted down. And Herr Consul doesn't take it ill of me, do he now? Goodbye, Herr Consul." The crowd began to disperse in the best of humours. "Wait a minute, Smolt," shouted the consul. "Have you seen the Kruger carriage, the caleche from outside the castle gate?" "Yes, sir, Herr Consul. He's here. He be driven up in some court somewhere." "Then run quick and say he's to come at once. His master wants to go home." "Servant, Herr Consul." And throwing his cap on his head and pulling the leather visor well down over his brows, Karl Smolt ran with great swinging strides down the street. End of section 35.